Mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check 1 2. Can you hear me? Let me know in the stream chat if you can hear me. What's going on? What's up? What's up? What's what? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? Mic check 1 2, mic check 1 2. It's I, Agostino. Welcome back to the Random Show. Welcome back to the Random Show. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let me know in the stream chat if you can hear me. Welcome back. Random Show settings. Mic check 1 2. Mic. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check 1 2. Mic check. What's crack-a-lacking, people? What's the deal? What's the deal? What's the deal? We are back once again. We are back once again for another barnstorming, splendid episode of the Random Show. Episode number 330. Yeah, 330. Wagwan for the Wagwan. Let me know in the stream chat if you can hear me. Let me know in the stream chat if you can hear me. Let me know in the stream chat if you can hear me. What's going on, people? What's crack-a-lacking? Let me know in the stream chat if you can hear me. We are back with a bang. Back like we never left. Wagwan, everybody. Thank you for joining me once again on this lovely crisp Tuesday evening. Hope you're good wherever you may be. Hope you're good wherever you may be. Let's get cracking. Let's get cracking. What's good? What's good, people? What's good, people? What's good, people? What's good, people? What's good? What's good? Big up Don Dotter. Wagwan, Don Dotter. Thank you. Thank you. Wagwan, Game Bread Footballer. Wagwan. Apex Pada. Wagwan. Mr. Still Your Girl. Flazzers. Carlo. JCLB. Jack Donahue Jr. Wingers. Dingus. What's going on? What's going on? Byron Lura, who's here earlier. What's happening? What's happening, people? What's happening? What's happening? RV Sanchez, what's good? What's good, brother? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? My nuts, what's good? What's good? What's good? JCLB, I think I said to you guys before. What's happening? Raymond Silver was here earlier too. Jordan Ray was here earlier too. Wagwan, everybody. Young God Vibes was here earlier too. Wagwan, everybody. Wagwan for the Wagwan. Hope you're good. Hope you're well. Okay, cool. So, let's continue. Wagwan Two Swords. Hope you're good. Hope you're good. Let's roll. Let's rock in. Let's rock. So, first thing to check out is this cameo courtesy of Wingus. So, big up Wingus Dingus in the stream chat. I appreciate you. I haven't seen this cameo yet, but Wingus did something. So, let's see what Wingus did. Wingus did a little cameo with our girl Sainaz, I think. Let's see what he did here. I haven't watched it, so this is a first reaction. I want to see what this guy did here. What did this guy do here? What did this guy do? Let's see. So this is Sainaz on Cameo. Let's see what happened here. Let's see.
What is up, Zinga? I have an odd name, Sanaz, so I don't want to butcher your name because I know how annoying that is. But your friend Wingus definitely wanted to give you a shout out, and we both want to congratulate you on your new kebab shop called Zinga Nation. I love kebabs. Obviously, I'm Persian. So I hope there's one near me, and I get to try it soon. And then also want to give a shout out to your two new little pets, Bean and Cheese, who I bet are absolutely adorable. Keep doing what you're doing. I love an entrepreneur. Keep going at it. And congrats again. Bye.
That is brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. Wingus, honestly, take a bow. Wherever you are right now, stand up and flip and take a bow. Honestly, absolutely incredible. Please, we need some flipping we need some, let me get them up on here. We need some clapping emojis in the chat. Clapping emojis in the chat for Wingus, please. Clapping emojis in the chat for Wingus. That was absolutely brilliant. That was absolutely freaking brilliant. Wingus. That was flipping brilliant. That was top tier. I love kebabs. All the time I was thinking, Sainaz, trust me. A few guys in the stream chat would love for you to have a taste of their kebabs. A few of these guys in the stream chat would absolutely love you to have a taste of their kebabs. Oh my god, I love an entrepreneur. Your two pets, Bean and Cheese. Unironically though, that's actually good names for pets, you know, I'm not gonna lie. Unironically, that's actually really good names for pets. I was watching Sherlock Holmes actually on the BBC. I was watching Sherlock Holmes on the BBC, and one of Sherlock Holmes' dogs when he was younger in that series was called Redbeard because the dog was, ginger and shit. I thought that was a pretty nice name for a dog. Redbeard was pretty cute. But bean and cheese for two dogs is fucking incredible. I love that. Especially if like one is like yellow and one no bean cheese. I guess one's red and one's yellow. That'd be pretty cool. Or one's ginger and one's yellow. That work out pretty well. But yeah, big up Wingers. That was fucking brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Adored it. Adored every minute of it. Big up saying that. Got to play that one more time. Got to play that one more time. That's worthy of another play. Got to play that one more freaking time. Big up Blood Cut Wingers. That was fucking brilliant.
What is up, Zinga? I have an odd name, Sanaz, so I don't want to butcher your name because I know how annoying that is. But your friend Wingus definitely wanted to give you a shout out, and we both want to congratulate you on your new kebab shop called Zinga Nation. I love kebabs. Obviously, I'm Persian. So I hope there's one near me, and I get to try it soon. And then also want to give a shout out to your two new little pets, Bean and Cheese, who I bet are absolutely adorable. Keep doing what you're doing. I love an entrepreneur. Keep going at it, and congrats again. Bye.
I love it. Bean and cheese, man. Get the two pets. Yeah, I love that. I love that. I need that. I need those two pets, man. That's honestly brilliant. Big up saying that for being a good sport. Big up saying that for being a good sport. There'll probably be a lot of good banter to be mined out of this flipping saying that thing on Cameo, but big up her for being a good sport. She probably has no idea what's going on anyway. But if she does know what's going on, big up her being a good sport. It's good. At least there's somebody in the flipping TFATK Fit Boy Studios that's got an ounce of flipping, an ounce of a sense of humor, a little bit of self-deprecation, doesn't take themselves too seriously, just does a job and keeps it moving. I mean, that's all you want to hear from them. So glad to see it, glad to hear it. Big up Sainaz, big up Sainaz. Nice to see. Nice to see. Nice to see. Nice to see. Okay, move on from there. Big up Wingers once again. Big up Wingers once again. Let's go to this video that just dropped. This video just dropped, courtesy of John Bravo Films. Big fan of his channel. Check him out. He's been covering a lot of the Wes Watson stuff. And he says, breaking full footage of Wes Watson assault and new evidence reveals crime setup. So this is this big controversy happening with Wes Watson, the guy that was on the Fighting the Kid with Brendan and Brian. He's now weirdly called the Gadoosh King or the Gadoosh God, which is interesting. He's taken one of Brendan's kind of sayings has now been adopted by Wes Watson, and he now refers to himself as the Gadoosh God, the Gadoosh King or something, which is fucking hilarious to say the least. But he's been getting relentlessly trolled online, and from what I can understand about his trolling, he seems to be incredibly sensitive to trolling online, and he likes to like directly message people in like a bullying way. But obviously it's the internet, you're just going to get trolled harder. But one of these things that he does is that when he DMs you, like if he sees you trolling him or you made a content about him, he'll DM you directly, and then you'll get into some little back and forth, kind of like BGL. BGL used to do that back in the day, innit? BGL used to do that back in the day. I think BGL might have sent me a DM. I didn't open it though. I just couldn't bother to engage in that shit. Big up BGL. Still shout him out though, legend. But I think BGL used to do the same thing early when BGL was like super 10 toes down with Brendan. He'd like be DMing strangers and stuff to fight. Yo, big up Addy Z, appreciate
Becky
you.
the King Gadoosh.
Yeah, exactly. Peggy the King. Exactly. Big up Addy Z. So Wes Watson does the same thing, but obviously this time around he really messed up because allegedly the kid that he offered to let me just end that thing. So Wes Watson will get, if you troll Wes Watson or you make content about him, he will DM you on social media. When he DMs you, during that exchange, you exchange, fighting words, and he'll say, meet me at the gym, I'll beat you up. That's like he's one of his lines, right? I guess it's like an alpha thing. Oh, I'm alpha, you won't come to the gym because I'll fuck you up and shit. So he offered out one person. The person he offered out, unfortunately, was a kid that may have developmental issues. Allegedly. That's what they're alleging. They're alleging this kid is either developmentally challenged or he's somewhat disabled. I don't know what the wagwan, but regardless, the kid goes to the gym to meet up Wes Watson to fight. But then when he goes to the gym, he gets rushed. Wes Watson doesn't fight him one-on-one, he gets rushed, which is not what was advertised and definitely a crime, especially because the kid now's reporting it, and now Wes Watson's going to be in a lot of trouble. And him being a felon and only been released from prison recently, this might fuck up his future. You know what I mean? Like really, really dumb move that he's made. So let's see what's happened. Someone recorded the video footage of it. Let's hear what Johnny Bravo has to say about it. Big up John Bravo, big channel that covers a lot of this sort of stuff. Let's see what I want.
Now, the footage. I truly feel that,
Peep.
So that caption says, "This is an unaltered original footage taken from a cell phone. I zoomed in and enhanced the image so we can see the fight more clearly. Nothing else was changed."
People need to see this footage not watered down. Wes goes, roll through. Stop talking. Monster says time and place.
Last time I was goofing on Whiny Watson, I also briefly mentioned John Bravo. John Bravo has a channel that has done extremely good coverage on Wes Watson's embarrassing descent into madness.
Remember a couple months ago, pegged Watson, that purse-wearing, weapon-having, gang-banging piece of shit, which I don't even have to call him it now, because everyone calls him that.
I love the way John Bravo calls him a piece of shit all the time. He also calls him Pegged Watson pretty often, and it just always...
No, but I'm not gonna lie. As much as I love Moist Critical, as much as I like Charlie, I can never look him the same again after he cucked out against Logan. Remember when they went to go film some Mr. Beast content, and you're up to Logan like, "Hey, it's all love, man. You know, I'm a big fan of your content." Like, I love Moist Critical, and the way he explained it made sense. I know, but watching that video just made me sick to my stomach. Honestly, seeing him cuck out and kind of fan out in front of Logan and tuck his tail between his legs and shit, and walk up to him and be like, "I'm a fan. Actually, all the videos, everything I said about you were just jokes and content." Honestly, I can never look at him the same. I love the guy. Love the guy's commentary. A brilliant dude. But that was so unnecessary, man. Ugh.
It makes me giggle just listening to him always slide in, "You piece of shit," to Wes Watson.
Well, remember he challenged me to a fight. He didn't like the shit that I was talking online, because I like to talk a lot of shit, but he took it to a different level.
Yo, big up Asad Aziz. No, don't expect him to stand on business. Just don't go up to him and suck his dick. I'm not saying stand on business. I'm not saying step to him. I'm not saying, you know, what you call it, let your nuts hang or anything. I'm just saying don't walk up to him and say, "It was all jokes," and, you know, like Logan didn't initiate that communication. They were all sitting in some sort of room to record content with Mr. Beast, and he went up to him, went out of his way to kind of say hi. Like, that guy ain't your friend. Why are you sucking his dick for if you've been going at him so hard and you, like, you know, disagree with him, like, philosophically, whatever, or whatever it may be in terms of content, you don't like him, like, it was nasty. I didn't like it. Pick up NJ.
Me if I met Logan Paul, do you have a gun?
No, I wouldn't go that far. I just think if you made the content that he's made about Logan, it seems like you don't like him as a person. So why are you going out of your way to try and be his friend? Or try to make it seem like you're cool, or trying to make it seem like you're cool. No, you're not cool. Just be cordial, be professional because of the content you're making. But there's no need to go and try and overly suck his dick. That was just gross for me. That was gross.
He challenged me to a fight. He sends me a DM, tells me show up or shut up. He gave me the place and time, the gym that he's at. But then, because I love fucking with people, if you guys remember my days of doing the pranks and the Predator videos, I love shit like this. So I tried to go send him a message back, and what happened? He blocked me like a little bitch. So he sends me a challenge, and then he blocks me. I make a video online, it gets thousands of views, and then others decided they want to challenge him.
Oh,
And now,
that's how it starts. I didn't know this. So John Bravo actually offered, yeah, I'll meet you at the gym. So Wes Watson is a bit of a bitch then, isn't it? So Wes Watson is picking and choosing his battles. So if somebody he looks tough or looks big, he doesn't follow through with the whole, like, come meet me at the gym thing. But if some nerd or some geeky looking guy, some Moist Critical looking guy says it, he'll say, yeah, meet me at the gym, because he knows most likely he can beat that person up. So he's picking and choosing his fights. Oh, okay.
we have a 7-foot monster. Ted wanted to go challenge him in person, but I don't think he knew that Wes Watson doesn't play fair. He pulls out weapons out of his purse like a little woman, and then he has his butt buddies join in to help. He don't play fair. He only fights dirty.
Everybody send this video to your favorite Wes Watson call out dude and tell him to suck my fucking dick and pull the fuck up. Straight up. Just tell him, stop talking.
Wes Watson deleted this video from his YouTube channel after the events that occurred on December 29th at the Elevation Gym in Miami.
He gave you the address and the time. Go see if he's there.
By the way, with it being Miami, is there some sort of, like, problem with him in terms of stand your ground and shit? Is Wes Watson actually in trouble? Because does Miami have some, like, rules or laws against that? Because if you tell somebody to meet you to fight one-on-one, but then all your boys rush him, that seems like he might be in big trouble, man. He might legitimately be in big trouble. You can fight, obviously, like mutual combat, but when you get there and it's a rushing thing,
Because he will be there.
People meet me there when I clearly say, follow me out of the parking lot. We won't have any problems at the gym.
Every day
You can follow me down the street.
when I
You can
pull
get
up,
what
I'm
the
just
fuck you want,
hoping
bitch.
But if you want,
pussy
you can
ass
come down to
bitches
that address
online
and get your
was
ass
just man enough.
big up Young God vibes. You can't stand your ground if the person is down. For example, you can't shoot someone in the back who's running away. Okay, cool. Oh, was that why that guy got convicted, right? Remember that, unfortunate, that black kid got shot by somebody because I think he was trespassing his property or something, and the kid was running away and he shot him in the back. That's why he got. I think that guy or his son, they both went in prison, right? I forgot what that case was. It might have been just before COVID.
For me to respect and held their word and came and kicked my motherfucking ass. I just wish there were still men that would hold their word. I would respect them if they just pulled up and handled business. Just, you know, it's almost disappointing. Thought more of you guys.
Now, I think people are forgetting something. This isn't an attack. Just him working out in the gym, minding his business. No. He invited the monster to come to fight him. So where does the self-defense part come into this when you're inviting people and thousands of people and somebody decides to show up? But now I have the conversation that he had with the monster, and I'm going to read it to you. So now I want you guys to notice something first. Look at the DM. It's blocked. This little bitch loves blocking people after he sends them a challenge. Big Monster sends him a DM, and it says, yo, pussy, you want to fight? Why don't you pick on someone your own size like me? Wes goes, roll through. Stop talking. Monster says time and place. Wes says 8 a.m. weekdays and weekends at the gym. Weirdos writing people, they don't even know shit like this. Broke ass motherfucker. So now, like I was saying earlier, is this still self-defense when you're inviting people there and then they show up and you got your weapons and your goons and your security? Because remember, guys, when he challenged me, I went and talked to one of the trainers there. He said, John, don't you dare show up. If you show up, it's a setup. He's got his goons. He's got his security.
Wow.
The guy doesn't play fair. Don't even bother wasting your time.
So, like, I don't. These alpha guys, right? These guys are fascinating, isn't it? So it always happens this way. So you get these alpha guys who are like preaching the doctrine of always they're preaching the doctrine of guys to find girls who are virgins, for instance, right? And saying women who have more than 5 bodies are worthless, devaluing anybody if they engage in sex work, all this malarkey. But then you find out more than likely they have a kid by a woman who maybe has more than 5 bodies, or they're in an active relationship with somebody who actually works in the adult entertainment industry. They would do the opposite of what they say. So in this case, Wes Watson's this tough guy who says, hey, I hate trolls. I hate people who kind of talk shit online. You guys are beta. You guys are pussies. So if you want to fight, meet me at the gym, right? The gym location. I'm there every day working out, training my body, training my mind. You guys don't go to the gym. Meet me at the gym and I'll fuck you up. But then he doesn't even fight you at the gym. He just gets his goons to fight you. And then he ends up fighting you at the end when you've already been beaten up by everybody else. So all this tough guy thing, all this posturing, all this you're the baddest guy in the world is all BS. Like, and they're all like this. They all do the opposite of what they say. Every single one of them.
I mean, this guy obviously didn't know that. He went there, and we are where we're at now. So you know what's funny? I was thinking about this. My favorite movie as a kid was The Karate Kid. Remember when those goons, the bullies, the Cobra Kai, the assholes, remember when they cornered Daniel after the Halloween dance at the fence and they all tag team?
Yo, big up Asad Aziz.
Walter Fresh wouldn't jump anyone. A real alpha.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he won't jump in. I'd love to see him in the fight, to be honest. I'd love to see Myron and Walter in the fight. I'd love to see that. Big up Asad Aziz.
Them, and then Johnny was going to come and finish him. just like we saw Wes finishing him, which you guys are going to see here shortly, how bad he tried to finish the monster, kicking him in the head.
How about a front kick, Johnny?
Yeah, this shit. When I watched this the first time, this shit made me emotional, man. This shit made me emotional watching it the first time. This shit broke my heart, bro. This shit broke my heart. Big up Karate Kid.
It reminds me of that situation. And I remember Mr. Miyagi going to see the biggest asshole of them all after it happened, Sensei Kreese, and he told him, listen, you know what the problem was? It was a 5-to-1 problem. There's no problem if it was a 1-on-1. But the issue is when you gangbang somebody. That's the problem.
1-to-1 problem, yes. 5-to-1 problem. Too much ask anyone.
Now, the footage. I truly feel that, you know, people need to see this footage not watered down. And I've been fighting with YouTube the past few days to put this up in so many different ways so that you guys can watch it. But I feel like no matter what I do, you're never going to have the scope of how brutal this really was unless you watch it full and uncensored. So what I'm doing is I'm putting it here, censored, you know, in a certain way that I can actually show it. But then it's going to be on X. I'm going to put here on the screen my X account. It's going to be on X by the end of the week, so follow that. It's going to be uncensored because, again, you guys are going to watch this now, but it doesn't do it justice of how brutal this truly was.
Can I see that? Is it available yet, uncensored, or we can't see it yet? What's his Twitter? Let's see if we can really see it uncensored. Maybe not, but let's see, just in case. Let's see, has he got it? Baby, 1 second, if I double check here. I want to see if he, just in case, has it available uncensored yet on his channel, on his IG. Is that him? Or is that someone? That's something. No, that's someone else, isn't it? But that's a sponsor. What I want from him, right? What's his IG? He said it. He said it there, didn't he? What is it? John Bravo Films. John Bravo Films. Let's see if he's available. Does he have anything on here? Bish bish bosh. Come on, you cunt. Cool. This has been released here uncensored because I can. So is it available? The censored version. Okay, what? Oh, it will be. So he hasn't got it available yet. Okay, it's not available just yet. It will be released uncensored. It's not available just yet. Cool. Let's go back.
By the end of the week, so follow that. It's going to be uncensored because, again, you guys are going to watch this now, but it doesn't do it justice of how brutal this truly was. Let's watch this together.
He rocks up. To nitpick, he does initiate. He does kind of initiate with the push. If I'm being nitpicky. He does initiate with the push, but he was invited there for a scrap by Wes Watson. Yeah? But if I'm being nitpicky, he does initiate. The guy's sitting down and he starts pushing. But still, let's go. Wes Watson tries to hit him with a weight belt. With a belt.
So if you see here, you can see
and then
the
his
little
friends.
bitch boy take out the watch and put it in his pocket because he knows what he's gonna do.
Ooh, hits him on the head with a belt. Hits him with a belt.
Now take
So he doesn't
a
want
look.
to fight.
You see
Oh,
the
he gets sucker
monster
punched.
lunge forward. I can't tell if he's
no.
going after Wes or if he's being pushed from this footage.
Oh no!
But you can see the asshole with the dumbbell in his hand, with his arm around his back, and then Wes is pulling his ponytail.
Damn, bro.
And then we have another one of the goons
Damn.
throwing a kick to his face and then holding him down with his other hand.
Yeah, this guy got fucked up, bro. He got fucked up.
And then the biggest pussy of them all, this
The fat guy.
pig,
Yeah,
he
kicks him.
throws a kick to make it look like he did something, the piece of shit.
Oh, he's getting smacked up.
And then over here, you got Wes on top throwing over 45 punches right here alone. And this other asshole with the dumbbell.
45 punches. 45 punches.
And then somebody from the gym came over to try to pull Wes off of him. And then Wes pushed him away, and they kept on holding him down, poking in his eyes and pulling his hair.
I wonder if he's got a problem because the guy tried to stop it. Yeah, big up.
The narrator sounds like Fat Tony from Simpsons.
Yeah, he's brilliant. I love John Bravo. He's a brilliant. I wonder if he's gonna have a problem because maybe when the staff member tries to stop, if you would have stopped, then maybe he doesn't have an issue. It's almost like you're defending yourself. But then continuing on, when the guy is clearly down and there's 5 of you around him and you're still punching him over 45 times, that's a bit excessive. Not even a little bit. That's obviously excessive. Oof. 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 Jesus Christ. To be fair, he's taking out a lot of his frustration on all the trolls on that one kid. That one kid's getting absolutely washed, bro. Getting absolutely washed.
And right when you think it's over, having taken over 50 shots to the head and 7 soccer kicks by Wes alone, he wasn't finished yet.
Yeah, big up Nick Shin. I agree with you. Big up Apex Putter. That's going to be a problem. Big up Nick Shin. I agree with you. He would have been fine just smacking up with a belt when the dude initiated, but this is a big assault. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. I think even though he offered him out on DMs, you leaving your house to go and fight somebody, it's almost like you're initiating it too, you know? Even though the guy said he's going to fight you in the gym, you going there, putting your camera there, you kind of want to have a scrap. It's one thing to hit with a belt, punch him a little bit, push him away, or just push him into something. But this continued assault, the guy's kicking him in the head, him not stopping when the staff come in. 1, 2, 3, I think 3 times that staff member tries to stop him, he kind of keeps going. Yeah, he's in trouble, man. He's in real trouble. Especially being a felon, he's in trouble. And he kicks him in the head. Oof. Oh, they try. He's not knocked out, you know. This guy's a tough kid, man. All those punches, all those kicks in the head, he's not knocked out. Shit. Either the kid's tough or Wes Watson doesn't hit that hard. What do you think it is? Is the guy tough or is Wes Watson and his friends don't hit as hard as they look? He got kicks in the head a few times.
At the end here, you can see this little fat pig with a smile on his face. And then, look over here. You see that little ding on the floor? That's a piece of his ponytail.
Wow.
He pulled it out of his head, that asshole.
Wow.
So after watching that footage, you know, something that's been on my mind that's lost in all this for the past few months. I've been covering this story for 2 months now. Remember in the beginning, I was joking around, having a good time, calling him a piece of shit, calling him all these names, making up the nursery rhymes, right? It was a good time. But now, look how far this story has got and look where it could be end up. But what's lost? Especially those who watched Wes Watson in the beginning. Remember when he was out on the park bench, no money, no nothing, giving people great advice, using his charisma for good instead of what we see now for evil.
We totally take away the power of the moment. So since I got my money through ill-gotten means, I could be at the nicest place and not even enjoy it. But now, since I went and sat down for a while, since I really look inside and I look for the deeper meaning and shit, I withdraw from pleasure a lot so that when I go do these things, it has much more power, has a more profound effect, and it just feels greater.
He had a way of convincing.
What happened then? What happened? So clearly he was a bit of a bad dude to go to prison in the first place, or circumstances. He comes out, makes a change, turns into this motivational fitness guy thing, with what looks like with what looks like good intentions, but then somehow he gets like he gets, I don't know what happens to him. Is it just a trolling? Is it just him being inside for so long, coming out and not understanding what trolling is? Because surely the early bits of trolling, like I've never understood how people who look the toughest, who have been through, like being in prison for however long he was, it's not an easy ride, right? It's looking the way he does, he's probably got into a lot of scraps, a lot of like, life or death kind of moments and shit. So you'd think you'd be a lot more aware of how to handle trolls online. But maybe also being incarcerated for that long, 10 plus years, whatever, and then coming out and it's a whole different world. And you've got people on the internet, calling you names and taking the piss out of you. People who you feel like you could beat up in real life, but it doesn't matter because it's the internet and the internet always wins. Maybe that's kind of hard to deal with. Or fundamentally, he was always this person to begin with. And this is all an act. This is all an act to get people on his side. Charlatan, using his charisma to get people kind of locked in and shit. But he was always he was always the bad person we know him to be now, Maybe that's the case.
People, right? But then success came, money came, it went to his head.
Yeah.
And this is who we have now, and how is the situation?
Yeah, the chat saying same thing.
Him in the
Yeah,
future?
big up younger vibes.
I always say maybe he can learn from this. Maybe it can make him want to change. But maybe that person we saw was always the true him.
Mm-hmm.
But let me know what you guys think. Again,
this is gonna be tough for him, bro. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough on his mental. It's one thing going into prison at that age or at that stage in your life where you have nothing anyway, and then you go sit down and you come back out, and then you reinvent yourself as a social media guy, influencer kind of guy, and you start getting money off that shit legally. Yeah, you start getting legal money, good legal money. Obviously you're scamming people with all these courses and shit, but you're still getting legal money. Then to throw that all away and end up in prison again, because I imagine if you're already a felon, an assault like that will probably land you a couple of years in jail, maybe some couple of months even, whatever it may be. That's gonna feel like a lifetime. Now that you've experienced the good taste, the good things in life, the finer things in life. Being able to drive nice cars, rent lavish fucking apartments and shit, have all the watches, all the jewelry. That's gonna really hurt, man. That's gonna really fucking hurt. But hey, he's an idiot for doing what he's doing. You can never win. You can never beat the internet. You can never beat up all the trolls in the world. Like, even if you can, you can't beat up every single troll. You just have to learn to take it or just ignore it. He couldn't do either, and now he's getting fucked up. And one thing people love is to see the crash out. They love to see the crash out. So this is going to be documented in extortive detail. And to be fair, this just guarantees that it will never stop. He probably could have stopped it in the beginning. He probably could have rolled with it, leaned into some of the memes, leaned into some of the trolling. But now he almost certainly guarantees he's never going to find peace on the internet. Ever. He's never going to find peace. People are going to continually poke at him, try and get under his skin. They know his triggers now. They know what he's willing to lose his freedom for. Someone offering it. It's like, what? Like, some random stranger gets at you in a DM and say, hey, come, I want to fight you. And you're like, yeah, come. And you're like willing to throw your freedom away for that. It's like, brother, honestly, what an absolute idiot, man. What an absolute idiot. No one's to blame but himself. No one absolutely to blame but his blood clot self. So I don't have any sympathy for him whatsoever. I'm not going to lie. Let's continue. Let's play this clip because I didn't play this clip. This features Chin, courtesy of that podcast they got, the after hour thing. Another failed intervention. Let's play this quickly and then we'll move on.
I was saying I was going to try dry January, and you're like, I'd like to do it too, fun. Man. You know what? Let's do it together. We dapped on it. And then January 1st, I'm like, Chin, all right, here we go, day one. And you're like, nah, fuck that. That's like stupid. And cracked a beer.
I don't like to be held back. Spoken like a true alcoholic. So we saw in a previous episode of Chin's vlog, when watching it on stream, that this guy with a beanie is one of Chin's friends. So they're close at work now. They seem to hang out quite often. And I had the feeling that the guy on the right, I don't think he's as much of a loser as Chin. It feels like he maybe was recently, he was in a long-term, I get the feeling that guy was in a long-term relationship and recently broke up. That's why he's now hanging out with the boys again. But I don't feel like he's one of the boys like that in that way. I think if he would rather be at home with his wife or missus and stuff, but he doesn't have one now. And I think when he finally does get one, he'll be back, hanging out with them. But he seemed to be hanging out with Chin a lot, and they seem to be, they go to the studio on their off days, or they stay a bit longer when they're recording. They buy pizzas, watch TV on the massive screen, drink beers. So this guy's his drinking buddy. And I think it's always painful. It's always way more painful when your drinking painful buddy decides to go sober or decides to like, have an extended period when they're not drinking, because it then reminds you how much you've been doing it. It's like, rah, the person that's been going step for step, stride for stride with me in the booze thing, on the partying thing, is kind of reining it back in. I must be really, like now I'm out here on my own, you know what I mean? But usually it should give you encouragement. Okay, cool. My guy's doing it. I'm going to do it too. So this should be a good excuse just to do it because your friend's doing it. Also, the friend that you drink with, and it makes it fun. Because usually those type of things, you'd imagine, are only fun when you're doing it with your friend. Well, it seems like in Chin's case, it's not the case. In Chin's situation, it seems like he actually... And I wonder if this is like a thing because of his parents and his upbringing. Because it sounds like he has a problem with like authority and shit. Or he has a problem with like being told what to do, because it's a very like infantile, almost immature way to respond. You agree to take part in Dry January, but then when your friend reminds you about it, you almost get kind of pissed off. You're like, no, I'm not doing that. You almost like you woke up the next day like, no, I'm not limiting myself. I'm not having anyone telling me what I can and can't do. It's like, but you agreed. Like, I'm not telling you to do anything. You agreed to take part in this little challenge, like that everyone kind of does, So I wonder if he just, with Chin, he just has a problem with like being told things because it reminds him of his parents, telling him to get his act together, telling him to find a wife, telling him when he's going to start a family. It's like a little trigger, like telling him to go, like he should have taken education more seriously, telling him to stop fucking singing. Maybe his parents are always telling him things, and he's like, nah, I'm not gonna have anyone tell me anything, so I'm gonna keep drinking my IPAs. Oh wow, look at that, he's got 3 on there, isn't it? Or was that cola? What drinks has he got there? I think that's a beer. I think that's okay. So he's got 1 beer and 2 drinks. I think that's probably a beer here on the left, and that looks like a grape soda, and that looks like a Sunkiss or something. And I don't know what this flask has got in it, but he's got 1 beer already there and 3 other liquids. I wonder. Yo, big up Asada Aziz.
Misa Chen. Yo, Leva. You have many drink.
I love the TTS how it doesn't say certain naughty words, but it will definitely say shit like that. Yo, big up Asada Aziz.
Yeah, I don't want anyone telling me what to do, especially.
It's your decision now.
Yo, big up NJ Ranger.
He had a problem. You should know 7 continents.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know. I'm not telling you what to do either.
I was gonna say, especially me.
Nobody's gonna tell me what to do, especially me.
How is this podcast funnier than TFATK and Golden Hour? How is this podcast funnier than TFATK and Golden Hour put together? Why do they have way more fucking harmony, charisma, sense of humor, lightness, jokey jokes than TFATK and Golden Hour, right? I find that quite funny. I find that quite funny.
I respect it.
Yeah, and he absolutely was not listening to himself because he got super fucked up on Saturday, didn't you?
There you go.
How fucked up though?
I mean,
Jesus Christ, Chin. Jesus Christ. And I don't even get the feeling like, I kind of believe Bert when he says he actually enjoys getting fucked up and partying, because he's always stuck in this like Arrested Development, right? He's always like stuck reminiscing about his high school days and when he was a party monster, the party machine, and the Rolling Stones article about him. I can actually believe Bert when he says that. It's really sad and pathetic, but I can believe Bert when he says he actually enjoys drinking and getting fucked up and tipsy. With Chin, I don't really know if I agree, believe that he actually even enjoys it. It doesn't really feel like he does. I don't know. Maybe I'm just projecting or whatever, psychoanalyzing from afar, but it doesn't feel like he does enjoy it. So why are you doing it to such a level on your own? But like it seems like everybody else around him likes to drink too. It's not like he's hanging around with squares or like dorks who don't like to do anything or don't have any vices. If he seems like that whole crew likes to drink, likes to party, likes to eat, whatever, hang out, go out late at night. But they were like, yeah, but not to your level, mate. Big up Sadazis.
We got a drinking pro mule. Thank you, Daylass.
When they eventually move to Texas, just imagine how worse it's gonna go. Imagine how worse it's gonna get when they eventually will move to Texas.
You just looked drunk when we were at the karaoke bar. Like,
you just look drunk. Whenever people get kind of shy about telling you about how fucked up you are, that's probably a problem, isn't it? Whenever people are a little bit like apprehensive about telling you, like they're a little bit scared, like they're a bit worried about how you might receive it if they tell you.
When you're ready to
dude,
say.
I was done.
There was a we
chin, man, chin. What can we say, really, innit? I'm not surprised, to be fair. I'm really not surprised. He's been looking way worse. I think ever since I've been doing this stream, we've watched a few of his vlogs, and you can tell his body's not really getting bigger, I don't think. Maybe his insides are kind of fucked up, but you can tell definitely from his face that he's drinking way more now. You can definitely tell that he's got that Asian thing where, like, they look really young for ages, and then they kind of like age like an avocado just instantly overnight. So he's looking very much every bit of like 50 or however old he is. But he's looking way worse now because you can definitely tell that he's necking the drinks. He's really enjoying himself, going very, 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 very crazy. Yeah, man, it's going to be funny to see how it plays out. And it's weird too because it seems like he's the only one drinking to that level. Brendan's quit as a kind of byproduct of Ozempic. His other guys who are into it are obviously pulling it back a little bit because of the new year, new me type of thing, New Year's resolutions and shit. And he seems to be the only person now. He doesn't have a partner or anything or girlfriend, giving him a bit of balance. He's the only one doing it as hard as he's doing it. And in his head, he's the highest functioning alcoholic. Yeah, the highest functioning. So in his head, he thinks he's such a beast because he can produce all these shows whilst clearly being tipsy and shit. So it's a bit of like a flex for him. So there's probably going to be a little to no chance that he will quit, because he probably sees it as like a weird flex, humble brag that he's able to get away with it, and still churn out the work that he does, or still do the work that he does to a level that he does it. I'm sure he definitely thinks that. So, yeah, this ain't going to end well, probably, likely. And the fact that he's being such a baby about dry January and kind of throwing his toys out the pram about this is probably proof that this guy ain't quitting drinking anytime soon. It probably allows him to kind of black out the days and wake up the next day and kind of get on with working. Maybe it's the only way you can handle. Maybe part of it, to give him a bit of credit, to give him a bit of benefit of the doubt. Benefit of the doubt sounds like a Brendan thing, but to give him a bit of benefit of the doubt, maybe the only way to kind of handle working at Thick Boy, handle working with Brendan, handle working with Brian, is to be necking all those drinks. Maybe we underestimate how difficult it is to be in a group chat with Brendan, to be in a group chat with Brian, and try and do that podcast on a fucking daily basis. It must be fucking difficult, and no sane person could ever do that on just fucking green juice and coffees and water. I mean, you probably need something stronger. And it sounds like he might have drank all the liquor, I think. Is that true what they said? That he drank through all the fucking Tiger Thick that was in the studio? And there was a lot of Tiger Thick because none of it fucking sold. So he must have drank through a lot of this Tiger Thick, and now here he is. So let's see how it plays out. I don't know, Wagwan, but I guess we have to see how it plays out and how it ends in it. So big up Chin, big up Clin, and big up everybody else included. Yeah, big up Ruben Rivera too in the stream chat. Wagwan, Ruben Rivera. What's going on? Yo, big up Josie as well in stream chat. He's better than the Legion of Skanks producers and the whole team that is fucked up and they suck. Yeah, that show is always a bit of a mess, isn't it? Louis J. Gomez is always complaining about them fucking things up and shit. And I always feel like, is it Tim Dillon that says it's a running joke? And I always felt like it's probably a lot of truth in that running joke, that they produce their show terribly. Like they always kind of, it's like part of it's like a thing that they say about how the producers suck. So I'm assuming a lot of it is true about how they probably get a bit too fucked up. So maybe that's part of the job, innit? Maybe that's part of it being a quote unquote dream job, is that you can work for a popping podcast and it's not really a real job. You can kind of fuck about, you can drink on the job, you can come in late, come in hungover and shit, and it's kind of all right. It's not like, working for a big corporation or any other quote unquote regular job. So maybe that's one of the unfortunate things about these type of jobs. It attracts people who already have issues because they can't really handle working in a regular workplace. I don't really know. Either way, it's kind of sad that it's happening because Chin's way too old to be, having his entire personality wrapped around drinking, in my personal opinion. I think he's way too old for that shit. He definitely needs to cut it out and grow up a little bit. But, maybe when you have nothing going for you and there's some drinking that you do enjoy, can we really begrudge him for doing so? He's got legitimately nothing going for himself. So maybe if he has a couple of bit of a drink, a couple was it soju's every week, every day. Well, yeah. So if he has a couple of soju's every day, should we really be on his back for doing so? I don't know. I'm not really too sure. But either way, keep his head up, I guess. Let's keep his head up. Or he should keep his head up. We don't do nothing. Do you know what I mean? We have to just kind of enjoy the shit show from afar because it's not us. It's not fucking us. Let's continue. Let's see what else I missed on the flipping thing. Then we're going to go into Fighting the Kid because I've got some Fighting the Kid clips I want to play. Yeah. What have we got here? What's this? The coincidences. Okay. Coincidences. That's fucking hilarious. President Zelensky published a video of an interview with a captured North Korean soldier. Clint's blood, alcohol, and mergy levels are out of whack. That's hilarious. Do you know where you are right now? That's such a good fucking screen grab, man. Honestly, the algorithm is undefeated, isn't it? The algorithm is fucking undefeated. Undefeated algorithm. Big up the algo. Big up the blood clot algo. Hi Mark. I don't know if this has been edited, by the way. I'm sure this has, right? This has been photoshopped, right? This can't be real. Mackenzie Dern has looked at that, right? That's not true, right? Congrats to Mackenzie Dern on her win this weekend. This has to be photoshopped, right? Is this real? Is this what Mackenzie Dern looks like? Fucking hell. Hi Mark, That's photoshopped, isn't it? It has to be edited. That can't be how she looks like. She's way prettier, I think, in the face. It's why it was that she got a beard or mustache. Yeah, this definitely been photoshopped. This can't be what she looks like in the face. No way. It's a good Photoshop, but this is like NBA Centaur level of fucking parody and satire. You know what I mean, I'm not falling for this one. This definitely has to be edited. I'm sure it has been. Big up person that edited it, by the way. You're a fucking G. Let's play this clip. Featuring who? Legs Freeman. Let's see what Legs Freeman has to say.
Okay, so I love fighting. I've been in street fights my whole life. I'm as alpha in everything I do as it gets. And the fact that on Joe Rogan said that I thought Scent of a Woman is a better movie than John Wick put me into this beta category. Okay.
What is wrong with these people, do you think? What is wrong with these guys? Like, what is this like constant need to prove or to remind people that you're tough or to fake flex that you are tough or you're involved in the street? Like, what is this? Like, you're on the internet. You interview, academics and intellectuals on your very popular podcast. What does it matter if you had street fights anyway? What does it matter? Who gives a fuck? No one tunes into you because they think you're a tough guy. They tune into you because you do good interviews with people who they're interested in. Because I think for the most part, people probably don't even watch Lex Friedman's podcast. I know I don't, for him. You watch it mainly for the guest. You don't really care what he's doing. He might throw up some good questions here or there, but he's not really the draw, as Brenner will say, at all. Zero. He's just a conduit. He's the platform that allowed you to see some of these people, some of them who you probably maybe have never heard of, especially when it comes to me in terms of certain educators and shit, or certain authors, or certain historians, certain physicists, certain mathematicians who I would never have heard of. I heard through Lex, but I'm more interested to hear what they have to say. I don't really care what he has to say. But that's still good enough because you've got a sick podcast that gets recommended everywhere because it doesn't really have any dicey topics. He doesn't really push back on his guests that much or challenge them, if ever. So it really does provide for a pretty easily digestible interview, right? And content in general. And the algo loves it, right? He's always getting pushed by the algo, no matter if you're registered or not. You can set up a new YouTube channel right now, log on to fucking YouTube, and you'll definitely get recommended Lex Friedman, videos because they're pretty inoffensive. but that also probably makes him a ton of money. His AdSense that he must get from YouTube must be like, you know, he must. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets like 30 grand a month or something. Like he must be eating nice off that. This is not including fucking ads and shit. Why is that not good enough? Why do you always also need people to know that you're a tough guy and that you fight allegedly, or that you know how to knock people out? Who cares? And also, if you have to go to this lengths to keep reminding people that you're not a beta and you're definitely alpha, regardless if you can fight or not, you definitely have like beta energy, right? You have like, you know, small dick energy in that regard. If you have to constantly remind people that you're tough, you definitely aren't tough, because if you're tough, you just would be part of your identity, part of your lifestyle, part of what you do. You need to keep like walking around like you're tough. The people that walk around like that most likely aren't the toughest anyway. And there's always somebody out there. There's always somebody out there way tougher than you anyway. So what the fuck are you talking about? I just find it so bizarre. This like constant need to like flex. I just find it so odd. Big up Asad Aziz.
As the leading alpha predator of this chat, I can confirm legs ain't alpha.
Exactly. I don't get it, man. And I also don't get like how the doctrine or the philosophy, you know, or the curriculum that these guys preach when it comes to being alpha always involves fighting. It always involves fighting and fucking virgins. That's their definition of alpha. Being alpha is how many street fights you've been in, how many people you can choke out, and, you know, having sex with young girls who haven't had sex with anybody else. That's what being an alpha is about. And obviously selling ebooks and leasing Lamborghinis. That's the only way you could be alpha. Alpha's not looking after your children. Alpha's not being faithful to your wife or husband or whatever. Alpha's not being able to look after a household. Alpha isn't being able to change your kids' diapers. Alpha's not being able to like homeschool your kids or be able to help them with their homework, right? That's not alpha, right? Alpha's not being able to take your wife to the airport, pick them up at the airport, drive your kids to school. Alpha's not being able to help out your family. That's not alpha, no? That's not alpha. Okay, cool. But alpha is to fight. Cool. No worries. Fighting is alpha. I get it. Dorks. Another day, another post to show what a POS she is. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Is Slojo trolling or is she being serious? Slojo, Brendan Schaub's wife, posts the following while she's in a hair salon in the midst of the California fires, people losing their homes, everything burning up. She's smiling ear to ear, right? Ear to ear. She's definitely smiling there. That's a real smile. She's trying her best to smile, but the face, you know, full of Botox, full of antifreeze. She can just about get it past there, right? It's probably a hard stretch to do that smile, but she's definitely smiling for sure. And then you scroll down to the caption. Another shit show of a week. Finally, my roots are being done because the Greys came out worse than these fires. After a shit show of a week, finally roots are being done because these Greys came out worse with these fires. Worse with these fires. Jesus Christ. The insensitivity, the lack of self-awareness, the isolation from reality, the detachment from reality, the narcissism, the fucking ego. I don't even think Brendan would post this. That's the thing that's really crazy. She might be actually worse than Brendan. I don't even think Brendan will post this. However little we think of Brendan, I think Brendan would have a little bit more self-awareness than to post something like this. I don't think even Brendan would do this. So interesting. She's such a fascinating creature. But then I'm also starting to think to myself, is she starting to perpetually look like Sanaz? Is she starting to look more and more like Sanaz, or am I gassing out? She's very pale. The abundance of the squiggly tattoos, or like the hipster tattoos that Sanaz has. Is she starting to look more and more like Sanaz, or am I bugging out? Do you think she knows that Brendan likes this? And she's starting to, like, you know, long acrylic nails. Like they're kind of starting to look alike, innit? Or am I bugging out? They're kind of starting to look alike a little bit. Pale this, I don't know. They're starting to kind of look alike, man. They're starting to kind of look alike. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there, but she's brilliant. Follow. I'm sure there's more stuff going on with her during the California fires, LA fires. I can't wait to see what else she posts, what other gems she posts out there. Just imagine how it's good. It's bad. She's bad enough that the fire didn't reach their house. Imagine if it did. God forbid it doesn't. Imagine how unbearable she'd be on social media. So let's see how it plays out. But yeah, Joanna's on a mad one. Joanna's on a fucking mad one. Let's continue here. Trugs out, fish back in. Trugs out, fish back in. It's fucking hilarious.
Bossy T are fine. But for me, when the power gets shut off, I know she sounds stupid if you're not a fish guy, but my fish.
If you're not a fish, what's wrong with his mouth, bro? You're not a fish guy. I'm definitely certain. I'm all but certain he got his lips done again recently. Something's telling me he got his lips done. Or maybe he's got too much snuzz, or maybe he's saying that, maybe he's got too much snuzz in his mouth. But too much fish. His mouth can't move correctly. He definitely got a little bit of a. He might have got a top of that. I think he got a refill. He must have had a little refill during the fucking fires. He definitely got some sort of refill done because the way he speaks is so weird in this particular episode. Maybe he got it done that morning. If you're not fish guy, fish.
Bossy T are fine. But for me, when the power gets shut off, I know she sounds stupid if you're not a fish guy, but my fish.
Oh yeah, how do you think about that?
I have big tanks and they need heat, and they can survive for a few days out the heat. It's not that cold here, but it is the winter. But it's not that cold, so without the heat, they're okay. The issue is the oxygen. So I was able to run. For this reason, because there's fires out here all the time.
For this reason, I love how he lies about this, by the way. He probably bought it the same day, but he has to flex like, oh yeah, I know about fishes and stuff. But I'm sure he definitely found out that his fish need oxygen just recently. I'm pretty sure he did.
Your power gets shut off. So I have battery operated oxygen devices that can run on it, and they run off double those big thick boys, those thick boy double. I was like, oh, you never talk about fish anymore. I don't talk about I'm firing the kid because Callan could give 2 fucks.
But you still talk about cars. It doesn't make sense. It's a lie. You talk about plenty of stuff that Callan doesn't speak about that Callan doesn't have any interest in. I love how he's seen the comments. That's the best bit I love about it. He's definitely seen the comments. Suddenly the fish are gone. Now he's a car guy. Fish got replaced by the cars, but now all of a sudden he's a fish guy again. Oh mate.
Same reason I talk about trucks and fighting for the most part on there. It's just not. It's not his thing. So there's nowhere to go if I bring it up.
Yeah,
so, that's why you don't see me talking about that on there. But yeah.
Trying to mention it and be like nonchalant when you know why people are calling you out. They're calling you out about that because you're a bit of a bandwagon hopper, jumper of trends and shit, right? But he's obviously trying to explain it like, no, I'm into everything I do super hard, balls deep, always. Do you remember when he lied about racing? Remember when he said he was racing? He's been learning how to race. He just doesn't post it. Really? You haven't posted. He didn't want to post a single picture of himself wearing like cool driving gloves behind the steering wheel of some car that he was learning to drive in. Really, in the dunes, in the fucking sand dunes or whatever, or in the desert. He didn't want to take one cool picture of him standing next to the car as he's fucking learning how to race with a professional fucking racing driver and shit. Really? I just don't post about it. Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right, man. Come on. Who fucking believes that? Let's continue. Oh, this is good, isn't it? Cillian Murphy is fucking hilarious. Cillian Murphy.
Jesus, and they did it again. Boom, boom.
The scene in the Oppenheimer when they're deciding where to do it, if that's how it went down, is crazy.
Nuts.
I gotta watch that.
That movie's crazy.
Is it?
It's crazy. Yeah, because you get to see, first of all, that dude, Cillian Murphy.
Cillian Murphy.
Oh yeah.
That guy.
Cillian Murphy.
First of all, that dude, Cillian Murphy. First of all, that dude, Cillian Murphy. First of all, that dude, Cillian Murphy.
The most Brendan
Cillian Murphy.
Now we know why him and Brendan Shaw were such good friends.
Oh yeah.
That guy's incredible. He's incredible.
Yeah, he's
That's
good.
the dude from the Peaky Blinders.
Cillian Murphy.
Oh yeah.
He's so
Cillian
good.
Murphy.
So good.
Cillian Murphy is so funny. Big up Cillian Murphy. That's actually a good DJ duo name, isn't it? Or a production crew name or something. What's that? Talking about Bampa. Talking about Tom Bout. So Andrew Santino on what's that podcast with Mark Norman and the other guy. I forgot his name. He always looks like he's a bit panicked. This guy. I don't know what he's got. A weird face, isn't it? He looks like he's always kind of panicked. Like he's always kind of worried. He's got like an anxiety face. I don't know what this guy. I don't know. I've got his name. Sam Morril. Yeah, he's always got like a. Do you know what I mean? Like like he always kind of looks like you know if you stole something and somebody walked in but you already put it in your pocket, it kind of feels like he like, you know what I mean? Like you walked in and he's, oh shit, does that person know I just stole something? He's kind of got that kind of face.
Yeah, of course.
I just don't want to be on stage injured for a show and someone's like, what happened?
Like
You're
those jujitsu guys who like have cauliflower ear and then just do stand up and you're like, that sucks, you're in pain.
Yeah. Also, it's the weirdest looking shit. Just wear. I would be the pussy that wears the ear caps or whatever. Fuck it, dude.
No, I don't think it's a Brendan shot. They probably all do well to avoid bringing Brendan into it because I don't think any of these guys want the TFATK trolls. I don't think they want the TFATK commenters anywhere near them. They don't want any homeless cat drama. I think they probably enjoy it all checking out the homeless cats on the fucking subreddit, but they don't want any parts of them on their content. Zero. So that's why they probably avoid talking about it. But I don't think this is a Brendan shot. I think it's a bit of a reach. I think they're just talking in general here. I don't think that's a Brendan shot. What else to do? We said that. What's the thing called? Dick Cheney's dead. We've seen it already. Oh no. Listen, Toe claims Dick Cheney is dead. Jamie fact checks in real time. It's hilarious, by the way. I love how Joe doesn't read anything. He just sees headlines. So he just saw a headline that said Dick Cheney was dead or something, went with it, and didn't even try to like read or find out. But he says he's always super curious and likes to find out information for himself and blah, blah, blah. You can't trust mainstream media, but then you also get duped by like Twitter and Facebook headlines. Make your mind up, brother. Make your mind up.
What kind of mental gymnastics you have to go through where Dick Cheney, rest in peace, where Dick Cheney...
He passed away.
He just passed away. Where Dick Cheney endorsing your liberal progressive candidate.
He's fully alive.
That somehow know that's a good thing. The guy was the architect of the Iraq invasion, weapons of mass destruction host. All that shit.
He was a Schlumberger guy, right?
He was a scary guy, man.
He was the oil guy, right? Who couldn't put
Halliburton.
Yeah, Halliburton.
He's from Halliburton.
Fuck,
bro.
That was bizarre. I mean, that's
mental
the thing.
Gymnastics.
Everything's gotten so bizarre, dude.
He's not dead? No. Oh, it's a fake report? Yeah. Fake Dick Cheney death report came from RT parody account.
Honestly, fucking Joe getting done by AI parody accounts, like just a fucking hell, man. Just a bastion of misinformation. Look at Theo's face. Just a fucking pool, a platform, a podcast just full of rampant misinformation. Without fucking Jamie there, like what would he do? Honestly, without young Jamie, what would flipping Joe be doing? He gets duped so easily, innit? For somebody that's really online and has kind of seen this whole thing play out in real time, I love how the boomer in him just can't help it. You know, even though he's been around for a while, the boomer in him just can't help but get duped by certain things. Just like, you know, it kind of pulls him in. He just cannot help it. Fucking brilliant, man. Honestly, so funny. Yeah, big up NJ Ranger.
Not duped by Russia Today, but a damn parody of Artie.
Exactly. A parody Artie account. It's like, I didn't even know that existed, first of all. And not even knowing that it's a parody Artie account is fucking hilarious. Because what it takes is 2 seconds to quickly figure out if something's a parody account. It's not that hard. Like, you just go through their feed and you'll definitely see something too insane. That can't be legit. Okay, cool. This whole feed is fucking insane. But he's still out here getting fucking duped. Parody Artie. Honestly, what a legend. What a fucking legend. What's that thing called? Hardest thing he did all day. What's this about?
Try it today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states. Progressive. Try it today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance.
He's getting better, man.
Company
He's getting better.
Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states. Progressive.
You can tell he's been told to actually pronounce and enunciate his words correctly and actually read through it properly without skipping words. You can tell the money's on the line. Like, that's a big sponsor. That's a big advertiser. You don't want to lose them. You've got a bunch of leases you need to pay, a bunch of staff salaries you need to pay. Like, a lot counts. A lot. It matters. You can't just like, remember before, I think it almost felt like in the early days, he used to get annoyed by like ad reads. It almost felt like an inconvenience. Like, ad reads were inconveniencing him. That's what I almost felt like. I don't feel like he respected the ad reads. Like, oh, another one. Oh, well, bro, they pay your salary. You know what I mean? They pay you a hefty amount to advertise on your podcast. They give you money. At least owe them a little bit of respect by, reading the ad properly. He never did. But I think now, because they don't have as many as in the past, the ones they do have, they want to fucking hold on to them super tight. That's why you're hearing him actually pronounce things and say things normally.
Try it today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states. Progressive.
Okay, congrats.
Try
well done, man.
today
Well
at
done.
Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states. Progressive.
It's a bit late now because the pod's already dying, but, better late than never, I guess. Another one, shots fired at Daddy. Shots fired at Daddy. See what something about. Shots fired at Daddy. See what something about.
Listen, this whole thing with Zuck, who's like, yeah, can you believe that they were controlling and suppressing people? Yeah, bitch, and you're part of it. Just because you grew out your hair and you do jiu-jitsu now.
Why do you think he hates Mark Zuckerberg so much? It's just because he got in friendly with Dana White. Like, why is he so, like, hate-filled with Zucks? Or do you think he weirdly associates Zuckerberg with, like, YouTube, even though he doesn't own YouTube? Do you think that's why? Do you think he kind of thinks Mark Zuckerberg owns YouTube and he was getting cancelled or shadow banned and he feels like YouTube and Facebook and Instagram are the same thing or something, or owned by the same company? Like, this hate bone that he has for Mark Zuckerberg is so odd. I understand, obviously, why some people wouldn't like him, but I don't think Brendan is smart enough to really articulate why he doesn't like the guy. Just doesn't like him because I guess in culture now it's kind of okay to, like, just in general, it's okay to boo billionaires or owners and shit, tech founders and whatever they may be. And maybe because of their earlier stance on politics and, social commentary maybe annoyed him. I don't think he's that nuanced or intelligent to really break down why he doesn't like Mark. But I think a lot of it just comes down to the fact that, Mark got in nice with fucking Dana White and now he's become his boys and he does jiu-jitsu, something again that Brendan did but kind of failed at and shit. So I don't know. It's just an odd thing. It's an odd thing how much Mark Zuckerberg angers him.
You're not one of us, but okay.
One of us. What does that even mean? Republican? Right wing? Like, I love how he never actually says it, by the way. He tries to, like, do this right wing grift, but he's not brave enough to actually say, I'm Republican, or to say he's MAGA, or to say he's conservative. He doesn't say any of that shit. You're not one of us. Like, one of us what? Comedian? Podcaster? What? Who's the us?
It's never too late to make a change. At least he's corrected it. He's doing it to protect his ass. He's still a cuck. You're going with the wind to protect your ass.
Isn't that what you're meant to do, though? Didn't you do it to protect your ass? You kicked off Brian Callen off the show to protect your ass and protect your sponsors, no? Or protect the show in terms of making their money.
You're in the lawsuit that Trump did file. So you're doing this to lawsuit. That's because you're in the lawsuit. 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 Because you're in the lawsuit that Trump did file. So you're doing this to protect your ass and grow out your hair. Because you're in the lawsuit that Trump did file. So you're doing this to protect your ass and grow out your hair.
Oof. The hate, bro. The hate is just like emanating. It's leaking out of every orifice. God almighty, the perspiration of hate is very strong.
And you're trying to look like a tough guy, and some people are buying it because they're morons.
Who thinks he looks like a tough guy? Who online thinks of him and thinks of tough guy? If anything, the compliments Mark Zuckerberg's been getting is that he looks good. He's kind of done the whole looks maxing thing. He went from being a very dorky, schlebby type of looking dude to now he definitely looks like somebody, a random stranger might want to hook up with after a bar or something. But it doesn't look. I don't think he thinks it's like a tough guy. I don't think so at all. I could be wrong, but I don't think she thinks she's a tough guy. I don't think so. Or does she think she herself is tough? I don't know. I don't think that's the case.
You look different. When you walked in here today, you look thicker. You look like a different guy. You do. You look like a jiu-jitsu guy now. It's funny. I saw your neck. I'm like, his neck's bigger. Your neck is bigger.
Good.
Are you using iron neck or is it just from training?
I do like iron neck, but
But
and you're trying to look like a tough guy, and some people are buying it because they're.
Well, because I guess he's dressing like a more refined version of Brendan, right? He's clearly has a stylist that kind of helps him out with certain things, and the little gold chain, the little fucking TikToker haircut, and the oversized t-shirts have really suited him pretty well. Maybe Brendan's kind of upset because he kind of stole his swag in a way, but obviously he looks way better in Mark Zuckerberg. I don't know. Either way, it's all very bizarre how much he hates fucking Zucks, and also another reminder of why he's probably never going to go to the UFC in terms of watching a fight. Because if if Dana's good with Zucks and he keeps hating on Zucks, then it's going to put him into a bit of an issue. And the fact that he doesn't understand that that's to be the case, he doesn't understand how weird it'll feel to have a flipping, Auntie Shelly flipping stilettos on somewhere at one of those type of events, like a UFC type of event, is fucking incredible. I don't know. Weird situation to be in. Brendan hating Zucks for absolutely no reason. Fucking weird. But hey, here we are. Let's see. Imagine I'm not playing that spelling armpits thing. Okay, cool. Let's do TFATK. So TFATK episode happened. Episode. TFATK episode number. Which one is it? Not that one. Which one is it? It's this one. Yeah, recent one. How it happened, right? So let's play this one because I've got some clips here I want to show you. So, episode number. What is it? 1054. So first thing we're gonna comment on is TFATK on the LA fires. So let's see what they say about the LA fires. What is it, about 1:37? Let's do that from here.
I didn't say
after you told
too
me.
late. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I look at my wife and I go, she's holding the baby, 3-year-old, and I go, I gotta go.
You got this, right?
You got it. I go, you'd be all right.
There's
real.
I'm not gonna lie. Call me a bit of a cuck and a simp. I don't find this humor funny. This humor that they do about like being absent fathers and absent husbands and partners and shit, I don't find that cute. You're in your mid-30s. In Brendan's case, you're in your early 40s. Brian's case, you're approaching your 60s. To be this like gallivanting, free spirit comedian guy is a little bit cringe anyway. And to then kind of like act like it's funny that you get to leave the family you get to leave your wife to look after your 2 infants. I think they're both under 5 while you go play like, touch butt in a fucking comedy club is a little bit dumb as well. It's a little bit lame. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a fan of the humor. I know they're only fucking around. I'm not a fan of it.
But also, there's no fire.
No, it's not
for
fire.
you guys.
It was fine. I knew it was fine. It was totally fine.
Yeah,
that air was bad though. Kids had to stay in because we got the wind was blowing
Santa
toward
Ana
us. Yeah, and then my car was covered in ash, and you ever hear Kevin Nealon's joke about that? It's like these fires, man. I'll tell you, I mean, I'm way out. I'm away from them, but my car was just covered in ash, and I just came out this morning, and my car just got ash on it, and I was like, why me? Like, why me? so funny. Yeah, these fires.
It's a hectic time, dude. I'm talking. We have to evacuate.
I was with Rogan when you were sending us pictures.
Yeah,
we were in the green room of the mothership.
Oh, really?
Passing those pictures around because those fires looked a little too close to you.
2.5.
Like they're.
Has Brendan ever been in that green room, by the way? Has Brendan ever set foot in the common? No, he didn't. Didn't they go to the mothership one time and he didn't take a pictures or anything? I think they went one time, innit? I think it was maybe during a time of some fight. Yeah, I think they went. Didn't they go? No, I don't think, or has he ever been? I don't think he's ever stepped foot in it, has he? I don't think he's ever set foot in Rogan's club, the comedy mothership. Crazy.
There was a fucking giant cloud. It looked like the horror movie where it's like, we got to get out. We can't. We don't have time.
Pompeii?
It looked like Pompeii.
I sent you guys that picture. I was at the top of my street, and I was like, oh, my God. But Wednesday is where
that's got to be sad, isn't it? Your friends in the comedy mothership in Texas, a state that you said, because remember, Brendan's trying to downplay it, but Brendan was super in love with Texas early on, even before maybe Rogan, or maybe taking it back now. Maybe the whole point of having that Texas tattoo and talking about how, all my shows I did in Texas always sold out, so I've got a special connection with it. Maybe the reason why he was saying that was because Rogan because I don't remember Rogan talking about Texas a lot in front of camera. I think he did it on purpose. I think he kind of didn't really say it a lot on his pod, but he must have been speaking to his friends in confidence about, hey, I really like Texas. It's a fucking great state. I might want to move there. So I think they all knew behind the scenes, which may explain why Brendan started to get the tattoo. and why he was always fucking talking about Texas. So there was a point in time where Brendan was super Texas guy, but then when obviously he fell out with everybody because of his idiotic ways and shit, it obviously then became untenable, you know, to even consider going there. This is why we got this cope about living in Fort Worth and not wanting to hold the fort down in California. I bet you that might be part. I wonder if that's part of the reason. Because I find it very strange that he's suddenly now not big on Texas when he was always big on Texas. He's got the title of the state on him. He's got a shirt that has the outline of the state. You know, he loved the place because he always sold out there. Weird.
Lucky the wind didn't blow, because if the wind had blown it that way, you couldn't have breathed.
House
Let's
on
put it
fire,
that way.
yeah. Because on Wednesday, when everything was going down, I was like, all right, I wonder if we're going to have to evacuate. And then I see where it is. I'm like, it goes over that hill. We're in trouble. But, you know, Santa Ana winds are going toward. That's why Palisades burnt down, because it started up high and then went towards the.
Like a car, innit? Like a Hot Wheels car. You put it on the ramp, you put it down, and it kind of, you know, Evel Knievel type shit. Start on the ramp. Wee. That's how winds work. Wee.
The ocean. But then our power gets shut off. I'm like, well, that's not good. It's like mid-afternoon, the power gets shut off. I'm like, that ain't good. You know, because with Billy, she needs electricity for all her shit.
Yeah.
And my
Jesus Christ, bro. How detached is he from that daughter? He's got a weird thing, but he definitely has that thing where I think I've spoken about it before, innit? He doesn't really feel connected to kids unless they can speak to him. So when they're like toddlers, I think the mum looks after it and he just steps in when the kid has a personality. Basically. When the kid can walk by itself and say dada or papa and has a bit of a personality, suddenly he then gets back involved. But he doesn't give a shit when it's a baby. You know? Oh, she's all the shit. Like what? Like ventilators and shit. What type of stuff is she in? She's got a whole fucking NICU unit in their fucking bedroom. Wow. Crazy work.
fish are going to die. So you figure that out.
Your fish okay?
Fish, I made them, mouth to mouth for their ones.
There you go.
I love how Brian didn't even ask about the daughter. Your fish okay? Is Billy okay? No, your fish okay?
Yeah. So, but my gate, I had to open up manually, and this time it's nighttime. So I'm jumping out. This kind of scary, right? So I'm pushing the.
Why is it scary to open up a gate at night? Oh, because I guess he's afraid of bandits. He's, for a former UFC fighter, he is incredibly scared of a lot of things, isn't it? He's very worrisome and anxious a lot of the time. I wonder if it's because of the homeless cats as well, partly. He's just got this image, he's got this nightmare that he has that a homeless cat is just going to do a drive-by on him or something. Like, he's always so scared and so frightened, but then he always tells us he can beat everybody up. Remember what he said, that the only person that could beat him up in the earth is like Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua, and Francis Ngannou or something. Like, I remember John Jones. No, he said John Jones, Anthony Joshua at the time, and Francis Ngannou are the only people that could beat him up. It's like, what? Really? Okay.
The gate myself, and then I look down the street. I'm like, because it's cool. There's helicopters all over, dude, like fucking Vietnam, Forrest Gump style. Just
what are they doing? Dropping water or what?
Yeah,
yeah.
They drop right over our heads. So I'm like, what the fuck? This is chaos, right? And then I see a fire truck right across the street from us, like right down the street. And I look over and I see another one, like multiple fire trucks up on top of the street. I'm like, the fuck? I'm like, oh my God, it's coming this way. They're preparing to come this fucking way. So I walked down, talked to the firefighter. I'm like, hey man, we didn't get a evacuation order, but I know we're.
I'm honestly surprised he didn't say the firefighter was a big fan. I'm honestly surprised he didn't say the firefighter was a fan. He reckoned. I'm honestly surprised. I'm legitimately surprised.
Like under warning, and he's like, "Yep." I'm like, "What are you guys doing here?" He's like, "If those winds decide to change, it's gonna get bad, dude." I go, should I? And he was a younger firefighter. I go, should I evacuate? He goes, you have kids? I go, yeah, and I got infant. He goes,
do you have a gun? Do you have kids? Do you have a gun? Honestly, this whole kids thing, man, this identity of, because he has children, this identity of like being a dad and looking after the family when you don't actually look after them or raise them, when you're always out of the house, is fucking hilarious, right? You got kids, you know?
Get up. I'm like, right now? He's like, right now.
Fuck. And because I talked to a firefighter.
So again, you see what I hate about these guys and their lies. Brendan said he spoke to a firefighter, maybe next to his house because there are already fire trucks there putting out fires. I can kind of believe that. But then suddenly, Brian's got another story to one up him about. So, consciously, hey, here I am selling, bloody bloop. It's like, come on, bro. Come on, man. Now all of a sudden, Brian's got a friend that also worked in the fucking fire brigade. One of my friends is a fireman. One of my friends was a former chief. It's like, bro, please, enough. Enough of this shit. I beg.
Say if you wait for our fucking competent fucking government to tell you when to get out, it's too. If you wait for our fucking competent fucking government to tell you when to get out, it's too late. The people in the Palisades, because there's not a lot of ways to get out, were stuck.
Yeah,
and they had to leave their cars and evacuate with their cars.
Are people getting stuck because they wait for the government or because the fire's just raging pretty quickly? Be honest, these.
No, kids. It's shall just burn with your house.
You got kids? No, relax. It's easy. Calm. It's calm. Don't stress. No kids, don't stress, man. Don't stress. I mean, a little bit of charring's good for the body anyway. You feel me?
It's blowing up.
Dude, I looked at houses there 8 years ago, I think it
Palisades?
was. Right?
I used to live there.
Remember that? Yeah.
I used to live there.
Yeah. I looked.
Oh, so I guess that was the house that Brendan had before that they sold, isn't it? That's the mansion they sold to move into the one they had now. That Palisades one, I think, was bigger too, if I remember correctly. Let's just see if we can find it. Let's see, maybe someone's got it available on the site. Let's see, Brendan Schwab, is it Palisades? How do you spell that? Is it Palisades like that? Oh, so it's Palisade. It's Palisade like that, isn't it? Yeah? Palisades house. Let's see. Is it available? No, we don't have it. Knocks out of a sale of a what's that? MMA Brainshop knocks out. Despite some cosmetic touch, Brainshop couldn't quite break even on his home sale. What's that? Can we see it? What it looks like? The comedian and former pro mixed martial arts sold his 2-story home near Santa Monica Airport for $2.17 million. Yo, big up Dave Martinez.
Amazing top 15 heavyweight. Still incredibly insecure.
Exactly. Big up Dave Martinez. Appreciate it, brother. The gated estate was completely remodeled in 2017, and Schwab added some elements to his own, flashing a bit of black onto the stark white facade. Facade. How do you say it in America? Do you say facade or do you say facade? What do you guys say? Do you say facade or do you say facade? What do you guys say over there in America? Facade, facade. Let me know. Inside, high ceilings and wide plank hardboard floors fill the 3,655 square feet floor plan. What do you say? The second one. Okay. Facade. Versace. Big up your mother. Vibes. You're so dumb. Oh, that's hilarious. Versace. So what does the house look like? So I guess that's it, right? Oh, it's nice. Is that what it used to look like? Get a tennis court there. God damn. Fair play. Fair fucking play. Oh, I think, was that the house he was filming in? I don't know. Can we not see what it looks like? Is that the one he sold for 2.17? I think we saw it already, didn't we, in another stream? I got a feeling I saw it before with you guys. Yeah, I think we might have saw this before. Yeah, I remember this. I don't know why. This is really fucking spooky. But I remember it for their Instagram stories. I remember this also must have been the property that he filmed. Yeah, this is the one where he filmed his the video where he's talking to the guys from that other show as well. Yeah, I remember this. Is that sold for 2.17 million? Okay. Fair play. Let's go back to the episode.
I looked at the houses 8 years ago. The last thing you thought, and I couldn't afford them on the alphabet streets. They were just a little too expensive. No. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're like just a little too expensive. Yeah. But I wanted to live there. It was such a cool, beautiful.
It's great.
And the last thing you think in the alphabet streets, which were these little homes with families, and it was just beautiful. You never thought, no one when you were buying a house said fire, because fire would never reach down there. Definitely not the Gelsons, not the gas station. Like it's the town. It's the town center. It's the last thing you would have thought, right?
State Farm said, not us.
Oh, the best. Well, you know, and I've been reading about the fact that they had these. So they said that. So you'll love this. So about a year ago, actually more than that, maybe a year and a half ago or so, they say they put in the budget. Let's replace these old wooden pylons with that hold up the electrical wires with metal ones that are not flammable and are stronger and won't fall over in a wind. Guess what? As they were doing that, one of the environmental minders there saw that they were digging up 180, I don't know what they're called, bushes, 180 bushes that were indigenous to the area. They put a stop to it.
Of course.
A year later, the permit came through a year later where they were given the go-ahead to start doing that construction again. And then they had to wait longer and it never happened.
I love how they keep complaining about the incompetence that they all knew about for ages, but they kept living there. They kept, you know, spending their money there. They kept paying taxes there. They kept, you know, maybe they didn't even vote in the fucking local elections. I love how they all know. They all know. They all know. They all know what happened. They all know what went down, but they seem to not have taken any action. The only person that took action was Joe Rogan, and they all followed him. They didn't all move themselves, you know? I find that quite hilarious. I find that utterly hilarious how not one of them had any inkling of, like, you know, intuition or whatever to kind of go themselves. Nah, they just wait for Rogan to go first, and then they followed. And these guys are left, you know, holding their fucking balls.
And so a lot of times brush fires are also caused by electrical wires
Power lines.
falling. Yeah,
power
dude.
lines,
Now we know all that. We know all that. I talked to a fireman. He said when a brush fire starts.
Yo, big up Auntie Ashley in the chat. Welcome, Ashley Cummins. What's going on? What's good? What's good? Love you back. Love you back. Big up Auntie Ashley. Bang your chest.
In a small one, we're out there for 8 hours. When you have winds like that, there's nothing you can do. So here's my thing. You correct me if I'm wrong. If you know that, if State Farm says we're canceling 69% of all your policies because we asked Los Angeles
in place in
we asked Los Angeles if we could raise premiums for what? Because you wouldn't clear the brush because of all your green.
And we know a fire's coming.
I love how Brian's on the side of the insurance brokers, right? The insurance companies, probably because of his dad. Brian understands why the insurance companies have to raise their prices, have to raise their premiums, or why they have to, you know, stop offering cover for certain houses in those areas when they're not doing anything to stop the fires. Because Daddy used to work for a bank, you know, or maybe has shares in an insurance company or something. I love it. I love how Brian is sympathetic to the needs and the wants of the insurance companies. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
We know a fire's coming.
Guaranteed.
We know that. I got one better. I'm going to do one better for you. We know know that's coming. But you know what? Let us raise premiums at least.
Which they did.
And California said no. The Los Angeles said no. You're not doing that. You're not allowed to raise premiums on these people. So they said
we're out.
We're out because we have to make money. We're a business. It's not. We're out. They canceled your policy.
Correct.
Wow. They canceled 60. No, you got what you didn't you get like a call out of the blue? They're like your policy's canceled.
Out of nowhere, yeah.
And you're like, what?
Been with them 20 years.
20 years. We canceled your policy. You had to go shop for a policy. It took you a month, right?
Took me a month.
And it was very hard, and you pay out the ass now.
Out the ass, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, I wonder if these tiny things. So Brendan didn't have any home insurance for a while. I wonder if these tiny things are the reason why people like George got gadushed, or even Shrimp, or even fucking what's his face, not Chappelle Lacey, but the other guy. I wonder if this is part of the reason why these people got gadushed. This might explain why some of these people had to get fired, because Brendan's insurance got cancelled, and the money was probably low, and you know adjustments had to be made, not in his way of life. Not in his family's way of life, but on cutting some stuff, on making some edits, trimming some of the fat. I wonder if that was the reason why. That might have been part of the reason.
Thank you. So that's what happens when activists and city officials, and when you have the city council. Bring up the Los Angeles City Council, please. 4 of them are socialists.
The frustration I have, I can't.
Why?
So
Why does it matter if they're socialists or not? Like, shouldn't it matter maybe trying to get the best out of the state that you can get? Like, I don't know. How do you even know that, number one? Why does it matter what they look like and shit? And if it is such a problem, just move somewhere else. These guys have to, like, it's not even like an insult to say that. These guys have the money, they have the means, and they most importantly have a job that basically allows them to make their own schedule. They could leave whenever they want. But they didn't. None of them were brave to actually go. They didn't actually vote with their feet. They just sit there and complain. But then they don't want to leave because it's the center, the epicenter of the Hollywood industry, right? Of the entertainment industry. They don't want to leave it, which is understandable. But let's maybe stop bitching and moaning in it and try and fix it. Maybe. I don't know.
The other fire, the fourth largest, the campfire fire, the one that set off the fourth largest fire in Los Angeles history, was that last year? That was that was a guy who had a previous felony.
Yeah, arson.
He was on parole for a felony and then was waiting to be tried for another felony out on the street and then started it. And he had a DUI.
You're batshit crazy if you don't.
But how long have you lived in LA with these Democratic officials or these Democratic state officials and shit? Couldn't you have voted them out? Couldn't you have maybe been a bit more active and promoted people that listen to your podcast to go and vote in these local elections if they do live in LA? Couldn't you have been more active and took part in some certain things to make sure that you got the best out of the situation, make it, because you lived there for so long? I just don't buy this. I'd love to see their voting record. I'd love to see their voting record for the time that they've lived in LA or for the time they lived in California. I'd love to see how often they voted. I'd love to see how they voted, because that would really put a bit of context to what they're saying and moaning about. It really, really would.
I don't think some of these fires are started man-made.
There we are. There's the LA City Council.
Yeah, the power went out. Big up, Ranger.
How about all the fires from Pacific Gas/Electric?
Exactly. And look at what happened on the screen. The power went out just as they were speaking. I think that's the karma. That's the Lord Jesus Christ raining down on TFATK. They're about to get real racist. They're about to get real racist. They're about to get real stereotypical, right? They're about to get real bigoted. So God came down and took out their power.
Let's take a little break, B, because the playoffs are.
And now there's no power in there apart from, I guess, some overhead lights or the lights of the studio. They don't have any other lights in there. It actually looks nicer that way. I'm not going to lie. It actually does look better, like lit like this, the way it's lit now. It actually looks kind of better that way. But yeah, there's no power now. Let's skip ahead.
Here,
so let me do next clip I want to show you is Brian talking about his experience at the Comedy Mothership. Because Brian Callen went to the Mothership to go film his new special, which doesn't have a name at the moment. I don't think he's even known if he's going to put it on YouTube or a streaming platform. Masaki's going to put it on YouTube. But Brian Callen did go to the Mothership to perform, and he speaks about it briefly on this episode of TFATK. So let me scrub across to 1348. About here. Let's hear him talk about the Comedy Mothership experience.
Talking about this political shit.
Yeah.
You were in Austin, missed all this.
Yes.
It's very smart. But you were in Austin at the Mothership. Shoot.
I wonder if he's doing it on purpose, the same way that Bert was doing it on purpose, mispronouncing or incorrectly saying how protect our parks. You know? I think he said protect your parks. I wonder if he's incorrectly calling it the mother soup, the mother sheep, whatever he said, as a sort of weird diss. I wonder, or if he just can't speak, or, whatever. CTE, gargle mouth, English isn't his first language, even though he's born in the United States. I wonder what's going on there.
It's very smart. But you were in Austin at the Mothership.
At the Mothership.
Shooting your special.
Yes.
A lot of people came out. Theo came. Our boy Theo
Vaughn came.
Mark Norman.
Warmed the stage up. Mark Norman.
So Mark Norman was there. It didn't feel like he was there. He didn't I don't think he posted anything in the comments. So he filmed this big special on his at the Comedy Mothership, and not one person on the Comedy Mothership Instagram said anything. Now, don't get me wrong. Maybe someone would argue that maybe someone could argue and say Brian Callen has more comedians following him on his own platform or his own page than maybe comedians follow the Mothership. I don't think that's true. I think a lot of comedians follow the Mothership account. So none of these peers ever wanted to go in the comments and put a little flame emoji, prayer hands emoji, clapping emoji, 100% emoji, or just write well done. They all kind of ignored him. But Theo said something. I didn't see Mark Norman say anything. Weird.
Yeah, Theo jumped on.
Love it.
Theo jumped on. I was laughing so hard I had stopped. Like I couldn't. He was bringing me up on Friday for my warm-up sets.
Most talented person I know.
He's his new stand-up. I was laughing.
That's nice of Theo, isn't it? That's nice of Theo. Theo doesn't really fuck with him on a podcast too much. Maybe he doesn't like the drama. He doesn't come with a podcast. He wasn't on the 1000th episode. He doesn't pop in when he's down in LA to do guest appearances and shit. He doesn't go on the Golden Hour and hang out with those guys, formerly King and the Sting. He doesn't really hang out with those guys at all to do content. But it seems like behind the scenes, he's still quite friendly with him. Because to come out and open for Brian is a pretty nice thing to do, because Brian's not probably at his level, sorry, when it comes to fame. But that's a nice thing, I guess. Or maybe the really sad thing is that Theo was meant to be there anyway, and Brian was there by coincidence, so he just opened for him anyway. But he didn't know it would be Brian. He's going to be there anyway regardless. That could be mean. But I want to think, let's be optimistic here, and let's say that Theo is actually a good friend. Even though he doesn't want to be on camera with them, because bad for his image, he does support them behind the scenes.
I gotta go do my thing. I'm just laughing so hard. And, he's got his own unique rhythm.
Of course.
He's such an original.
There's
an original.
There'll never be another one like
his
him.
comedy's out of its mind.
How good did it feel?
It's not that good though, really. That's a problem. I wish Theo was as good at stand-up as he is on podcasts, because he'd be a fucking beast. The way he kills on pods, like the humor he has, like I still see clips on my YouTube get recommended all the time of his interview with Drewski. So fucking hilarious. Like, he's just fucking brilliant. I wish he could be that funny IRL. I really do wish.
Feel for you to be around that, because even years ago you weren't really because you've been doing it so long, you weren't around the club scene.
I'm old, but now
that doesn't make any sense though. Yes, he was. I don't get this whole you weren't part of the club scene thing. What's this about? I don't understand that. He was part of the club scene. He was part of the Comedy Store at the same time that Rogan was, 20 or so years ago. He knows all the Mitzi Shore law and drama thing. He went on the road with Chris D'Elia. He performed sets with not Will Sasser, but all those guys. He's been in the comedy scene for a while. What is this whole he was never a club guy? I think what they're trying to say was that Brian never wanted to be a stand-up comedian, and I've said that from the beginning. If you really are locked in with TFATK law, you would have known that Brian wanted to be a comedic actor. He always was pursuing acting more. It seemed like at some points the podcast was an inconvenience for him. He'd show up late. Brendan would be getting on him and be super pissed off that he'd show up late. He'd make some excuse about his car being stuck in traffic and he saw an accident or something, whatever. But he'd always been going to auditions before the actual podcast itself. So he never took the podcast seriously. But then the podcast takes off and it becomes super successful. And then suddenly he sees the money. He's like, oh shit, this is actually quite a good thing. And obviously when he got cancelled, the podcast was also the thing that saved him, as was stand-up comedy. Because without those things, he probably would have been fucked up. But I don't think he ever wanted to be a stand-up. He just kind of did it because it came natural to him. And he happened to hang out with Rogan at the same time and the clubs were there, so he just did it anyway. But he was still involved in the comedy scene. I don't get this idea that he wasn't involved. He's always kind of involved. It's a weird way to rewrite history about this. Weird, strange thing to say.
Being around that, doing what I did at the mothership, those crowds, I put a little power out there.
What did I text you?
Yeah.
What did I text you?
You did. You said you got to get there.
You let these.
Why does he talk to him like he's younger or something? Why does Brendan talk to Brian like he's younger? And why does Brian sit like Brendan's his elder? What is this dynamic? I don't understand this. I'm not for that age thing. It doesn't matter. Sometimes just because you're older doesn't mean you're wiser or smarter. But what is this weird dynamic they have here where Brendan is trying to give him sage advice, wise advice? It's bro, I got this. I've got credits. I've been in the industry for fucking more than 3 decades. I know what I'm doing. Do you know what I mean? What is this?
These motherfuckers know, dude.
Yeah.
Y'all must have forgot.
Yeah.
It pissed.
And what is this energy as well from Brendan? Why is he so angry and amped up? Y'all must have forgot. What is this like energy? Brian wasn't like, he has his energy for Brian, trying to amp him up, as if Brian was rejected by comedy clubs because they didn't think he was funny enough. Like, it was like, oh my God, it's like a Jerry Seinfeld not getting past at the Comedy Store. And he's got like a chip on his shoulder now and he wants to prove, Mitzi Shaw wrong. No, it seems like from the outside looking in, Brian's been like ostracized, excommunicated, left out by the comedy scene, mainly because of the drama with Bobby Lee. He jumped out the window for Brendan, so it's Brendan's fault, defended Brendan on the phone like a good friend, and then in the end, he ended up paying the price by being ostracized by the community. But it doesn't feel like they pushed him out because they don't think he's funny or because they don't think he could do stand-up. They pushed him out and left him out there because, he pissed off one of their close friends and they chose sides. They chose Bobby Lee. They chose Annie Lederman. They chose Kalila, whatever. They all picked sides. They didn't pick their sides. Hence why none of those guys come on their pod. I think since the beef, only Bert Kreischer has been on, really, I think, right? A prominent comedian within that circle. That's why it looks like. And obviously, I feel like as well, that lady that took over from Adam Eager at the Comedy Store clearly has tried to go a different direction. If you just go to the Comedy Store website, I think, let's see, the Comedy Store Instagram, I'm pretty sure you'll see like a whole bunch of different people who now perform at the Comedy Store. So I think that lady that took over definitely wanting to steer the ship in a different direction, taking advantage of the fact that Adam Eager isn't there and Joe Rogan left to take everybody to Austin. I think look all the people. I don't recognize anyone. I don't recognize anybody here. Legit. Maybe I recognize some people here on that list, but if you just scroll across, there's not a lot of. I think are the Sklar brothers? I think that might be the Sklar brothers. But I don't know who that guy is. Don't know who that guy is. That guy, like, I don't know who any of these people are. So I think that lady, obviously that's Bill Burr. Obviously that's Nikki Glazer. But the rest of them, I think she's clearly tried to steer in another direction. Like, who's this guy here? Who's this one? Wrong Game Show. Who the fuck is this? I don't know. No idea who this guy. Who's this guy? Diet J. So she's definitely trying to steer in a different direction. What does he do? Or is it a she? I don't know. So
I'm sober, but I am an enabler at heart. Okay, so like tonight, I'm not gonna do cocaine with you in the bathroom, but you can borrow my keys. Go take a couple bumps on me. I gotcha. I'm sober, but I am an. Planning a wedding is easy, especially if you love spreadsheets and hate money. You can do it yourself. And my wife and I hate money. We don't even keep that shit in the house. We just throw it straight into the furnace. Planning a wedding is easy, especially...
Wow. Yeah, only the best talent at the Comedy Store.
Pisses me off.
Yeah. No, you did. You said show these fuckers who you are.
Yeah, dude.
Remind them.
What do you mean show them who they are? They know who he is. They just don't let him play or hang out because he was mean to one of their close friends, Bobby Lee. That's basically it seems like. It's a bit lame how they pick their sides, but it is what it is, isn't it?
What the fuck?
Remind them.
Y'all must have. You want to leave my boy? Y'all must have forgot.
Yeah.
This is why he was probably never funny, innit, Brendan? Because he sees everything as like a competitive sport. It's entertainment. It's, for lack of a better term, it's an art form. And you're like trying to do it as like like what? Everyone's got a different style. Everyone's sense of humor is different. Like, I don't know. It's not a competition like that, mate. It's not that deep. Like, y'all must have forgot. This is not like you're not trying out for one of those like late night TV shots, or this is not Kill Tony or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is he so ramped up about? It almost feels like he's trying to talk to himself in a way. There's a bit of projection going on here. I feel like.
Yeah. He just hasn't been around the clubs like you.
Yeah.
But if you want to go toe to toe, I don't care who you are at the Mothership, Comedy Store, Improv. You want to go toe to toe with Brian Callen?
Toe to toe, Cody Co. Big up Cody Co.
You are at the Mothership, Comedy Store, Improv. You want to go toe to toe with Brian Callen?
Code to Co.
The Mothership, Comedy Store, Improv. You want to go toe to toe with Brian Callen? Good fuck.
Toe to toe, cock to cock. O to O. What?
Comedy Store, Improv. You want to go toe to toe with Brian Callen? Good fucking luck. And you're lucky because he hasn't been coming around because he's been busy dealing with other bullshit.
Yeah.
But when he shows up, y'all must have forgot.
What's the bullshit he's been dealing with? Could you elaborate on the bullshit? I like how they're always vague on the bullshit. Why wasn't Brian welcomed with open arms into the comedy scene after Rogan left? Could you please let us know? Could you elaborate on what that might be? I love how they don't talk about that. That's the big elephant in the room. Obviously, I spoke about it a little bit on the 1000th episode, but just be honest and say, yeah, people pick their sides, which is a bit lame. But now you're working your way back in. Bobby Lee, I think, is forgiving Brian, I think, to a certain extent. Maybe you can kind of work that relationship back and maybe be... Because I think sometimes, usually, that's what I say, it doesn't work that way, innit? Usually, if you piss off somebody that you used to be friends with, if other friends find out about it, they're usually way slower to forgive that person than the person that got attacked or offended. You know? I think so. I think usually your friends are the ones that take up for you more. So it wouldn't be surprised if Bobby Lee's friends, the Andrew Santinos and those type of dudes, will never forgive Brendan and Brian for what they did to Bobby Lee, even though Bobby Lee will forgive them. You know? They would never move on for it. So that's a danger when you fall out with friends in a group. The friendship group is so fractured now, it's never going to come back to what it once was. And that's the main reason why he hasn't been involved. Really, it feels like. No one's saying he's not as funny as some of those guys, because some of those guys are fucking horrendous. And Brian, you know, although he does the same jokes for over 30 years, he probably does have a couple good ha-ha moments in some of his sets. But the reason why he's not around is because, you know, he might have, maybe some of the rape allegations, I don't think it's because of that. I think it's mainly because of what he must have said to Bobby Lee on the phone that time. That might have made everybody think, you know what, I'm never going to be a friend again. And it must have been super crazy, because it seems like they've never come back around. They don't ever want to be his friend. They don't take pictures with him. They don't leave comments. I think probably some of them probably unfollowed him, I'd imagine. So it is what it is, isn't it? But let's not lie and make it seem like, oh, because I don't think you're funny enough. Like, he's not there because, you know, it is what it is.
You know, Mark
Norman, and I told you, you fucking remind them.
Yeah, it was
good.
And
like, we'll figure it out. But for what you're doing, you have to be there, bud. You have to be there, bud.
We'll figure it out. What does that even mean? We'll figure it out. But I also, again, why does Brian have to be told this by Brendan? You know, this is how useless this guy is. This kind of explains why his career went nowhere in entertainment and why I've always said he just give up. Because why is Brendan having to explain this to him? He's right. Brendan is right. If he wants to really take comedy serious, he should be at the mothership. He should be at Texas. As much as we take the piss out of these guys, right? Let's all admit here on the stream chat. As much as we take the piss out of these guys, the place to be now is definitely Austin, Texas, right? We all know that. That's where the energy's at. That's where everybody's at there at the moment. So if you were smart, if you had your finger on the pulse, if you were really about moving, you know, a bit about being able to move at the right time and shit and have you know, just knowing how to kind of navigate your career, the smart thing would have been to move to Austin, Texas when Rogan went there. You move there when he goes there, just so you can get in good with Rogan. Because you see what Rogan can do for people that are untalented. I'm not saying if you want to be a legit comic, if you want to be a legit comic, just do what Matt Rife did and just hunker down and do your own thing and blow up that way. But if you want to be like a Roganite, if you want to be in that JRE fucking assassin 250 group, the smart thing to do, especially if you've been kind of left out and you've been forgotten, is to go to Austin, Texas. That's what Eric Griffin should have done. Eric Griffin's always out here moaning about ticket sales and not playing certain places and I know I'm funny, all this sort of shit, right? That fucking Semolina built ass motherfucker. He probably should have went to Austin, Texas. Just go Austin, Texas. Get in good, befriend Rogan, befriend fucking Eager, all those people over there, and get back in there. That's what you probably should have done. Brian should have done the same thing too. Re-immerse yourself, or, you know, in Rogan's circle, become an essential person there, and then obviously use that to your advantage. Now it feels like it's a little bit too late. Now it feels like you're being a bit of a bandwagoner. You're kind of following everybody now. It feels like it's a little bit too late. But for Brendan to be the one telling him that, it also feels like you are hopeless. If Brendan has to tell you, hey, if you want to take this stand-up thing seriously, if you want to recommit yourself to it, like it's going kind of well for you now, you should be in Austin, Texas. If Brendan has to tell you, you've already failed.
I think I do.
At least, I don't know if it's moving their full. I don't know, but you have to be in that zeitgeist. I don't.
Yeah.
Why don't you have to be in the zeitgeist anymore, Brendan? Have you quit stand-up comedy? I love how his ego is so fragile and he's so insecure. I don't think in this rant he ever says, I don't need to be there because I don't do stand up anymore. That's in the past now. I'm not doing stand up anymore. I'm not a stand up comedian anymore. He never actually says those words.
I'm different.
Can we get you there?
I'm different. Hybrid. You see? Like, vulnerable moment, a little bit of self-reflection, a little bit of vulnerability, right? A little bit of like, a little bit of a vulnerable moment, but then instantly, I'm different. The shield goes up again. Insecurity shield goes up again. I'm different. I'm different. Really? Are you different though? Or are you just shit?
I don't know. You and I can figure it out.
Yeah.
But you need to.
Can you get there? I don't know. So he doesn't close the door fully. He doesn't close the door fully, but it seems like he's aware that he's quit stand-up. But Brian wants to get him back into stand-up because Brian, although he's 60, can't do anything by himself. You'll see in this clips as I keep going on, Brian wants Brendan to move to Texas with him too. He doesn't want to go by himself. So even for the betterment of his career, he's not willing to go there by himself and do whatever needs to be done, zoom in for fucking TFATK, because the show will be the same. The show wouldn't be affected. If Brian had to zoom in every week for TFATK, the show would be perfectly fine. It's shit anyway. It probably might spice up the show if Brian's somewhere else sharing stories about what's going down in Texas. It will probably run its course because I don't think Brendan will be able to take it. I don't think his ego will be able to take listening to Brian having a blast over there and getting reintroduced or reengrossed, back into that GRE circle again and sucking off Shane and talking about how amazing all these things were and what him and Tony Hinchcliffe got up to and I don't think Brendan will be able to take it, but they could easily do this show over Skype or over Zoom. Like, it's not that good of a show that it would suffer because, one of them isn't in the studio. Let's be real.
Be there.
Yeah.
I think you have to, for where you're at in your career, you deserve.
Rogan said that.
You deserve to be there.
Yeah, Rogan said that.
Because and it's no one's fault. It's not like people are like Brian Count. No.
Yeah, big up Adam B. Easy, the show be different. They couldn't wrestle. Good point. Big up Adam B. Very, very good point.
You're just not. You're
Mark Norman
out
said
of
to
sight,
my
out of
buddy.
mind.
Yeah, Mark Norman said to Nick, he goes, "It's so good to see him back."
But everyone feels that way.
It's so good to see him back. Why? So where was he going? So Brian was performing on the road. It sounds like not in normal comedy clubs. Where was he going? Was he performing in strip clubs and shit for the money? Just pays alimony. Again, your own fault. Why did you have to pay such crazy alimony? Because you were fucking, probably flying around, fucking everything that was moving. You paid the price. Your wife divorced you. Now you have to pay crazy alimony until your kids are 18. Again, your problem. Then instantly, as he gets out of that one marriage, he gets into another relationship. Marries her, pops out 2 kids. Cool, great. Guy's going through alimony, now has 2 additional mouths to feed. Bingo. Definitely proof that he's definitely a rich kid or a rich old man. He probably still gets an allowance from his family too, right? And then he's having to do these gigs to pay the alimony because I'm assuming he's not doing regular acting work or extra work or whatever. So that money's kind of dried up. So he needs more income to pay for whatever he's paying for. I don't know. That's more his problem. If he could have still pursued the club circuit, he didn't need to quit it and just go fully into this whole touring thing for the paid thing. Because I think a part of it also is the fact that he doesn't have to be at home. Yes, it probably pays bills to be on the road, performing all these random places and not going to clubs within LA and doing that whole circuit. But most likely doing the tour thing around all the states in America, it probably served him well because if you don't want to be at home looking after your kids or changing their diapers, you can kind of be on the road and sell it as I'm doing this for my family. That's what it kind of feels like. It could be not true. Who fucking knows? But I don't think there was any excuse for him to not to be a part of the fucking club circuit if all he has is fucking comedy clubs or all he has is his stand-up career. Why aren't you at the comedy clubs then? That's a question someone needs to ask.
About you, Brian. But you're doing what you have to do right now in LA.
Yeah.
But I think for you to be in the
energy, there's so many places to perform.
You've been doing it for 30 years, and again, people like, oh fuck, that's right, Brian.
That's actually a big shame. That's not like a thing to brag about. Like, you've been doing it for 30 years, and people have forgotten you're alive. People don't even remember that you're past at the Comedy Store, most likely. They don't even associate you with Rogan when it comes to stand-up. You're just on your own little island. That's your own fault. It's not that hard to just be known as the stand-up comedy guy, the Comedy Store guy or whatever, the Laugh Factory guy. You just go there all the time. If you're not going in all the time, that's a you problem. If they banned you from there, I don't know, figure out how to get unbanned, figure out how you can talk to the manager to kind of let you back on stage, prove to them that you didn't, R-word those women. That might help. I don't know. But this seems like a him problem, to be fair. This seems like a user error, to be fair. I don't think this is a council culture thing. I think it's just him just like, just going through the motions, doing the bare minimum, getting paid and not really trying to work, not really trying to carve out a career. So, which also is funny because wasn't he hating on like comics selling a lot of tickets and shit at one point, being frustrated? It's like, bro, you don't do the work. You don't put the hustle in. You're not taking pictures of yourself at clubs. You're not uploading, crowd work thing. Like, you're just not taking part. You're not active. It's just your own fault, innit?
It's not that they're bad people. Like, they don't fuck with Brian Callen. Everyone's so busy in their own lives, and Austin's popping. They don't even think of Brian.
But I didn't realize. Like, I have to say,
even if they were bad people because they don't fuck with you, they're allowed to not fuck with you if they don't like, R-worders and stuff. That's perfectly okay. But I don't think that's the case. I just think he just, people just don't like him because of the Bobby Lee thing. Again, they're ignoring the big elephant in the room. That's the big elephant in the room. Most likely everybody picked a side with the Bobby Lee thing. And unfortunately for them, because the LA scene is probably so cliquey and infantile and shit, people chose sides. And that had an unintended consequences was the effect it had on Brian Callen's stand-up career. That was one unintended consequence. And they haven't been able to move a certain way. And obviously it's negatively affected their podcast too, because their podcast was heavily guest-reliant. They used to have a Guest of the Year award, for fuck's sake. And now they don't have many guests, especially stand-ups. So the quality of the pod has suffered. Brian Callen's stand-up career suffered. Brennan has quit stand-up completely. So it's been a pretty devastating decision to go after Bobby Lee.
Say too, when I was there, the younger comics, I didn't realize that
You're the Godfather.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I don't realize that.
You're my Godfather. You're the one.
Look at Brendan now trying to suck up to Brian, telling him he's a god. But wasn't he saying that about Rogan first, undermining the influence Brian had on his career, even though Brian was the one that told him to start doing stand-up? This sucking off thing's a little bit fake.
One that got me into it.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Bud.
Yeah,
but everyone feels that way about you. But you're out here doing your own thing.
Why isn't he performing at the clubs in LA? This still doesn't make any sense. So is he banned in all the clubs in LA, or is he just doesn't want to play at the clubs in LA because they don't pay as much, and he has to cover his alimony and his other family lives in Florida? Is that why? I don't understand why he just doesn't perform in clubs in LA. Why doesn't he do that?
You're one of the guys.
Yeah.
You got to be one of the guys.
Yeah.
Not playing grab ass with me out here.
Yeah, I gotta go do my thing.
He's playing grab ass with you out here because he needs it. That's why he needs it. He needs it all by all accounts. Is Brian in like crazy debt or something as well? Maybe that's the case. Maybe he's lent money from so many people. He just needs to be working all the time for the highest amount in order to pay off his debts and to pay alimony for his, one family, he's divorced and shit, and to look after the other family because it looks like the other wife he has doesn't work. So he's got 2 kids under 5, a wife that doesn't work, and alimony on top of it. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. He probably has to pay like what, 100 grand a year, probably close in bills. I think the alimony was like 20 grand a month or something. Oof. For somebody that doesn't do TV anymore, doesn't do movies, is like 60 plus, isn't going to be Matt Rife anytime soon.
Yeah. Whatever we got to do to figure it out. You got to be there, dude.
We'll figure it out.
If Brian moves, what happens to the podcast?
Come on, Saynaz. Like, I like how she said it. She said it clearly. But clearly what they're saying is that if Brian moves, they'll figure out how to figure out the Skype thing. If Brian moves for the Bet Money stand-up and they can't figure out the Skype thing, then the podcast dies, isn't it? One thing this podcast isn't going to do is just have Brendan on there talking by himself. He can't do it. I don't think he likes doing TFATK. I think he enjoys doing Shorb Show because it's like his little pet project. But I don't think he'd enjoy doing TFATK alone or having the guests he did before, like having rebranding as TFAT Kids. Like that didn't work either. He just didn't gel with the other guys. And it was just a bit strange with Josh Wolf and Mike Caffell. It won't work. I don't think so. I don't think that would last. I think the only reason why it lasted before was because he knew at the end of the rainbow, Brian was going to come back. I think that's what he knew. The light in the tunnel, was that Brian would come back. But I don't think he would have stuck with TFAT Kids if Brian wasn't going to come back. I don't think he would have stuck with it long term. So I think it's clear to see what would happen if the show was gone. But, but bless her now, she's trying to look after her own pockets, but it's clear what's going to happen.
We've always figured it
I don't
out.
know. We'll figure it out. He has to do what's best for him, though. That's what's best for Brian.
Yeah.
Might be what's best for finding the kid.
Yeah.
You know?
Maybe.
The show would probably improve if he went to Texas. I'm not gonna lie. If Brian actually moved to Texas and was there full time, trying to re-pursue his comedy career again for the 7th time, it might actually work out better for him. Being around actual regular stand-up comedians, hanging out, going on shows again, laughing at himself a bit more, being self-deprecating and shit. You know, learning how much people hate Brendan and shit, and then maybe having his own life experiences out of LA, having some stories to share. That might actually improve the pod. You never know. TFATK might actually get better, or might be less shitty than it is now if he actually moves.
You never know. Maybe we.
But I know what
you're flirting with the idea, a little bit.
Anyway, that's it on that one. Oh no, let's go to.
I'm trying to control my rage from our government, and yes, yeah,
you know,
he's not thinking about it at all. He's not thinking about it at all. If he was, he would have moved already. He's not thinking about it at all. I don't think his wife would ever let him move to Texas. No way. I don't see Slow Joe. I don't see this lady that's getting herself pampered every 2 seconds and shit will be happy to live in LA. I don't think so. I don't think this lady's happy in LA. She's built for LA. She's not going to live anywhere else apart from LA. Anywhere else apart from LA will be a downgrade. She'll feel fucking poor. She wouldn't feel like a celebrity. Even though I'm sure Texas has its, posh areas with its fancy people. I think LA is the right level of fancy for Slow Joe. This woman is never, ever leaving LA. She'll definitely stay in the house and let it burn. LA is hers whole identity. It's probably the way she's always wanted to be in Hollywood. From a small rural fucking street somewhere in Guadalajara. She always idolized, the Hollywood sign. Always had images and ideas about living in Hollywood. And she has all these fucking ideas. So I don't think she's ever leaving, personally. And although Brian probably is allowed to get away with murder in that household, I think one thing that she definitely puts her foot down on is the stuff like that. Stuff like moving house. I think she doesn't let him do that. You know what I mean? I don't think they're allowed. Not happening. Not happening. I'd be shocked if they moved to Texas, personally. I'd be fucking shocked.
So bad?
Yeah.
It's and I'm working on it. But it's tough.
No, you got some rage.
Yeah, man.
But this is just
okay. So that's that on that bit. They're gonna talk about the LA fires a bit now. This is not to do with anything to do with the fucking comedy mothership thing. They're gonna get back to it later, but this is about the LA fires now again.
Justifiable rage.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to make a prediction on this too. California, so when New Orleans, during Hurricane Katrina, the entire legacy media did everything they could to tie the federal Republican government to the failures in New Orleans.
Oh, by the way, big up Apex Putter. The lights are out in the studio because the power went out mid podcast. Due to the fires, the power keeps going out. So as they're recording, the power went out. So I'm assuming whatever plugs or sockets the lights are in, they don't work. So I guess maybe the studio lights, the LED lights are the ones that they're shining. That's why it looks the way it does. Yeah, the power went out in their building.
Levees.
Okay, and the levees. And everybody in Louisiana, and especially in the New Orleans area, didn't fall for it. They knew it was their Democratic misgovernment and corruption. And it brought in a red wave, Bobby Jindal and all those guys, and it's never gone back.
That's what happened here.
That used to be the blue, you could...
Why are they so excited about it going from blue to red when the place is still on fire? Maybe let's try to fix what's going on right now instead of fucking hoping that it goes from blue to red because you're in love with Trump. What if the person that comes in after Trump is fucking inept and incompetent? What then? Do you just continue doing this kind of Republican grifting because you want to appear edgy or you want to appear like counter narrative and shit? It's just like, whatever, man. Let's just deal with the situation as is, right? Let's try and get people back on their feet again. And let's try and maybe fix some of the, processes. Maybe, get some accountability. Maybe some heads to roll. But this whole idea about hoping what happens, it goes to red, it's like, you might not even be there. You might not even be alive. Like, why do you care? Like, just deal with the present, bro.
Guarantee they were blue dog Democrats. They were never going to be. And it literally changed the entire topography, tapestry of that entire state.
The bit up quote in the stream chat. We had a Republican president that hired his buddy His buddy Brown at FEMA to do nothing. Exactly. Big up Colin in the stream chat.
How
And now
many
it's
years,
red
how
as
many
fuck.
years that take though?
It happened overnight after Katrina.
Yeah, but
overnight.
Newsom has how long? He to 2027.
I think Karen Bass and Newsom are done. I don't think if they weather this storm, if Gavin Newsom, that stuffed shirt.
You weathered the storm of being accused of the R word, bro. Stranger things have happened, Brian Cannon. You weathered the storm of being accused of the R word. That's a heavy allegation. That's a heavy jacket to wear. That's a heavy cloud that lives above your head. And you weathered it. You're back on Rogan. You're back at the mothership. You're at the mothership. You're not even back there. You're at the mothership. If you could do it, anything's possible. Crystalia came back from being accused of being the basic gear PDF, allegedly. Stranger things have happened.
And Karen Bass weathered this storm. And Caruso almost won the mayorship, by the way. You should know this. He's a developer. The only structure standing in the Palisades is what Caruso built. He built it out of fire-retardant material.
Well, no, but he also hired a private department.
But Caruso
to cover
gets
it.
jobs. He's a business guy who gets
but
the
he
job
also
done.
hired a private fire department to cover his property.
Yeah.
So just so you know,
That's true,
Mayor Brass, Governor Newsom, Caruso.
Yeah.
All these people you see in the headlines, the chief of the fire department, this doesn't affect them.
No.
Their houses are fine.
But Caruso.
But why would anybody think it would affect their houses? Why would that make you angry? Because their houses aren't on fire. Wouldn't it make you angry that they're incompetent and don't know what to do? Don't know how to do their jobs. And when it mattered, when they relied upon or when they needed, they came wanting. When she was meant to be there, she was on holiday or something. It's not most important. Why would it matter that her house is on fire also? Like that's irrelevant, really, isn't it? You'd imagine. But hey, what do I know?
But what I'm saying is Caruso almost won.
I know.
And there was a last surge of city workers that showed up for Bass when they found out it was really close. They did this big initiative, the Democrats. So he lost by a very narrow
let's
margin.
say it takes 4 years to flip.
I think it happens.
But let's say it doesn't.
Yeah.
Let's say it takes 4 years.
Yeah.
I don't think we have 4 years, B.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Then move and go somewhere else. It's not that deep. Move and go somewhere else. You guys are hustlers, right? You guys are rich, right? You guys are successful, right? Use that money, use that fucking means to go somewhere else. But they don't. Just keep standing there moaning. They're doing the same thing that they accuse the people on the left of doing. Just moaning and not actually changing anything. If it's so bad, go somewhere else. Hey, what do I know? Let's go on. Brian talks about the mothership. Brian talks about shooting his special at the comedy mothership again. So it's around, what is it? 2048. Let's skip ahead. It's about 2048. Where is it? Not there. Couple more. Yeah, let's get it there.
Things converge.
Puts me in a fucking
I
terrible
know.
mood. But Mothership, it was great.
Mothership was
just so you know, I was supposed to surprise you on Friday.
Ah, fuck.
I don't like this sort of stuff. I think he's lying. That's the face of somebody else lying. He probably thought it would be a good idea. I bet you somebody told him in his family. Maybe even his wife. Maybe even Slojo. We call her Slow, but maybe she was actually sharp on this one. Maybe Slojo said, why weren't you at Brian's taping? I see Brian's story and he's taping at the mothership. Why weren't you there with him? Oh yeah, it's a good point. I probably should have went in it. I bet you somebody told him you should have probably went and surprised Brian, and he didn't do it. And then he thought it was a good idea, so he mentioned it. Because no one, surely nobody tells you after the fact, hey, I was going to surprise you. You just do it or you don't. But if you don't do it, you don't say it because you just look bad because you didn't follow through on whatever. You just leave it. You never say, oh yeah, I was going to surprise you. Actually, that's definitely a lie. 100% a lie. Maybe it's his guilty conscience. Because really and truly, he should have been there. So, as much as we don't give a shit, as much as I don't give a shit, it is a big deal for Brian, considering he was, accused of the R word, show got cancelled, kicked out of Hollywood. Rogan refused to say his name for like a year and a half. No one else really said his name. And now he's coming back into the comedy scene. He's shooting his new special at Rogan's Fancy Club in Austin that everyone's fucking wanking over. It's a bit of a big deal. He should have been there. It's basically his reinvention, right? He should have been there, Brendan. He should have been there. But he didn't because, it doesn't involve him. And he's obviously feeling very insecure and very weird about the mothership in general. He just doesn't like being at the club. So for sure, that's why he didn't go there. But he should have gone there and supported his boy. He should have put his ego and pride to one side and supported him, because it feels that if the shoe was on the other foot, I think Brian would have been there for him. 100% Brian would have been there. But hey, what do I know?
Dude, really?
I bought a ticket on Southwest, flying out of Burbank. I was going to surprise. Ask AG.
Damn, bro.
Whenever he says something that who's AG? Is it me? Yeah, he's definitely lying. 100% lying.
But then,
damn, AG was there.
Yeah, I know.
Gordon
I was texting everyone. I text Rogan. I'm like, "How'd Brian do? What are we? God, he needs this. Blah blah blah." And he was like, "He crushed it, man.
He needs this." He's struggling, man. Honestly, if he has another bad show, I don't know if he'll be able to bounce back again, man. He needs this so badly, bro. He needs this so badly.
First one, I think he don't even shoot a second. I'm like, really? He's like, yes. I asked to talk to Nick.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, crushing harder than he's ever crushed.
Yeah, I think I think that second show I did better than I've ever.
What is this like crowdsourcing? This like getting feedback? Why don't you just text him? How did it go? Get on the phone quickly. Exchange some voice notes. What's this like texting everybody around him that isn't him? How'd it go? Is like, what is this? Do people do this in real life? It seems like such a waste of time. Like, just go to him directly and say it, no? Or if you got group chat, just speak all together. Like, why you text all these people individually? Like you're the person everyone wants to go, oh my God, let's tell Brendan. It's like, who even cares about what you think? Like, they're at the show enjoying themselves.
Ever done in my life.
That's what I heard.
I think
usually you exaggerate, but I've heard from multiple sources. Yeah.
Yeah.
You crushed it.
Usually you exaggerate. Usually you lie, basically. Honestly, this is such a weirdly passive aggressive exchange, isn't it? Usually you lie. But I heard you do well. Usually you really do exaggerate about how well you do, but this time you definitely killed it. For once. You don't usually kill it, but this time you did.
It just was like, yeah, it was nuts. It was honestly nuts.
How's the mothership?
It's great.
Is it cool?
Energy. Just energy. And I miss the hang. You know that guy Tommy Pope?
You're Mr. Hang.
Yeah.
I miss the hang. That's what happens when you get cancelled, bro. That's the first thing that goes when you get cancelled. These guys, man, like, it's funny. It's funny. It's fucking funny. They'll talk about cancel culture. They'll talk about being anti-cancel culture. They'll talk about being anti-Me Too. Don't believe all women. Blah, blah, blah. Evidence matters. Innocent before being proven guilty. Everyone's innocent before being proven guilty and shit. But then when somebody gets accused, they all fucking flee. They all fucking run away from them like rats. They get as far away as possible. They fucking sprint for the fucking hills. And they all lose the hang. They all lose the hang because no one wants to be associated with you. No one takes picture with you. No one wants to be seen with you. So you can't hang anymore. And obviously the clubs don't want you to be there because you're bad for business now. Before it was fun. It's all fun and games when you're making jokes on stage and everyone's laughing about you maybe being a sex pest and being a bit of an abuser. But when it comes out that you might have committed some crimes on the back of that, everyone now is scared. Even though they knew you were a sex pest before, now all of a sudden they, their principles and morality comes back, which is a little bit two-faced, I understand, a little bit fake, but that's LA. But I love how that's the main thing they talk about. So maybe cancel culture does work because, although you avoid prison sentence, although you avoid anything kind of, tragic like that, what does happen is that these guys get ostracized and excommunicated from their community, which matters a lot to them. It matters a lot. I think maybe the hang might matter a lot to these stand-up comedians more than fucking random girls on the road. Okay, it feels like they all enjoy that too. They enjoy being playboys and, getting their dicks wet at certain comedy clubs and shit and, having chuckle fuckers and shit. I think they enjoy all that stuff. But I think they might enjoy the hang even more than all of that stuff than fucking random bartenders. They enjoy hanging with certain people, talking about shit, gossiping, drinking, doing drugs. They enjoy all of that shit. So when cancel culture strikes and takes that away from them, it must be so miserable.
Yeah.
Like that's your thing.
Yeah.
Dude.
Tommy Pope, he's in Shane's atmosphere. Like he's on that, I think he's on that show Tires. Funny dude from Philly.
Okay.
Irish Italian guy. Just a guy who I can hang and talk.
Brendan doesn't like the name of this guy. I wonder if that guy said nothing about Brendan in the past. Okay.
It was him, a bunch of other guys I had just met. They're all fucking great, but everybody just hangs. It's like a New York hang. that we used to do all the time.
The best.
And we don't have
It's
that.
the best part of comedy.
So Brian. So at one point, Brendan said to Brian that he doesn't go to clubs anymore. He's not in the circuit. But then later on, he says, "Yeah, do you remember when we used to always hang at the clubs?" So which one is it? Was Brian never at the clubs, or was he always at the clubs before he fell out of favor with the people that were left there when once Rogan left? Which one is it? It can't be both. Which one is it?
Oh my God, we don't have it.
But right, I'm getting all these text people tell me keep an update on Brian, make sure he goes well. I go to his Instagram, right?
Nothing.
I'm like, huh? A single well?
That's why I can't understand why he got so angry. Or I forgot what episode it was we were watching on stream where he seemed to be so frustrated about not making it and not selling out theaters. Unfortunately, social media is a huge part of that now, right? And Brian, as Brendan says here, the one thing he's got right here is definitely this situation. Brian allegedly went to go film his special at the mothership that he's probably going to put out on YouTube. But I don't think there's any evidence of him being there. Obviously, now finally there's a picture, but it's a bit too late. But no post on here prior to him going. No post announcing, hey, I'm shooting my special at the mothership. Nothing. Zero post here about anything to do with the mothership. Is it a mothership thing? No, nothing. Zero. No post about the mothership prior to him going there. Absolutely nothing. But then he's complaining that he doesn't perform at these clubs and all this malarkey. It's like, bro, you're not going to perform at these clubs or sell out theaters if you don't do the bare minimum, which is like promote your social media. You have to promote your social media. You have to put it on social media, promote your gigs on your social media, and he doesn't do that, especially considering this is like his big comeback moment, right? His big moment. He only posts it after the fact. This is, I think, after it's happened. He's got this post now. Yeah, 7 hours ago. Had a blast recording my new special. Now he finally put up on there. Anybody else? Any other comedian say anything here? No other comedian, bro. Just Chin, someone called Bryce Prescott, and Brendan and Gordon Ryan there. But no other comedian. Oh, there we go. Victoria Makes You Laugh. She said something there. The official TFATK account. John Joseph, Discipline. I don't think that's a comedian. Sounds like some jiu-jitsu guy. But I love how no other comedian say anything in his stream, in his fucking comments. Oh, BGL. BGL said something. He keeps, what's that? He keeps cranking. There's BGL. But there's no other comedian. Same as. Hell yeah, boss. Put him in a friend zone. Brian's probably fucking gutted about that one. Friend zone little comment there. Hell yeah, boss. Hell yeah, dad. You're like a father figure to me. He's probably gutted at that one. No other comedian, though. No other comedian that said anything. Or one I can see that's verified anyway. Brendan, yeah, nothing. Zero other comedians. Shit. He's definitely not in the good grace of some of these people at the comedy store, isn't it? At the mothership. Anybody here? Mark, who's that? Marco Delvec, is that comedian person? That's some sort of fitness influencer, weightlifting guy. Derek Wolf, is that a comedian? I don't think so. No, that's another fitness guy. Yeah, all these people are not comedians. Not one comedian has said anything. Jesus. That's a real fucking shame, innit? Let's look at some of the pictures here. We've seen them already, haven't we? Yeah. There are the pictures. Jesus Christ. Mark Norman with him. Oh, that's that guy. I forgot his name. The one that does the news, right? But yeah, the pictures are a bit horrible, obviously. Naturally, boomer pictures, by the way. Most of them quite pixelated, like he's just ripped them off somebody else's Instagram. Print screened them. Great. Come on, Brian, man. Just horrendous, isn't it? Well, just give up, man. Just fucking give up, really.
Sound like Sebastian right now. Not a single.
But I should have had somebody taking photographs. I was only thinking about the set.
No. Nothing.
Well, I posted videos.
Jesus.
Me and Rogan.
No, it doesn't matter. Nothing.
You gotta get pictures.
I couldn't get a picture of you, Theo, and Rogan together at in the green room. Boom.
But they're not.
But there you go. But this is also probably the reason why Brian's comedy career never went off, because he's always thinking about this sort of stuff. He's always thinking about the optics. He's always thinking about how he can look like a stand-up. So if you mixed Brian and Brendan together, you probably get a half decent stand-up comedian. Brendan's always thinking about marketing and image and branding, and Brian's just thinking about going on the road as much as possible and doing love sets and reps and blah 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 and being funny and being a silly goose on stage. If you mix them two together, you get a half decent stand up. Separately, you get useless people. You get Brendan that can't write a joke to save his life, and you get Brian that can't promote himself or brand himself in the correct way, and he's just spinning his wheel. You know, like that's basically what you get here. Fucking incredible. He makes a good point though. There's not one picture of Brian at the mothership with Rogan, but I don't think Rogan was there though. To be fair, I don't think Rogan was there. I don't know. It feels like Rogan wasn't there. But there's no picture of him and Rogan, no picture of him and Theo, no picture of him and Mark Normand. Brendan knows what he's doing. Brendan's going to take a single picture with Theo, with Mark, with Shane Gillis, or whoever else is there. Do you know what I mean? He's going to take all those pictures and upload them that way. But Brian's not thinking that way because, you know, he's just a boomer. What you call it? Another one. Let's move on. They're going to be appearing on the GRE soon. There's a GRE fight companion happening, first week of February. The funny thing is that the GRE they're doing it with Joey Diaz, right, for the UFC that's happening in the beginning of Feb. But I heard them mention on Protect Our Parks today, Rogan mentioned it, but only mentioned Joey Diaz and that Eddie Bravo can't do it. But he never mentioned that Brendan and Brian were doing it. So I wonder if Joe purposely didn't bring their names up so that Mark Normand wouldn't say something slick. Because when he mentioned it, honestly, if you listen to Protect Our Parks, you would have heard it. Like, why didn't he say that Brendan and Brian were doing the fight campaign? He just mentioned Joey Diaz doing it. Oh yeah, Joey Diaz might move here. Oh, I can't wait to see him actually for the fight companion. Eddie Bravo can't do it, but Joey will be here. But he never said Brendan and Brian. I wonder if Joe purposely refused to say it so that Mark Normand wouldn't say a little slick one-liner, or that Ari Shafir or Shane or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much into it. But this is them talking about appearing on GRE.
Incredible.
You had a good time. Where'd you stay out there?
I stayed at the Four Seasons, sir.
Oh, because Rogan put you up.
Because Joe Rogan put me up.
Okay.
So Joe does it right. He does it right.
Oh, is that what he does? So when you do a weekend there, he puts you up in a hotel. That's pretty nice, isn't it? Big up Rogan. Allegedly he pays people really well at the comedy mothership, and he also puts them up in hotels and shit. So I guess he does all the stuff that he would have wished people had done with him when he was coming up, which is pretty nice.
We're going back out there, first week of February?
Can't wait. February
Joey
8th.
Diaz?
Can't wait. Me, you, Joey Diaz, and Joe Rogan?
Oh, my God.
What? Huh?
That'd be
Come
fun.
on, man. Come on.
That'd be fun.
Why doesn't Brendan seem that excited about it? Why is he acting all coy and trying to act cool for school? You know you're excited. You know you're excited to see your daddy. Let's move on. Let's do this one. Brian trying to convince Brendan about, moving to Austin, Texas.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a very serious talk with him. You will just, figure it out.
A serious talk on the companion?
Austin.
Oh, with the three of us?
No, I want to go out there.
Yeah. I'm torn. I know California's a complete shithole.
Yeah.
I'm also, I don't know. I do not know.
Once you get there, the energy, like anything else, when you
it's only Brian's only saying that because he enjoys doing stand-up now. Brendan clearly doesn't enjoy it. Look at his face. He doesn't enjoy doing stand-up anymore. He's rolling his eyes. It's too hard, man. It's too hard being on the road, trying to make material, trying to make people laugh, getting mocked online mercilessly, having low-rated specials. Remember, this is the guy that said he went to be on SNL, right? He read the SNL book. I think he even read the CAA book as well to try to pretend like he was some this Hollywood guy and wanted to be a part of the entertainment industry. But now all of a sudden, he's a blue-collar car and pickup guy. Just a simple guy. Yeah, sure.
move somewhere, and
I'm about to say, there's nothing wrong with failing at your dreams, but there's something very cowardly and pussified about attempting to go for something, it failing, and then trying to rewrite the narrative as why you went for it and trying to cope and make yourself feel better, because you're only lying to yourself. We know you're lying, but you're also lying to yourself because he's made it seem like he wanted to be an entertainer. He wanted to be a part of the comedy scene. It didn't work out, and now he's trying to rewrite history and act like he never wanted to be you wanted to be a stand-up. It didn't work out. Cool, for whatever reason. We know why, because you're just not funny and you kind of, burned too many bridges, and now you can't perform at the mothership because, whatever. But come on. And the mothership thing as well, if I'm not mistaken, I don't even think it's like, that he can't perform. Didn't he say at the fucking Skankfest, it's not that he can't perform. I think it's that Rogan told him he has to start from the bottom, and he didn't want to do that. So it's like, that basically says everything.
Eric, like, Chin, what do you think?
My life here is dope though, but for what I do,
dope.
Like,
what do you
granted,
do?
the comedy scene.
What do you do for what I do? What do you do? You fix cars. Surely not paying as much tax as you do in California and doing it elsewhere would be cheaper to fix cars, no? Or to buy cars and shit. Like, I don't know. For what I do,
Dried the fuck up and all our friends left and it's all this woke shit now, which is whatever.
Yeah.
So that's what all our friends left and it's all this woke shit. All your friends don't want to talk to you anymore.
But remember, that was only one aspect of my life. As far as, I have my partner in the mechanical shop. But
I have my partner in the, what? What kind of mechanical shop?
That was only one aspect of my life. As far as, I have my partner in the mechanical shop at Bruno, at Sig Motorsport. So I get we're building cars there.
Yeah.
He owns Sig Motorsport. Well, who the fuck is this? That's not true. Who's Bruno and what's Sig Motorsports? Bruno, Sig Motorsports. Who the fuck is that? Sig Motorsports, right? Is that that one? He says he's what? Like he's a partner in this shop. Sig, we're looking to add a highly legitimate fabricator to our team. Is this the one? Sig Motorsports. So Brendan says he's the owner of this. Oh, there he is. Look, he's there. Look. So Brendan's the owner, a co-owner of this thing called Your Home is a Diesel is a Fabricator. There's Brendan. Look. Oh, look, they did Brendan's Humvee. Okay, so these people are the ones that did Brendan's Humvee. So Brendan's now what? Trying to LARP that he's like an investor in this company. Oh, it's gonna be really cringe. It's gonna be really sad when somebody at the Homeless Cats DMs this guy and says, "Hey, Brendan says he owns your company." Is that true? It's gonna be so embarrassing when somebody eventually does that. It's gonna be so embarrassing. But I think that's Brendan's Humvee, isn't it? There, this is the one. It's pretty cool how it starts, though, isn't it? It's pretty fucking cool. Drive fast or gas, allow it.
Check this out.
First phase on the Brendan Schaum Hummer complete. Getting this bad boy to run right and reliable was the main objective. Yo, big up Engine Ranger, appreciate it, brother.
I never heard of this MF a day in my life.
Yeah.
Bruno?
Exactly, yeah. Bruno's a new Lex. Bruno's a new Lex now. Big up Engine Ranger. Got the Holly performance system dialed in and flush mounted their 6 in the Pro Dash. Replaced the original shocks with CPEC adjustable shocks. Replaced the blown CV boot and installed Pedrotonic 3-inch body lift. So yeah, there he is. It's this guy called Bruno that Brendan's in business with, allegedly. So okay, so he's how many cars has he got? He's got a Bronco as well. He's still got this. I thought he sold this. Shit. Quick turnaround on the Bronco. Lift installed, some beautiful Innovate racing wheels wrapped with Toyota tires, open country. So he's still got a lot of his cars, Fucking hell. Imagine he shuts down TFATK to save some money, but he still keeps all the cars. Hilarious, man. People get fired before the cars get sold. I love it. I fucking love it. Keep a priority straight. Okay, so you still got the Bronco. I can only imagine what you charged him. Hold on, who liked this? Okay, cool. Bruno, I thought the guy liked this. I thought the guy about to say, Jesus Christ, who liked that? Operation Engine Swap. This is for what? For his what car is this for? What engine swap is this for? Oh, is that for the? That's for the fucking what's your thing called? The Excursion, right? That's like the Excursion there. Operation Engine Swap. Oh yeah, here's him pretending to be a fucking mechanic. Hilarious.
those who are willing to risk going too far can possibly.
I'd say things are getting pretty serious on the dry fast all gas Hummer for Brendan Schaub. So maybe he does own it, because this is like a small operation. Maybe he did invest some money in this place. Maybe he did invest some money into this body shop, and now he's trying to pretend to be just trying to own his own garage. Is it going to be like a dry fast all gas garage? Thick boy mechanics? I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Maybe this is part of the whole thing. It's a lot of work for an old car, and all of this stuff. It's a lot of unnecessary work, it feels like, man. It feels like a lot of unnecessary. It feels like you're just trying to keep yourself busy, and you're bored and shit. Seems like a lot of money to be spending on such an old car. Like all of this shit. Like it's a lot of work to do. Maybe it's, fun, I guess, but mounted some transmission oil coolers in the bed of the Ford Raptor. Who's this one? Who's the Raptor for? Sig Motorsports, there's a Raptor. We're going to see it finished? Nope, not finished. And then what's the other one now? I'm an intern at Sig Motorsports. I've always paid other shops to do most of the work and my cars and trucks. Bruno at Sig Motors, the only mechanic ever to said, why don't you take the time to learn? So you have to wait for someone. Look how he's working, man. He's such a fucking poser. He's such a poser, isn't it? He's such a poser.
Got all the seats out. I was working on the slant back. Trying to get that open. Get the seat belts out. That took a hot second. Seats are gone though.
Hates being at home. The guy who says he's a beast of a dad, he hates being at home, bro. Spending all this ungodly time fixing 20-year-old cars, and he hates being at home. He fucking hates it.
Look at it.
He fucking hates
Look at it. Designed by my boy. That's what that stands for. So you get your AC unit here. Cooling stack here. The radiator here.
How much money do you spend on this shit, man? Installing AC into a car like this, like, fucking hell. Hilarious, absolutely hilarious. On Cloud9, Sig built Motorsports, cool. So I guess maybe he's trying to like do the Hennessy thing. You know how Rogan's got that part. Oh, is this a Rogan thing? Isn't Rogan a part owner in Hennessy? That person that does all these cars, the Raptor and stuff, and the TRX. I wonder if Brendan's trying to copy that and trying to use Sig Motorsports to be his Hennessy. Hilarious. Everything always comes back to Rogan. Everything always, I feel like, comes back to Rogan, man. What's this? Plasma. A plasma table wasn't working properly. Had to cut this skid tape out. Sig Motorsports off-road. What's this about? Plasma table. What's this? Is that stuff that is that thing that goes at the front? What is the plasma table? What is this? Do we see the end bit, or we don't see nothing? Okay, we don't see nothing. I don't know what that is. What's he saying here?
My boy Matt from Blessed.
Let's see what he's saying here. I'm curious to see what he's saying.
Today we're building the short block. My boy Matt from Blessed Performance sent everything we need, the entire kit, to knock this out. So we got some goodies. We've been waiting a while for this. This has been the hold up, but this should be pretty badass. Let me show.
Okay. Nice and slow, okay? It's about to drop off.
I see what you're saying now. It's getting a little heavy.
Yeah. So let me get it first. Let me call my insurance broker, then I'll bring it in. Okay? Thank you, my dear.
What was that? Oh, big up God's favorite. The tool using tools is pretty meta. Exactly. That's definitely a good one. I like that. The tool using a tool. Love how he's wearing his little fucking mechanic outfit too, by the way. Fucking hell. Adult daycare shit. Adult daycare shit. Look at the tongue out. Tongue out, tongue out, tongue out. He looks like he's doing Turkish get-ups, doesn't it? It looks like he's doing Turkish get-ups. Awesome. He looks like he's doing Turkish get-ups. By the way, if this was how Big Boy Motorsports or Drive Fast or Gas started,
building the short block.
If you would have started Drive Fast or Gas like this, it would have been more successful. It would have had a chance to be more successful. There's no guarantee. But if you would have started Drive Fast or Gas like this, filming it in hand, doing, trying to do the work himself, fucking up, screwing up, having the engine blow up, all this sort of stuff, it would have made the show way better to watch. Instead of him just going to garages and just, tapping his card or swiping his card and telling him to put as many fancy new things in there as possible. Actually learning how to kind of build cars or repair cars or fix this or whatever, upgrade this, update this. That would have definitely been way more compelling viewing. But he wanted to appear like a know-it-all. He wanted to appear like an expert out of the gate. There was no such thing as learning or a learning curve. He knew everything because he's always been into cars. He's always been a car guy, always been a mechanic, right? So he faked the funk and then he paid the price. And now suddenly he's like, you know what? It might actually be handy to learn something so I don't get charged through the nose, through the wazoo for certain things. I can actually learn to do stuff myself. And it's actually quite fun to learn. Now he's learning and it's a bit too late. And the channel's already dead. Gotta love it. Let's go into the next one. What's that? What's that? Building a Ford 6.0 Power Stroke engine with Brendan Shaw. Building a motor with Brendan is hilarious, You're building it. He's just doing what you're telling him to do. Building it, But hey, this is so funny. He was on stage trying to tell gay jokes and shit, and now look at him. Look at him now. Suddenly I missed the mechanic guy. What happened to the fish? We don't know. What happened to the e-bike? We don't know. What happened to the Peloton? We don't know. What happened to all that shit? We don't fucking... What happened to the donuts, right? Being obsessed with donuts. What happened to the food trucks? We don't know. We don't know. What happened to watching football, right? And being into that? What happened to that? We don't know. Comedy store. What happened to that? We don't know. Waiting to get a special on fucking Netflix? We don't know. Waiting on SNL? What happened to that? We don't know. We don't know. Next post. Another project. What's this about? It's a giveaway.
All right, that's a wrap. It's Wednesday. That is a wrap. Your boy came here to install a new turbo from No Limit. 9-blade. Got the stock Garrett turbo out of there. We did the piping. We did the freaking intake. And we did some hood rat shit. We cut the muffler off because it was way too quiet. So now it sounds like George Jetson's Space Machine, which is exactly what I wanted. Shout out to Bruno. Shout out to Eddie. Sig Motorsports. Love you guys. See you on the road. All right, that's a wrap. It's Wednesday. That is a...
Jesus Christ. Okay, if you want to be a fabricator, they're hiring. Pay starts at $30. Another year behind us. Looking forward to 2025. A brand new... How many things is he getting? How much does he go to the garage every month, every day to get new stuff added? It's non-stop, innit? Fucking hell. New brake kit for the dad rig. Fucking hell, man. Always buying new stuff. Oh, that smoke coming out of the exhaust, it doesn't look good, does it? Is that meant to be how it's meant to look? Look at all that smoke. Is that normal? Fucking hell. I guess so, maybe, right? I'm assuming that's normal. I'm assuming they know what's going on there, but Jesus. What someone say? It happens. Okay, big up Timo Kazi said it happens a lot with diesel. Okay, diesel car. Okay, cool. Diesel. It's a diesel thing. Jesus Christ. Fair play. Well, maybe he is an owner. Maybe he is an owner in this. Maybe we don't know. When dinosaurs ruled the earth. Whose truck is this? This is not okay. This is not Brendan's. It's just another pickup truck, right? Cool. Okay. Maybe he does. Maybe he's a part owner in that. Maybe he is.
Yeah.
I got, Tigers fucking baseball, which is a big deal for me, man.
Tigers. Imagine staying in LA because of Tigers baseball. He can't play baseball in Texas, no? They don't have good baseball teams there. Come on, man. He's just scared of. It's so adorable. He's kind of scared of going there and trying to reintegrate himself back into the comedy scene when everyone hates him. And everyone says some pretty mean things about him on the internet. He's probably seen all the videos, all the little fucking shots, the little subliminals. You know. That's probably why. I get it. You just should be honest about it and just say, "Hey, my feelings got hurt. I don't want to get my feelings hurt again."
You know, you
There's
got
no
their
baseball in
school.
Texas.
Yeah,
And
they
there are no
got
cars
great
there.
baseball and football.
Yeah, keep people aren't in the cars there.
I don't have a
no
Bruno.
trucks there.
I don't have a Bruno. In
Yeah, no,
Texas,
because there are
though.
no guys in Texas like that. Because
Yeah,
Texas,
it
they
could
don't.
be
They
tough.
drive. They've all drive tiny little electric cars. Nobody has a huge truck. There's no truck culture in Texas. I
know.
There's definitely no sports culture. Nobody plays baseball.
Football too.
There's no
one plays
football either.
football.
No sports are. He wouldn't.
best
drive.
baseball.
It's kind of embarrassing how much Brian wants Brendan to go with him. It's kind of sad because Brendan's kind of being, in one sense, you could say he's maybe being selfless, although it does kind of feel a little bit conniving. But let me just give him the benefit of that and saying he's been a bit selfless and saying, hey, if this show has to end for you to pursue your stand-up comedy career and give it another shot, you've had 17 million shots, like you've had 17 million podcasts, but just give it another one in case. It's good. But Brian's such a pussy. He's so scared that he wants to go only with Brendan goes as well. They have to go in tandem. He can't go by himself.
Players coming out of SoCal, though. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no. Listen, hey, yeah, because no athletes come out of Texas. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
And also, nobody aligns with you politically there. And also, we wouldn't be hanging out
Yeah, it is my people.
and just having you around.
I know.
You know, just having you
Again,
around.
align politically. Never says I'm right wing. Never says I'm conservative. Never says I'm Gamaga. He avoids saying those things. He just says, "Yeah, they're my people." Like, say it. Come on, be brave. Stand up tall. Say it with your chest.
Like
know.
you,
I know.
you
dude.
forget that too.
I know.
Yeah.
But I have 3 friends in LA now.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You have to do it no matter what.
Yeah, but
I don't get that point. I have free. Does he mean I have 3 friends in Texas? I don't get why it'll be a problem if he has 3 friends in LA. Surely, if you have 3 friends in LA, that'll give you more reasons to leave. No, it's only 3 friends. Weird. I don't know. I don't get that point.
But yeah, we got to figure out.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Get out there.
And property value's going to go up for us.
Big up Wesley. 2 can be as bad as 1, but the loneliest number is Shorb. Brilliant.
Yeah. Well, I hate to say that, but yeah.
Well, it's just reality. Yeah.
It's a reality.
Yeah, people need homes.
I mean, your house, my ex's house.
Anyway, we got that done. Yeah, let's skip ahead. They talk about him shooting a special. Brian Cannon on shooting his special at the Comedy Mothership. Let's skip ahead. They talk about the special again here for a little bit. Let's shoot ahead here. Where is it? About 33:13. 33:13.
So now with your special, like, what's the plan with it?
I don't know.
You ever thought about that?
We'll talk.
You know, I'd like an old school cover.
We don't know. There's no plan. He went to shoot at the Mothership, has no idea how he's going to distribute it or put it out. 0. So he probably bugged. I'm assuming he probably bugged Rogan to allow him to film it there. Rogan allows him to film it there, and there's no plan, no idea. When most of these guys, you know, say what you like about Schultz, but Schultz will have a fucking marketing plan. You have some fake propaganda about being cancelled and all this malarkey to sell the fucking special. Brian has no idea what he's doing. Absolutely 0. Doesn't know what he's doing at all. So expect a very funny cover. Expect a very funny rollout. Expect a very interestingly put together special. And probably expect some 20-year-old jokes when it eventually does get up on YouTube.
Old school cover would be good. Drop it on YouTube. Do the
Did
podcast
Troy
rounds.
take any pictures of you in front of the Mothership?
Yeah.
Like you like this, the Mothership behind you?
Well,
honestly, man. Honestly. He's so useless, isn't it? He's so utterly useless. Not a single picture in front of the store, in front of the fucking comedy club. The one that everybody's fucking jacking their fucking dick over. The one that everyone's fighting to get into. You have an in because you're a friend of the owners for 30 plus years. And you don't just take a picture in front of this just for the socials. Especially a professional one. Or maybe just the one on your phone just for the socials. Or even on top of that, a professional one for the fucking, you know, what's your thing called? For the assets when you do promote your special. No B-roll of you doing the. That's the thing with Brendan. Brendan thinks about that a lot. Brendan would have done the B-roll, the hero shot, of him walking down the street. You know, maybe avoiding some fights, commentating on some fights. You know, and then walking in through the comedy store, getting high-fived, spudding some people. He would have done all that whole shit. Brian, no idea.
So, yeah,
useless.
I wish I had more time to help you out.
Yeah,
we could have went through this.
Yeah, I took pictures of me in front of the mouth of the ship, but
not with Troy.
No, it was really
like on an iPhone.
By the way, I wish I had more time to help you out. That's interesting, right? So is Brian not signed to CAA? What's his account? Does he have an email account on his thing, on his Instagram? Did Brian get dropped from CAA too? Does he not have an agent? No one to a manager. He does have a manager and agent. He just does it all himself. Win a ticket, you know? Win a ticket and dinner with Brian. What? Win free tickets and dinner with Brian. No thanks. Let me see what that looks like. Where is this? Or is it just something you have to... Okay, I don't know. I'm not going to do that. But you have to win it. It's fucking hilarious. What's he got here? Mic Drop Comedy Club. So yeah, where's his contact? I want to see here. How do you see if he's got a thingamajiggy for an agent? There's some clips there of him. There's no link here to contact, is there? So there's no email or anything. So we can't see if he's got an agent anymore. But it feels like he doesn't have an agent, isn't it? It feels like there's no agent. It feels like he's just doing it by himself. Maybe that's why he didn't get somebody to help him take pictures and shit. It feels like there is no agency anymore. The agents are gone. The agents are gone. Is that the last post he did on Instagram? In 2019? Really? Brian ain't posted on Instagram since 2019. Is that for real? That can't be real, right? On Twitter, sorry. He hasn't posted on Twitter since 2019. Wow, bro. Let's see. Let's see if that's true. Oh, no, it isn't true. Of course, he posted in 24. Okay, I'm about to say. He still got the banner up of his old special. Fucking hell, Brian. Fucking hell, Brian. Let's see some of his content. Jesus Christ. 60 years old, you know. You gotta give up at some point. What is this?
interrupt the dance. We'll get right back to it after this message. At 1 o'clock on Sunday, Irvine Improv. I am doing my new 1 hour, and all proceeds go to raising money for a very rare genetic disorder for children. A lot of these children have suffered from it, and it's fatal. So we are saving children. Come please, 1 o'clock, Irvine Improv.
What's the charity and what's the condition? Look at that. Look at that evil. Look at that evil face. Look at that face. Look at that face. That's the face of an R word, isn't it? Look at that face. Allegedly. Look at that face. Look at that fucking face, bro. Sinister. Sinister.
Sunday, November 17th. I am flying all the way from Thunder Bay, Ontario, where I'm doing a gig on the 16th, and I'm doing it, and so I'm flying.
What's the disease? What's this charity?
Disorder for children. A lot of these children have suffered from it, and it's fatal.
So
we are saving children. Come please, 1 o'clock, Irvine Improv, Sunday, November 17th. I am flying all the way from Thunder Bay, Ontario, where I'm doing a gig on the 16th, and I'm doing it, and so I'm flying across from Canada, but this is worth it. This is amazing. Now, back to dance!
Yeah, I'm not gonna play this. What is he doing? This is how he promotes his special, by the way. Oh, this says promotes his comedy clubs, gigs and shit. What the fuck is this? Yeah, I think Brian might need Brendan's help, man. As much as we don't want to hear it, I think Brendan's suggestions are pretty helpful because what the fuck is this? So his special has no name, but he's got a tour that says False Gods Tour in November. So he's still doing the same bits of comedy, right? I saw A Beautiful Man.
I saw a man, I saw the best looking guy I've ever seen in my life recently. I was at the beach. I'm a straight man, but this guy I've never seen anybody that good looking I guess he identified as black, but he was like a golden caramel, you know? You know those, like, you don't know where they're from, right? They're just, you ask them where they're from, they're like, I'm from the mountains. You know, like, they dance, it's just like, what do you do? I dance, like, the only way to describe his body.
Okay. So that's that one. Let's go back to the fucking TFATK.
Yeah. Come on. Yeah, that was really dumb.
Doesn't the mothership have their own photographer?
Yeah.
He had to have gotten some of you.
Yeah, he got a lot of me. They got a
on
lot
stage though. That ain't gonna
on
work
stage
for
and
me.
also like
No,
backstage, but
you could do a green room.
not Mother's Day. Yeah, I got a bunch
You
of
could do a green room.
Yeah, I got a bunch
we'll
of
look
that.
through 'em. I'd like you in front of.
I'll send you a bunch.
Yeah.
The lights were kind of messed up though
Why
day.
are you sending him pictures of yourself at the comedy store? Why can't you just decide which ones are good and upload them on your social media? Why need Brendan to vet or to like, judge which ones are like? He's so How long you been in the business? Fucking hell, Brian.
Which doesn't really matter, but you could see calm and mud.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
It was just
the lights were a little bit off.
Did it say Brian?
It's almost making me think like, what's the point of even performing at the mothership if you don't have? Surely part of the reason why you want to get on Rogan or you want to get on the mothership is that bump, the Rogan bump, the boost. You want to get on the mothership because of the clout it can give you, now especially. You want to put it on your social. That's what you do it for. So surely part of performing there, as much as it sounds crass to say this, it's hard to do what you do on stage. It's mostly to do what you do around it. The pictures you take before, the pictures you take while you're there, the pictures you take in the green room, after the fact with your fans. You want to use that, to kind of make sure, especially someone like Brian, you want to squeeze as much as you can out of it because you never know when you're going to be up there again. And he's just like completely wasting the opportunity.
Down the marquee?
No.
Do they do that?
They don't do that. They don't do that.
Either way, just you in front.
Yeah.
We could also Photoshop you in front.
Yeah, and I could also
Take the
do
best
it
picture, dude.
February 8th, too.
Photoshop you.
Oh,
AI,
we could do it. You just got to, yeah, that's exactly what we do.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Get that going.
Yeah. And is Troy live in Austin now?
Yeah.
Oh,
Moved there 4 months ago. You know what I
Troy,
mean?
I'll holler at you.
Yeah.
I'll text him after this.
Okay.
We'll set that up.
Great.
That's what we need.
They're not going to do it, but that's what they should do. When they go out there to film the mother, to do the fight companion, they should just go to the fucking mothership and get some pictures taken in front of the club. It's not that hard. You should have probably done it when he was there. That's why he's feeling a bit guilty and a bit whatever. Look, he's got that face of like, I'm a fucking idiot, I'm useless. Yeah, you are. With that help, this guy would be nowhere, innit? 60 years old and shit, bro. 30 plus years in the industry and still has to have his hand held. Like, god damn it, bro. Like, you're so useless. Anyway, moving on. They talk about the LA Fire some more. Do you want to hear some more LA Fire content from these guys? Yep, I guess you do. 3518. Let's hear them talk about the LA Fires once again. It's boring, but what more do we have to do here?
We'll do that. Yeah.
Yeah, we when we evacuated, we stayed with my mother-in-law, who I love dearly. She's like, she's like my mom. But after 3 days sleep on the floor, I was like,
oh, dude.
Howard, come back.
Oh, you'll miss your house.
Oh, yeah. I was going back and forth to make sure my fish were alive.
Yeah.
But
I know a lot of people, man.
it was scary.
Have lost their houses.
The wind. It was scary for the kids. That's why I slept with them, because the wind, 100 miles an hour out there.
Oh, bro.
And so, and one of the neighbors had a wind chime going all through the night. I'm like, I woke up in the morning, I'm like, you gotta take that down.
And I gotta say too, what a lot of people think is like,
no, he didn't. That's again another lie. He told the neighbor to take down his wind chime.
I woke up in the morning, I'm like, you gotta take that down.
And I got
Extra doubt. Extra doubt that he knocked on his neighbor's door and told him to take down the wind chime. Extra fucking doubt.
I gotta say too, what a lot of people think is like, all those rich people lost their houses, they'll just buy another house.
No.
Let me tell you something. Most of the people in the Palisades, all their money was in their
Those
house.
are life savings, yeah.
Their life savings. And
it doesn't matter. No one actually cares. It's like it's their issue they have to sort out themselves. They've had incompetent politicians, state officials, whatever, working there forever. They didn't do nothing about it. They just tried to build houses as far away from the homeless and the blacks and the browns to try to escape from, having to see regular people. And their houses still got lit up like matchsticks. It is what it is. They have to figure out themselves. But no one actually gives a fuck, really. Let's be honest. No one really cares.
A lot of them who are actors, I love when people think actors are really rich. I can tell you.
No one thinks that. No one thinks that. But no one's going to be okay. No one thinks that, but also no one's going to let them just sit there and start begging for money. Like, that's okay. Like, no one's going to let them do that. You pretended like you were rich. Now pretend like you still got money. Don't now admit that you don't have any. You try to play make believe that you had everything, that your life didn't stink, and that you were perfect. Okay, fix your perfect life. Fix it. You got all the answers, right? Hustlers, right?
Right now, the number of actors who you know who have $1 million in the bank is slim to vanishing.
Oh yeah.
Nobody has money.
This one actor just.
Your dad has money, Brian. That's why you're 60 and still pursuing stand-up comedy. Daddy's money kind of helps you to imagine. No, I like how they talk like they're regular guys. It's really funny. But I guess if you live in amongst other rich people, you also probably end up feeling regular, and that's probably what happens. Even though you're well off yourself, because you're surrounded by people who actually have crazy amounts of wealth, it makes you feel like you're regular when you're not. You're still a part of the 1%, if anything.
Came out because his house burned down in the Palisades, or maybe he's renting. He's in Black Panther. He's in a ton of stuff. He goes, people think I'm rich because they see me in movies. He's like, I'm getting by month to month.
I promise you.
And he's like, if you saw his picture, like, oh my, that guy.
I can tell you that.
He's one of the main actors in Black Panther.
I can tell you this.
The best friend.
I didn't see
dating
Black
the bald
Panther.
chick?
I didn't. It was too woke for me,
dude.
He didn't watch Black Panther because it was too woke. AKA, he didn't watch it because there's too many black people. Too much black people celebrating their ethnicity, their heritage. Too much. I didn't watch it because it was too woke. What? That's why you didn't watch it. Not because you don't like Black Panther. Not because you're not into superhero movies. Not because the trailer looked lame, which you're allowed to say all those things. You didn't watch it because it was too woke. Huh? It was too woke for me.
The best friend.
I didn't see
dating
Black
the bald
Panther.
chick?
I didn't. It was too woke for me.
Dude, 100% he makes.
I love how much he hates black people. I love it. I love how he stands on that. I kind of like how he stands on not liking black people. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. They crushed his life. Do you know what I mean? They took away his ability to do fucking football, to play football. Right? He feels like he probably would have been a professional footballer if not for the fucking blacks. They might have fucked up his comedy career. Who knows? But I like how they fucked his wife before him. You're probably a bit insecure about that. But I love how much he hates black people. I love it.
He's getting scale plus 10%. They don't pay actors anymore.
He's one of the main guys. He's in a ton of stuff. You would know him 100%.
Yeah. He's not making money. Well, he lives
now. Granted, a lot of those people are going to be fine. It's not like if it burned down.
If he
South
can keep
Central
working, yeah.
or Woodland Hills, or a place where there's like blue collar people.
Altadena, disaster.
Altadena,
that feels like a insult. Blue collar, where the regular people are, the blue collar people, Woodland Hills, Altadena, ew.
And the federal government's going to come in and build those houses back up.
But also, like the Palisades, like that Star Road burned down. You're talking minimum $50 million house.
Oh, bro.
A lot of them are vacation houses. Like those people will be fine.
Yeah.
Either way, it still sucks, dude.
Of course.
Oh, really? It sucks that your house burned. Boo, boo, boo.
Let me ask you this.
Our boy Frank Grillo.
Frank Grillo lost. They found the chimney.
Gone.
Yep, all gone.
Oh, really? Is that true? Did Frank Grillo lose his house? What did he say? Oh, no, it's going to refresh. I didn't mean to refresh it. I want to see what Frank Grillo said. What
Like an HBO
Was
thing.
it Urkel? Was it on Family Matters?
Yeah, it may as well have been. But I was like, if I was the actor, I'm not doing.
Annoying. I went down the wrong one. I meant to do. I did the wrong thing. What did Frank Grillo say? I want to see what Frank Grillo had to say. I refreshed the screen. I wasn't meant to refresh the screen. I'm a fucking
Like an
idiot.
HBO
Was
thing.
it Urkel? Was it on Family Matters?
Yeah, it may as well have been. But I was like, if I was the actor, I'm not doing it. If I'm on the set, I'm raising
Bear me
major
1 second,
issues
bear
with
me
it,
1 second
and it's all
here.
because it was pro-gay.
Bear me 1 second.
And
here. I fucked up here. Apologies. I fucked up.
the federal government's going to come in and build.
Let me see. I want to see. Did Frank Grillo actually lose his house? Is that true? Frank Grillo. Yeah. Let me see his Instagram. Wait, has he got an Instagram? He must have an Instagram, right? Yeah. Let's see. What's his Instagram saying? Did Frank Grillo actually lose his house? No post on his main feed. Anything on his story? What, Chief? What's that? Chief Crowley has now opened up about lack of resources. If you listen to no one, hear what she's saying. Okay, so they're now coming back on their side now. That's good. What the fuck is happening here? Where are these fucking losers are continuing to light fires? If I see this for sure, I'll be wearing an orange jumpsuit. Arson is caught red-handed trying to start a fire at Pioneer Park. Is that true? Holy shit.
I thought you meant
Jesus Christ. Unbelievable and terrifying. Another arsonist was caught red-handed trying to start a fire at Pioneer Park in Azus, while the community is already battling wildfires. Huge thanks to the community for stepping in and getting law enforcement involved, preventing what could have been another devastating blaze. Stay vigilant and continue to report any suspicious activities. Keep our neighborhood safe. That's fucking nuts, man. That's so unhinged that people are doing this, man, in the midst of wildfires. Fucking hilarious, I'm not gonna lie. Let's go back to TFATK.
Like, but also like the Palisades, like that Star Row burned down. You're talking minimum $50 million house.
Oh, bro.
And a lot of them are vacation houses. Like those people will be fine.
Yeah.
Either way, it still sucks, dude.
Of course. Let me ask you this.
Our boy Frank Grillo.
Frank Grillo lost. They found the chimney.
Gone.
Yep, all gone. Let me ask you this though. So now, without a change in governance policy in land management, who's going to finance those houses? Who's going to insure those houses?
Well, insure.
It would have to be the federal government.
Who's going to finance it?
Who's going to live
taxes,
there?
Brian.
Who's going to live there? Who's going to rebuild a house when that can happen again? I could never do that.
Well, you're not going to get a bank from a loan.
I need
but also the banks are going to give you a loan there.
I need a guarantee.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we got to build infrastructure that can fight the next fire in case this happens, because it's going to happen.
No,
homeless people starting fires.
It's not that you're fighting the next. Like you're not going to build a house that can sustain the fires. That's not going to happen. What you do is you focus on fire prevention. We know the fires are going to happen.
5% of our budget went to fire prevention.
So easy to say this after the fact, though, right? And again, maybe they've said this opinion before, but surely they could have done something. You know, all these rich people, all people with all these ideas, having all these incompetent people in place and stuff all this time. But I think they were happy to all live behind a gate, or live on top of a mountain, or live in a kind of, private residency. But now, shit's got real. They're now realizing that even if you live behind a gate, you probably still have to take part in politics, You probably have to take part in local politics at least, and be aware of who's being voted in, who isn't being voted in. If you can't even, I don't think you can vote for people in LA. I don't think so. I'm not sure if you can even vote, but regardless, just take part and just contribute something to some level of change instead of just sitting there and complaining all the time. But hey, what do I know?
5%. 5% of the fire.
Oh, why? Because in 2006 they got $10 billion for fire prevention, and when they went back over the years and looked at what they've allocated the resource to, there's none of it to fire prevention.
There you go.
So clearly the only issue, climate change, whatever the fuck you want to chalk it up to, man started fires, whatever. The issue is your politicians are incompetent and can't handle this.
But they're your politicians too, because you live there. And if this keeps happening, then you just got another option. Just go somewhere else. But if you want to stay there and you keep complaining, it just seems it's kind of boring, isn't it? I don't know. It seems like this issue keeps happening. That fire chief lady already said, right? It's not her fault. She's been trying to ring the alarm, ring the warning, trying to make people pay attention to the issue, and no one did. So clearly there's an issue across the board. Maybe go somewhere else, innit, where there isn't such an issue. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Happens.
Whether you're left, right, none of it matters.
Yeah.
So that your sacred space that you fought for, and this DEI hire and all that shit, and you want your school to have that special room where your kid can go in and say, I feel like a fucking cat, and they feel safe, that's burnt down, you idiots.
Yeah.
So would you rather have that or have politicians that actually allocate resources so your home's not on fire?
Yeah.
So your kid's school, that you want this whole lesbian teacher to teach your son, those structures aren't there anymore.
What's that have to do with anything? Honestly, these little random attacks at like lesbians and like LGBTQ people and blacks and generals, like, well, what are these random attacks? Like, what's have to, like, I get the DEI thing is annoying, But I don't think the DEI thing is the reason why they're there. It's a symptom of why they may be there, or byproduct of why they may be there, but it's not the reason why they're in this situation right now. I don't think that's the reason. They've got bigger issues to worry about than if some fucking, some lesbian woman gets a lot of money from the state. Like, I don't know, government jobs have always been like that, innit? People always get paid crazy money to do very little at government jobs, or to be very ineffective at the government level. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that's the big issue here. The big issue is why wasn't the brush cleared? Why wasn't the fire brigade given enough resources? All this type of things are more important. Big up Asad disease.
The gays are burning my city.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The gays are literally burning the city. Figuratively, literally, the gays are burning LA. Big up Asad disease.
Anymore.
Yeah.
So know what you're voting for.
Yeah.
It's all fucking disaster. We got to move on, B.
Yeah.
We can't.
I know.
We can't keep doing it.
We got to move on, but you don't want to keep talking about it. I love this. I love that he keeps saying this. I think there's a lot of clips on this I've got on here where he keeps mentioning that. He keeps saying that line. We've got to move on, but he keeps mentioning it. So he keeps getting himself wound up, but then he keeps getting annoyed, he's getting wound up and keeps saying he needs to move on. You're the one that mentioned it. This makes me think now that I believe now he's got the attention span of a dog. I believe that. He's got the attention span and the memory of a dog. So he doesn't remember what he said 2 minutes ago, a minute ago, 60 seconds ago. And he thinks Brian brought it up when he's the one that brought it up. I fucking love it. They're going to continue talking about it?
You know what bums me out the most is like during times like this, you really want to think people are going to come together. And
They
for the
do.
most part, they have. And then you hear about people lighting fires and looting homes.
Yeah, but
you're always gonna hear that.
Don't. But that's what the media wants you to focus on.
That's right.
You think so?
Yes,
Of course,
I
so.
do.
People are banding together like a motherfucker.
Yeah, they are. It brings out the best in
we've had help from Canada, Mexico, North Dakota
Oregon.
came over here, Oregon.
Yeah.
And this is great for you car heads out there. The fire trucks that came from Oregon.
No, that's not true.
Yes, it is.
They had to stop for emissions testing.
Inspections.
No, it's not true. It's not true. They actually
Are you
got
sure?
debunked. Yeah. Don't fall for the bullshit.
Okay,
That's not true.
but to this point, we've had a ton of help. Like people are uniting for sure.
Yes.
The arson and the looters, you're talking about
more-
0.001%, Sanaz, and that's what you're focused on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The firehouses, my wife, my family dropped off supplies like food and drinks for them at the fire station. They had a surplus of people that dropped off.
So here's my friend's house. I call him up and I go, "This is. I'm going to show this to you." I wish
The
we could put it
audience
up.
will be able to see.
Okay.
You can
Well,
still show it to me.
Yeah,
I
I'm
can
going to
still
show you
the
what it
audience.
is. This is so crazy. So literally.
But Sanaz, don't get it twisted though. That's the media they're trying to divide us. The California. Don't get me wrong.
Hold on, you're dividing us, aren't you? Aren't you just ragging against lesbians and shit and DEI hires? The media's trying to divide us. Aren't you exasperating the issue by further making it seem like, there is a lot of division and blaming people and shit? Maybe there is a lot of blame to be debied around, but you're also playing a part in the division, no?
Wrong. Newsom's fucking terrible. At the end of the day, black, white, Latina, Armenian, the LA's together.
Nice.
No one likes us, and everyone bands together, despite the government.
You hate that.
Watch this.
But they want you to focus on that fucking garbage.
So I get this. I send it to my buddy, who was one of my, such a good guy. I've known him a long time.
70 years.
I go, checking in on you, brother. Your house okay? Lost everything, bro. Fucking disaster of mega proportion.
Great podcast, by the way. Very funny. Love this.
That's the house. That's right. You remember Fabrizio from Via Veneto?
Yeah.
It's across the street from him. That's his house, right? Right? So they lost literally everything. They're going to move. They were going to come to us, but they couldn't get to us because they were in Westlake.
Yeah.
So he said, here was great, the point I'm making. I'm talking
gets
to
to the
him.
point that
He's
he's
like
old,
my
man.
age, made a lot of money.
Fabrizio?
No, my buddy Saul.
Okay.
And so
He's my
people
age.
knock on the door.
No, it's not.
They're there with clothes.
Yeah.
And he started to cry because he goes, dude, people are so incredible.
Don't get it twisted.
And that's what
He started to cry because he thought it was black people trying to rob his house. At first he was afraid. Then he realized it's just other white people exchanging pairs of fucking Levi's and shit. Anyway, moving on. Do you want to hear Brendan being racist? Do you want to hear Brendan being a bit of an Islamophobe and being a bit racist? Do you want to hear about that? Do you want to hear Brendan being a bit of an Islamophobe and being a little bit racist? Of course you do. Listen to this beauty. Listen to this beauty right about here.
fly Frontier, not Alaska Air. Lady who comes to me with questions was very rude from the
By the way, in case you're wondering, this is about the Khabib thing. Khabib got kicked off an airplane because allegedly a woman on the airplane wasn't comfortable that he was sitting on the seats where the emergency exits are, and she said that he couldn't understand English and looked like a terrorist or something, and they kicked him off a flight. Big drama, right? Listen to how Brenda responds to this drama.
beginning, even though I speak very decent English and can understand everything and agreed to assist, she still insists on removing me from my seat.
Well, there's an update.
Oh, give it to me.
From Frontier. So they're saying that the ladies were asking him first, you know, if he could volunteer, and then he just would not talk to them for the longest time. And eventually they had to get someone from the gate, an agent, to come in, and then he started answering questions.
Yeah, that's a problem.
So yeah, they said the video doesn't show everything, but I don't know. Unless you're there, how do you know?
How
for
do you
fact?
know?
But if they're gonna kick him
They
out,
need a verbal agreement. He may not have understood that. I don't know.
they said he didn't answer. He didn't answer.
They
at
say
all.
you refuse to answer.
Yeah.
Now, hear me out here. Let's say you don't know who Khabib is. You see a Dagestanian. They don't know he's from Dagestan. They see the right. Who blows up planes? Right. I'm just saying. So,
bruh.
No, what? I don't get why this is a thing. So if they.
What? 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 I don't get why this is a thing. And you just fucking racially profiled him and said any guy that gets onto a plane looking like a Dagestanian, looking like they're from Dagestan, or looking like a Muslim, they should be accepting and understanding that people on the plane might not be comfortable with them being on the plane and want to be escorted off because they look like a terrorist. That sounds like racism to me, my friend. Let's play it one more time. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. The way this guy talks and thinks, man. He's lucky he's not more famous, man. He's lucky he's not more famous. And no one gives a fuck about this fucking show apart from us. But hey, let's listen.
Agreement. He may not have understood that. I don't know.
They said he didn't answer. He didn't answer.
They say
at all.
you refuse to answer.
Yeah.
Now, hear me out here. Let's say you don't know who Khabib is. You see a Dagestanian. They don't know he's from Dagestan. They see the right. Who blows up planes? Right. I'm just saying. So,
bruh.
No, what? I don't get why this is a thing.
Who blows
so
up
if they go, sir, we need a verbal agreement. He goes, just face forwards like, what's going on here? Sir, we need a verbal agreement. Doesn't say anything. Oh, well, this ain't good. Clearly something's going on here. Let's go to the front and get security. Sir, we need a verbal agreement. And then he's like, what do you want? And then they're like, well, dude, what the fuck?
That's a very strange thing, though. He's
Look at the accent he put on as well.
And then he's like, what do you want? And then they're like, well, dude, what the fuck? This
That's a
is
very
suspect.
strange thing.
Agreement. And then he's like, what do you want? And then they're like, well, dude, what the fuck? This
That's a
is
very
suspect.
strange thing, though. He seems a very smart man, and maybe he just didn't understand. Who knows what happened?
There's a video of it, so somebody knew who he was.
He's such
you know, filming it.
No, those are just gossip bitches. That they're like, oh, look at this. Maybe I'll go viral. Who knows?
He's also wearing a hood.
Yeah.
And who knows if he had headphones?
Jesus Christ. Don't wear hoods on planes. Don't have a beard with no mustache. Don't have an accent. Holy shit.
I don't know. Maybe that's why he didn't answer at first. Who knows?
But before we rake Frontier over the fucking coals, you can understand how if he's not responding,
If
and he's
that's the
of that
case,
ethnicity,
yes.
they're going, hold up, dude. Hold up.
Nah, not really. It doesn't work like that. You can't just assume someone's going to do something based on the color of their skin, mate. That's racism. It's almost like assuming all white people are going to rape and murder because of a history of rape, murder, and pillaging. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? This guy is fucking insane.
We don't feel comfortable flying if what's going on here?
We don't feel comfortable flying when we're sat next to a fucking alleged rapist. How about that? Big up Agent Ranger.
If Brian had a pair of balls or a brain, he'd inform Bappa that Putin consolidated power by blowing up apartment buildings and blaming it on Chechens.
There we go.
Now Moron Chin is gonna explain why they're actually right. I hate all these guys.
Exactly. I don't know about hate. I don't think I hate these guys. I just find them humorous. I won't say I hate them. I just find them humorous. And they also give me confidence. Whenever I'm feeling low, whenever I'm feeling down, whenever I'm feeling unmotivated and shit, I always think to myself, hey, if Brendan was at one point a multi-millionaire, I can at least get a couple hundred. I can at least get a couple thousand, you know? A couple thousand I could get. You know, if he was able to be a fucking multi-millionaire at one point of his life, I could at least get a couple thousand. You know, just a couple thousand. Not also just a couple thousand.
Also in the news, it's like a lot of people came over the border.
Yeah.
People get,
Yeah.
I'm gonna drink my magic mine. That's the one thing I.
Oh my goodness.
Look at that. Look at that. Pivoting from racism, right? From very thinly veiled racism all the way into shilling and grifting magic mind. You can't fucking make this up. The grift never fucking ends. The shilling never fucking ends. Unapologetic. Gotta love it. Racism and fucking capitalism, they go hand in hand. Talk to somebody that knows.
Goodness gracious. Yeah. When's the last time you guys had some mental block?
Dude.
Fucking hell, Chin. Chin even taking part in the grift and the shilling.
I'll tell you what, if Frontier wouldn't have racial profiled if they had magic mind.
If they had kept their brain out of the fog and into the clear.
Racial profiling like you just did. By saying that could be seen as a terrorist because he can't speak English and looks a certain way.
Then maybe.
Dude, you know how much cooler Newsom would be if he took this before he made those terrible decisions?
So much cooler, dude.
All right, Senaz. Senaz is definitely fucking. Senaz is definitely fucking Brenda. That cackle, bro. Like nothing he says is ever that funny. Please, she's definitely fucking that guy for sure. Let's scroll across. What did we miss here? What did we miss here? Anything we miss here? What did we miss here? What's that? Mark Zuckerberg alpha male debate. What's this about? Let's scroll here. Mark Zuckerberg alpha male debate. What's this about?
I think he always probably was. I don't.
No, you give him too much fucking credit.
I think these guys.
He donated the Biden campaign.
But I think guys like, because it was good for business. I think guys like this. I think guys like.
So hold on. So Brendan's only a Republican because it's good for business too, right? Because you imagine Trump's going to put in some taxes and breaks and shit that are going to benefit him, which makes sense. But then Zucks is obviously moving. He's not going fully right, but he's moving center, back into the center, maybe right of center or center of right. And it's still not enough for these guys. Like he's actually saying, hey, we made some mistakes. Yeah, we were in the pockets of the Democrats. We were shook of COVID. We didn't want to, piss them off and shit. They were harassing us. But I think everything he said on Rogan was sincere. Obviously, he's trying to rebrand himself a little bit, and Rogan was kind of giving some shit towards the end. But I don't think there's anything wrong with one of the founders or one of the owners of some of the biggest social media platforms that we have out there saying that, hey, I might have got this wrong, and now I'm reversing course. Because it doesn't happen on YouTube. These YouTube people have done the same thing. You still get those fucking cringy banners at the bottom of your video if you talk about COVID. So they're still pushing a certain narrative. But at least he's admitted his fault. Yeah, like, of course he commit. Yeah, he donated to the Biden. It's again, they were scratching his back, he was scratching their backs. I don't see why he's so, against Zuck's changing his mind when he obviously changed his mind from being somebody that probably wasn't outwardly a Republican or outwardly conservative to now being that. But other people can't do the same thing. There must be something about Zucks in general. There's probably something about him. Or maybe his Instagram. Maybe I'm thinking his Instagram. Maybe because Brendan's been shadowed on Instagram and he brains Mark Zuckerberg. But he has a real bee in his bonnet about Zuckerberg. I don't understand why. It's not like his Instagram got banned or he lost an account with millions of followers. He's got all his accounts still. Why does he hate the guy so much?
Zuckerberg, in a lot of ways, started apolitical. They were like a little bit autistic, or they were just high functioning, very smart people that were more techie.
Of course.
I don't know how political they were.
Don't get me wrong. Everything he's done with the UFC is a bit lame, right? Being in the corners of fighters and stuff. But he's obviously trying to develop himself, and he's kind of discovered this new personality from jiu-jitsu. He talks well. His interviews are far more entertaining and easier to watch. When he wasn't like this, when he was like a robot on Lex Friedman, they were a beast to get through. So hard to get through. Now his interviews are actually quite good to watch. You kind of want to hear his impression and his thoughts on certain things because he obviously a super smart dude, and he's a CEO of companies and he's actually running them pretty well. He may not be the most innovative guy when it comes to products or services and shit. I don't think he's that clever or that brilliant. But when it comes to running a company, he seems to know what he's doing. And now he's almost aligning himself with the people that these guys are fans of. I don't see why Brendan is like so anti him. I wonder what it is. There's definitely something there. I wonder if maybe he says something about his specials or something.
Like us.
Yeah, exactly. And then they get woken up and they go, hey, this is bad for business. It's bad for me.
Yeah.
That side is all liars, or they're just not, and all that. So
yeah,
it's a combination.
But I think if he came out and took accountability and owned it, was like, listen, I was going with.
He did. That's what he did, though. Didn't he take accountability by first reversing the moderation policy, the content moderation policies on Instagram and Facebook and WhatsApp, wherever, or mostly Instagram and Facebook, and then he went on Rogan and explained how he got there, or explained how he was in the position in the first place to get taken advantage of and to be put into a corner and whatever malarkey. What more do you want him to do?
Is what the Biden campaign I donated at the time I thought was right.
Yeah, big up Josie. That's a very good point. Big up Josie. Very, very good point. I forgot about that. His IG was probably the first social media to get shadow banned. True. That was during COVID, isn't it? So his IG got shadow banned before the TFATK channel, or whatever, or the YouTube did. Yeah, remember he was complaining about that. He probably saw a dip in followers and engagement and shit, and he's probably he's never forgiven Zucks for that. That probably explains this hate for Zucks. Now I get it. Yeah, that's a good point. Big up Josie. There we go. Yeah, that explains it. That explains it so well. Because that's COVID was when he was like, COVID was when his brain got broken, isn't it? Rogan's brain got broken when he couldn't do stand up anymore. When he wasn't allowed to like do what he wanted, being the rich guy he is. And Brendan's brain got broken when he wasn't allowed to go on tour. When he couldn't just do shows normally or eat at the places he wanted to eat at. That's when his brain got broken. And he blamed the social media platforms and Gavin Newsom for everything going wrong in his life at that point.
I was way off. I fucked up. We went too far. I put tampons in the men's bathroom at Facebook. It was crazy, man. I woke up one day and went, holy fuck, I've gone too far.
Any guy,
we're doing it different.
To your point,
you got to own it.
What is the problem with doing that, by the way? Like, if somebody wants to use a tampon in the men's bathroom, which is fucking ridiculous, and it's in there, what does that have to do with your politics? You're doing that to accommodate people that you work with, or that people that work for you. It doesn't speak for your own individual politics or for the politics of the company, really. Because I think companies should really be apolitical anyway, right? They shouldn't really be, beholden to any party, really. Especially a platform like that, right? It's like what is it? It's almost like a resource. I don't know, it should never really be political. I don't think so. These social media platforms, they should never have a political tint to them. It should just be a platform where you can kind of say what you want to say within their rules, but they shouldn't skew a certain way. It should basically be wild, wild west, I think, on most social media platforms. But, maybe that doesn't happen because of advertising and shit. Who fucking knows? But I don't know.
To your point,
so that's my thing.
Man
you can apologize. Just own it.
To your point, anybody who owns a company that big, you better be on the right side of the administration. You want to be playing ball with whoever's in power.
It's Facebook. It's not fucking Thick Boy. Like, honestly, it's probably one of the biggest news platforms or media organizations in the world, if not one of the number one, right? In terms of news sources, in terms of the amount of money political parties spend advertising on there, trying to convince voters to vote for their party. There's a lot of pressure. Like, I understand why he did it. Like, I get why he went there. It's actually way more admirable that he's actually turned it around and said, hey, they went too far and now we're going back into the center and we're not really going to, moderate as much. We're going to be a bit more free. Like, that's actually quite admirable, given the amount of pressure he was probably under and shit. Like, and given the amount of tax breaks he was given and favors that got given to him because he was playing ball. Now he's not playing ball. I'm sure he's going to feel it, probably. They're probably going to make him feel it that he's not playing ball. So it's probably going to cost him a lot. It probably will end up costing him monetarily, stress-wise, everything. But this is not enough for Brendan. It's not enough.
Especially if the Republicans control the...
But just own it. Just own it. Don't grow your hair out and do steroids and all of a sudden you're this bro.
He looks good. I like the new look. Voice sounds different. Neck is thicker.
I shoot bow and arrows when he said that one.
Hey, you know what?
Oh, breaking news. Allegedly, Drake has withdrawn his petition against UMG and Spotify after they sat down and came to an agreement. Okay, so it's gone now. No lawsuit. So he probably ended up settling and got some money out of this, isn't it? Shit. Okay. We're probably going to hear it on the record soon, but yeah. Drake has withdrawn his petition against UMG and Spotify. Interesting.
Though he wants to hang out with guys like Joe over the people he's always been around. people like the Austin crew's a lot more fun. Guys like us are a lot more fun to hang out with than than those fucking you know
guys like us, you know what?
Than the super sensitive.
Of course.
Thank you.
Again, I don't have an issue with them.
Yeah, you
Forgive
do.
them. I'm
Yeah,
good.
you
Welcome
do. Yeah,
to
you
the team.
do.
About the goddamn time.
What do you mean welcome? Welcome to what? You just became Republican recently, you dickhead.
Yeah.
Well, you know why you're doing
He's
it.
a bad motherfucker. It's all right. He's a bad motherfucker.
I think our definition of bad motherfucker is different. Yeah, I think he's a smart motherfucker.
He also
I think
built,
capitalized on it.
He not only built something, he continues to grow it. He's a bad motherfucker. That's a very smart, very disciplined, very, very.
I always find it funny how the dumbest people are so skeptical of people so Brendan here doesn't want to admit that Zucks is smart. Yeah, he's incredibly stupid. Or incredibly limited in his intellect. Yet Zucks isn't smart. So who is smart to you? He probably thinks Rogan's smarter than Mark Zuckerberg, isn't it? Because Rogan's got a popular podcast.
Very competitive.
Sure.
Bad motherfucker. He's not built like a pro athlete.
Sure.
But
yeah, it's tough. I mean, we don't have to get into it. He didn't create Facebook. You know this, right? If we want to get down in the nitty gritty, he didn't create Facebook. No, he didn't. No,
Rogan didn't create On It.
He didn't. No. The twins did, and that's why they got bought out. He stole that idea from the twins.
Case, dude. He's taken that company
for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
He's an amazing businessman.
Amazing businessman.
He's a very smart.
Wicked smart.
Yeah, very disciplined. He's got a lot of. He's a badass. He's not a cuck. He's an alpha male.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
One of the richest men in the world.
That makes him alpha.
Yeah, it does.
So George Soros is an alpha.
100%. Wow. I mean, I like him, but he's a badass.
Bill Gates is an alpha.
100%.
The guy with tits.
Bill Gates is 100% an alpha.
Oh, see, I think our definition of alpha is different.
He's smarter than anybody you know, Bubba.
Yeah, smart doesn't make you an alpha.
Of course
Bubba.
it does.
No, it doesn't.
More competitive than anybody you know.
No.
Smarter. He built Microsoft.
I don't know. I kind of maybe agree with Brendan on this one. Just because you have money, does that make you alpha? Just because you're rich, are you immediately alpha? But then I also think the term alpha is just for them. It's just about fighting and being a badass. But I think alpha should be about looking after your family, innit? It should be about holding down a family. It should be about looking after your loved ones. It should be about taking care of local community. It should be about raising your children. It should be about being a loving husband, being a loving wife, like whatever. Those things are super important as well. But I don't think these guys think that. These guys just think it's about fucking people up, you know? But I do kind of agree with Brendan more in this one. I don't think all those guys are alpha just because they've made a lot of money. But obviously, the problem with them, I think, or the issue, is that people that they mentioned, they are so rich that people just, acquiesce and kind of like kowtow to them because they've made so much money. So it kind of gives them this false sense of like being some sort of badass and being alpha. I don't think a lot of guys try to punk Bill Gates in real life or George Soros, German, because they've got so much money that every room they walk into, people are always kind of shaking in their boots and shit.
Soft.
No, that doesn't make you an alpha, Bubba.
He built an empire.
Success doesn't make you alpha.
But I think building an empire makes you an alpha.
Oh, I disagree. I disagree. There's guys with empires who are.
But when you have that many people working for you,
that doesn't make you an alpha.
What's the difference between him and Elon Musk? Is Elon Musk an alpha?
I'll tell you right now. I don't know. He's an out. They're outliers.
They're alpha.
Alpha to me is this. So you're looking at success, and he has all these accolades and money in the bank. Doesn't make him alpha. If a person came in to rob his house, he will not protect it. I guarantee.
Oh my God, that's a poor example of alpha. So alpha, you have to be able to stop a robber from robbing your house. That's a version of alpha. Alpha isn't putting yourself in the line of danger to protect your family. You have to stop them from robbing your house. You have to be able to physically restrain somebody. You have to be able to beat people up. You have to be able to kill somebody. Not just protecting yourself and putting yourself in front of your kids and saying, hey, take me instead. That's not alpha. That's being a pussy then, I guess.
To the T, Mark Zuckerberg would run so fucking fast.
I don't know what that means, because right now you're talking about one definition of strength, which is somebody who can fight. But fighting is
courage, bud.
Oh, I think
courage.
I think courage is also compartmentalized, right? Because when I can answer that right away. Courage.
You know what's courage?
Courage is compartmentalized. So if some guys can't swim, they'd be terrified in water.
So let's take physical courage away from it. Courage is not putting tampons in men's bathroom when everyone tells you to. Hell,
isn't that also just leading a company? Like, you just got, I don't know. That's just leading a company and accommodating people that you work with. You can choose. I don't know what this is like. This is fucking ridiculous, man. This is honestly fucking ridiculous.
Hold on. Courage.
Yeah, that's a minor detail.
Sure, minor.
It's a minor
super
detail,
minor.
but it is. When you're running an empire, he doesn't pay attention
I
to
know he
that.
can do that stuff.
He doesn't.
So Courage is not taking funding from the Biden campaign to suppress information. Courage is going, no, that ain't right.
That's not true. I don't think you were there. I think Courage is this. Elon Musk.
Like, you wore a mask when everyone wore it because we were all scared. It was more courageous back then not to wear it. He still wore a mask. He still had a bandana across on his neck to cover his face when he went to certain establishment. If you're really courageous, you wouldn't have wore anything. So again, he's talking out of his ass. Like, honestly, this retroactive, like, I stand up against a man thing is fucking hilarious, man. It's so fucking funny.
Courage. It's a lot of courage, right? He takes risks. So does Mark Zuckerberg. Everything that guy does is a risk, right? So buying the acquisitions that they do all the time, can be right or wrong. He is a major risk taker.
Right? Courage is not acquiring companies when you're already a billionaire. His life does not change, Brian.
Zuckerberg
not now,
badass dude.
Oh,
He's
I disagree.
Badass.
I disagree.
I
think he's a good businessman.
I don't know how you accomplish what he accomplished without being a risk taker, having balls. I think our definition of alpha is just different. Somebody invading your house. It all depends, right? We'd all be afraid. It's just if you have the weaponry. If you don't, you're going to be like, holy fuck, 5 guys with masks. That's just I think
exactly using the metric of burglary and home invasions as whether or not you're alpha or not is fucking insane. Wasn't he not at his house when someone home invaded his crib, and he said that he was there, but he said when he wasn't there? Isn't alpha being there when your lady has a fucking miscarriage? That's being alpha, no? Your lady gets sick and she's got a fever and has she had influenza or something. Maybe taken her to hospital. That also might be alpha, no? Maybe, I don't know. Sleeping at your kids' baseball games. Is that alpha? I don't know.
I think that you're off. I think you cannot say you cannot say a guy who changed the business landscape of the world with 3 billion.
It doesn't make him alpha.
It makes him. It certainly does. It doesn't make him a beta. I'll tell you that much.
I disagree.
He's more competitive than anybody you know. He wins more than anybody you know.
Than anybody I know?
Yeah.
Motherfucker, I fought in the UFC.
Way more
You think a guy coming up with a tech company is more competitive?
100%. Have you been around these guys? Have you been around
I
these
have.
guys?
My dad's one of them.
Your dad's not Mark Zuckerberg.
No, he's not Mark Zuckerberg.
No.
This is brilliant. Brendan trying to argue that it's more... What would you say, though? What's more competitive? Becoming the UFC fighter professionally, or being able to launch a successful startup, or being able to maintain a successful... I would say the startup is harder, isn't it? It's way harder, right? I said startup is way harder than becoming a UFC fighter, really. Let's be honest. Like, it's not even close, isn't it? It's not even close. The amount of startups that don't go anywhere. I've been at a few. I've been at a few that go under and they have decent ideas and they fucking fall flat in their faces. It's not even close. The amount of variables that are involved in having a successful business in terms of timing and talent recruitment and being first to market and all this malarkey. Like, there's so many things that could go wrong. Obviously, being successful at any, thing that you're in is going to be difficult. But I think Brendan's saying that it's harder to be a UFC fighter, more competitive, than it is to be a fucking UFC fighter is crazy. Or UFC fighter is more... Yeah, I think being a startup founder or owning a business is way harder. Like, just having a business be somewhat profitable or break even is way harder, way more strenuous. I love how Brendan is... He also used the example of his dad being a tech guy, but also in a weird way, he's kind of insulting his dad, but when he doesn't really realize it. My dad's one of them, basically saying, my dad isn't that amazing. If he founded a company, anyone could do it, in a weird way. Doesn't it sound like he's dissing his dad?
All I'm saying, and Bubba?
Yeah.
Competitive?
Yes.
Professional sports to tech?
No, that's
risk, buddy?
100%.
Oh,
100%.
Oh, no,
you have one idea. It's hilarious. You have one measurement of success or a risk. Professional sports compared to a guy who like Elon Musk, who changes, Elon Musk, let's take it, look, so you're comparing professional sports, which is adorable. It's adorable. You're built a certain way, you go into that's what you've been doing your whole life. You know how to navigate, running, punts back, whatever it might be, catching balls, compared to a guy.
For what?
Compared to a guy who gets an electric car company off the ground.
Exactly.
Yep.
Makes it the most successful
Brian,
company.
hold on, before you do that,
SpaceX, and everybody says you're going to fail, you're going to fail, you're going to fail.
Such, I know. Okay.
It's a big risk though. It was about to fail. It was about to go under, and now he's made Tesla somewhat profitable. You have to probably thank Elon, even though people won't say it, but you have to thank Tesla for the fact that we now have EVs in general being popularized. I don't think legacy car makers would have never made EVs if Tesla wasn't as popular or as whatever as it is now. That's why they make them. They're obviously not as profitable as maybe their regular cars and shit, gas cars and shit. But the reason why we have so many EVs now is primarily because of Tesla. So that alone is really hard to do. That alone is really difficult. Many car companies have gone under, and probably many will go under in the future. I don't understand why he's even debating this, actually. This is a weird argument. Weird hill to die on for Brendan. I don't know why. But I guess it's tied in with the Zuckerberg thing. Maybe because, this is also tied into it. Maybe because inherently he feels like he's smarter and more of a badass than Zucks. This is why it's triggering him. So weird hill to die on this whole topic. It's just strange.
Huge risk.
Still a billionaire,
buys X.
Still a billionaire.
Yeah, I know. He got there.
PayPal.
He got there because of that.
So because Elon was a billionaire from PayPal, which he wasn't, it means that if he sets up another business, it means that there's not risk involved. Just because you already had money, there's no risk involved. You're guaranteed to success. He's so fucking dense. He's so dumb in it. Again, anyone that has imposter syndrome, please listen to Brendan. Don't have imposter syndrome. At one point, this guy was a multi-millionaire. I know they were all leases, but still, he was driving Ferraris, Porsches, Jaguars, Aston Martins, living fucking well at one point, and he's this dumb.
Not a billionaire because everything he's done has been risky. Everything Elon Musk has done.
Yeah, big up Uche. Elon Musk literally changed the trajectory of humanity. And Papa's like, but how many chings he fucked? Yeah. That's the thing. Even if you're not the most charitable person against Musk, because I think sometimes with Musk, the truth lies in the middle. At the moment, I watched that fucking Moist Critical video on Elon, and it fucking broke my heart, man. The one where he lies about being good at Diablo. That is a very insecure and troubled man. And it makes me think, to be honest, because I go out of my way not to be a liar and not to lie about inconsequential, irrelevant things like that, whenever I see somebody that lies about the sort of things, it makes me question everything. So if Elon is willing to lie about how good he is at Diablo and some other fucking game that you're meant to invest, because again, I don't play video games, but allegedly those type of games, you're meant to invest time into them, and it takes hours and hours to be really good and to get a certain level and to achieve a certain number of points and whatever. It's just one of those crazy games that it's a time sink. There's no way you could run those businesses and be successful at that game too. So I think Moist Critical basically exposed that most likely he has a team managing his thing that got him to a certain level, but he lies about it. So, that makes you think Elon is lying about a lot of things. But let's just take that to one side. As you just mentioned, he has literally changed the course of humanity with SpaceX alone, especially with these fucking reusable fucking rockets and shit, which will, again, no one's saying he's entirely responsible for building SpaceX and for making the things that they make. But to say that sort of stuff isn't more risky, more competitive, harder than becoming a UFC fighter or being an athlete in general is insane. Legitimately insane.
They've said you're going to fail. Everything.
Sure.
SpaceX, Tesla.
Big up Scott L. Starting a business is easy. Just look at Tiger Thick. Boom, roasted.
Buying Twitter. Everything. And what has he done? Crushed it every time.
Yeah.
He is a visionary.
Agree 100%.
The biggest risk taker and more competitive than anybody on the planet.
I disagree.
You don't become those people
I think Dana White's more competitive than...
You don't become those guys without being off the charts competitive.
Exactly.
You don't...
Exactly, Brendan. I don't know why he's coping with this for. Come on, bro. Those guys are working like crazy hours per week, per year. They're making a ton of money, but the risks that are involved, like CEOs have a tough job, bro. Like most CEOs of actual companies that have board of directors that actually, or fucking, what do you call it? Share owners and shit, board of directors and shit, customers. Those are very high pressure jobs. They're not for the faint of heart. Like those guys earn their money for the most part. It's not a fucking easy job. You got a lot resting on your fucking shoulders. If it goes successful, if you're successful at it, you get all the praise. If it goes wrong, you are all to blame. Or you don't even get all the praise if you get successful. The company just gets sort of, But if it goes wrong, you definitely are the one to blame, and your head will roll.
I think our definition in competitive is different.
No, Bubba.
Because Elon's competing against who with that?
The world. Everybody else who's competing with him. The guys that build these businesses are otherworldly. They're nuts. They really are.
Agree.
Yeah. Anybody who's that successful has a competitiveness that I don't think most of us can even comprehend. Jeff Bezos, who works more than the guy works. They were saying he works literally 17 hours a day. He doesn't sleep. Trump, same way. These people are out of their minds. I think they are. When you hear people talk about them, like Musk, when you hear people talk about Bezos, they talk about the fact that they can work harder and longer, and they're more competitive than anyone else. I've talked to Lex Friedman about Elon Musk. Musk is an absolute visionary who's like, let's just go. And everybody's like, but this doesn't make sense. He goes, shut up, don't be a bitch. I promise you. I promise you.
Yep. I definitely think he's competitive in the tech space.
He's just a competitive human being.
Yes.
He happens to have a brain that works in that.
Mm-hmm.
If he had the body, if he had a body that was like,
what happens?
If he had your body, he would have been a pro athlete.
Yeah, all day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same
Bill
mindset.
Gates too, right?
It's the same mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Gates is smarter than everybody in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill Gates, have you read about Bill Gates? I have.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so Bill Gates was beyond competitive.
He's actually been in locker rooms with actual athletes. It's funny that he's, who cares? Intelligent, whatever.
Beyond. Like to the point where it was so out of control that, and if you worked for him, he was like, listen, bitch, those guys, there was no like time off. You are going to win and crush everybody. They are conquerors. They are nothing short of conquerors. Nothing short. They are scorched earth motherfuckers, dude.
For sure.
I mean, your metric for physicality, you're adding physicality.
I'm not physical. No, discipline's discipline across the board.
So is competitiveness.
For sure.
Yeah. And so is being a leader and setting an example and taking, when everybody else in the world is saying this is.
Brendan has got like small companies, right? In comparison. And look how much of a shit show it's been keeping those together, keeping them chugging away. People being fired, people being let go for various nonsense reasons, fucking up ad reads, fucking up this, fucking up that. And these guys are running huge corporations with thousands of employees, maybe hundreds of thousands of employees, locations all around the world, balancing all these different plates, pressure from fucking politicians, pressures from government, pressure from legislators, red tape, war, cyber hacking and shit, all that malarkey. Like, I don't understand why this is even a debate. Like, it really isn't.
This isn't going to work, and you say, fuck off, it is. I promise you all those guys have done that way more than anybody.
You'd think he'd have way more of appreciation, understanding, just considering how hard it was for him to get Tiger Fig launched, or to get that off the tape, off the ground. He didn't realize, again, I'm no expert, but he thought he could sell his whiskey on his Shopify, on his fucking TFATK.com website via Shopify. He thought he could just he thought he could just take the bottle with him to his gigs and just sell them in whatever state he was in like that. He didn't know anything about the state to state, liquor laws or licenses or whatever. He didn't know anything about that. Zero. He just started this liquor company, this whiskey brand, with no understanding on distribution, no understanding on distribution, no understanding on, laws in terms of interstate selling or whatever, maybe nothing. So you think you have more understanding about that, but zero.
Else. That's what they wouldn't be where they are. They broke the mold. They were the guys who said this is going to work, and everyone said no, it's not. I promise you, everyone. Elon Musk especially. They were just talking about him, especially Musk.
Elon's an outlier.
SpaceX is going to die.
Yeah,
but Tesla's going to fail. I remember it so well. I remember I wanted to buy stock, and I had people say, "Don't do it. It's going to fail as a company." over and over. And people never want to give the guy his due. I remember with Twitter, he bought Twitter and they were like, it's not going to work.
I think people give it his due. My only thing with that, so let's say Tesla bombed. He's still a billionaire. He has the resources to keep going.
So, what does that even mean? Like, if you lost everything, what happens to you? Doesn't your dad bail you out? Like, what is this? Like, what are these unfair? What are these metrics? What does that even mean? Say loss is still a billionaire. Like, that doesn't work that way, though. Do you? If you lose a business, you still lose value. You still use, your net worth goes down. His net worth goes up and down all the time anyway, Elon Musk. It's a bit, it's volatile compared to when it's like related to the market and shit, and obviously the business that he's in. I don't understand the point he's even trying to make.
To the end of the earth to make it happen.
So actually, that's also a misnomer. So a lot of these guys, their wealth is in their stock. It really is. It's actually not in their cash. So it really is in their stock. So that's why when they say he's worth $400 billion, take it easy.
Hey, let's say they're off by 350 million.
Yeah, but that's
350 billion.
Yeah, no. But that's not. They don't have.
He's still a billionaire. Either way you paint it.
But he was always that person, is what I'm saying.
Sure.
He got himself.
But all I'm saying is you have the resources. He can go to the end of time, dude.
Now.
Several times over.
Now, but that's actually not.
Yeah, big up Star Disease. No, it was not going to read that one out. What does it say? And if my sister had a dick, she would be my brother. What the fuck is Purpose? Exactly. Big up Star Disease.
Not true. I remember they were talking about. In fact, that's not true because when he bought Twitter, read up on that.
You can.
If that had really failed, he would have been in some trouble. He really been really leveraged.
No.
Yeah, he would have. He would have been.
He could still fund it.
What are they talking? What is he talking? Why is he saying no? What do you know about his finances? What do you know about like how that company was run? No, So it doesn't matter. So he can never fail because he's a billionaire. Is that how it works? If you've attained, Brendan's brain is so fucking small. So in Brendan's brain, if you've been classified as a billionaire, you can never fail. You can never lose money. It's impossible. You're just gonna be a billionaire forever. Is that how it works? Okay.
Tesla, and he was at a point with Tesla that way too, where if it had gone, if that stock had gone to zero, he would have been in real trouble.
But compared to everybody else, he'd still be okay.
He would be able to live in his house, but he wouldn't be some multi-billionaire.
He'd be a billionaire.
I don't know about that.
He'd have millions in the bank, guaranteed.
Millions, but that doesn't mean. But Elon Musk was always an insane risk taker and continues to be a visionary. So. It's the wrong guy to criticize. Actually,
I'm not criticizing Elon.
Yeah, but it's also the wrong guy to say he's not an alpha or he doesn't take the risks that pro athletes do. You're off on that.
I just think we're off. It's all good. It doesn't matter. Hey, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but
I think our perception of sports and tech guys are different. That's all good. I don't want to argue.
I think if you were with him, right, and you were playing anything with those guys, you'd be shocked at how competitive they were at everything.
And you ready for this? I think you would be shocked.
Yeah, I think they're like Michael Jordan.
Wow.
I think they're just as competitive as Michael Jordan. I don't think Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos.
Does he think that a lot of those guys are attracted to tech guys? Why does he think that a lot of tech guys are attracted to high caliber athletes and want to be around that? Why does he think that's usually a common trait that's shared between two of those people? That they like to like hang around each other or shoot the shit, have them be investors, be on their board. Don't they think there's some sort of like synergy? They don't share some common traits, being in a niche industry, niche market, niche sport, being some of the top performers in their field. Like, why is Brendan fighting against this? Maybe because he himself was not like a high achiever, a high performer. Maybe that's why he's like this. Maybe. But it's odd that he's fighting against this when he himself was involved in sports to some degree or has been around it. Why wouldn't he understand that, the elite guys in whatever field are going to want to, shoot the shit with and, break some bread with those guys or see commonalities between each other? Like, it's not that deep, really. I don't understand this argument at all.
Are any less competitive than Michael Jordan at all? Yeah, I think it doesn't track that they would be.
I think if they played a game that they can't win, so what do you mean? So compare them to Michael Jordan,
Just the
or
drive to
Kobe
win.
Bryant.
Just the drive to win. The drive to win. And the drive to put in that time. They put in just as much time as Kobe Bryant. I promise.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. And why? Because they want to win.
And it's different.
'Cause they're
Their
gonna
skill
win. Yeah,
sets
it's
is
just
mental.
different.
Yeah.
So it's all compartmentalized. So intelligence, courage,
So he's finally backing down. He's finally trying to back down.
competitiveness, it's all compartmentalized, right? So a lot of times you'll see people that are super competitive at what they do, but when they're hanging out, they're, like Gordon Ryan. Gordon Ryan is really fucking relaxed and chill until you want to fuck with him. And then
I think it's just different. Like if you're like, oh, I'm gonna make this business, whatever, $100 million business faster than you, you're gonna have some trouble with Zuckerberg. He's gonna do it.
Yeah.
Now, if I say one of us can win $1 billion, whoever doesn't stop running, I guarantee he will stop running. Then way before anybody.
I think that if some people can push themselves physically beyond other people, and and other people can push themselves mentally beyond other people.
Yeah, agree.
Right? So
Aren't those two examples of why they can't be compared though? The running and the starting the business. Big up Asad Aziz.
But is Elon friends with Tim Tebow?
Exactly.
Does Elon run 3 miles every day? Is Ivor the neat bean cheese?
Did Elon ever win the Golden Gloves? Was Elon ever ranked top 15, top 10? Big up Asad Aziz. But what you said there about who would be able to start a business faster or whatever that dumb point was, him or Elon, him or Zuck, or the running thing, doesn't that show the very specific skill set though? And wouldn't it be easier to start a business than it would be to run until you don't stop? Or wouldn't it be harder, to get a business off the ground and running than running until you don't stop? Especially if you've got some level of a fitness background or some level of a workout background or some level of an athletic background. It's like, this guy.
It's compartmentalized.
I'm just saying, I wouldn't label Zuckerberg as an alpha just because he has a successful business. I know some successful people that are worth hundreds of $1 million, and I would not label them an alpha.
Well, I would say, alpha's always tricky. I don't like using the word alpha.
This whole term anyway is dumb relating to this. No one should be saying because you got business you're alpha. But how they're judging alpha and how they categorize alpha is dumb. It's just a standard fresh and fit way of talking about alpha that involves fighting, it involves driving fast cars, it involves killing somebody. Like that's what it involves. Like that's not their categorization or their fucking way of judging who alpha is just already skewed. This argument is it's nonsense really.
Actually, anyway.
Yeah, I don't either.
Because I don't know what it means. Guys can be complete bait. Like if you saw Einstein walk in the room, you'd be like, that guy doesn't look very physical, but he's a fucking.
No, it's not. But it's not even about being 6'6", 250 pounds, 4%. It's not that. That's not an alpha thing.
Yeah.
Einstein. It's just courage.
When you read about Einstein, his arrogance, but his drive to prove that he could unlock the secrets of the universe. I mean, that's that kind of a person.
Different level.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're not going to come to agreement. I don't find Zuckerberg as far from it.
I think if you were around him.
Yeah, I think it would solidify my answer, yeah. But you dig him.
What do you guys?
He thinks Zucks is a pussy. He hates him so much, man. Honestly, Zucks needs to unshadow ban his account, man. He fucking hates Mark. He might hate Mark Zuckerberg more than Dana White, I think, at this point. I think he might hate Zuckerberg more than Dana White, honestly. Fuck, bro. I've not seen this level of pure hate from Brendan in a while. He fucking detests Mark Zuckerberg. Absolutely hates him.
What do you guys think? What do our listeners think?
We have a definition up here. It just says the most successful and powerful male in any group.
There you go.
So it could be either or.
That would be Zuckerberg.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the dictionary definition of alpha actually sides with Brian. Basically. The dictionary definition of alpha actually sides with Brian. I think alpha should encompass a lot more than just money and shit and status. But if you're going by that, then Zuckerberg and Bill Gates and those men sweep all his guys.
Powerful as well.
For
Powerful
sure.
could also be physical.
Also, is John Jones alpha? He runs over pregnant women and shit. Cheats on his wife 1 million times. Might be in a closet. Is John Jones alpha? Is that what they're gonna say? Is he alpha though? Is Conor McGregor alpha? Allegedly R-worded a woman? Does that count as alpha? Because you can kill people, but you are word woman. Is that alpha?
Physical, you know, it could be all sorts of things. So you guys are both right.
I don't think
It's all
Michael
good.
Jordan and those guys were great because they had incredible physical gifts. But it was Jordan's mindset, Kobe's
Mental,
mindset.
100%.
Yeah,
100%. That's what separates
their ability to push themselves
That's
beyond
what separates
the
them
limit.
for sure.
And that's like Bezos, the ability to push himself and work harder than anybody by far. Inhuman.
And think different.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But Steve Jobs, like same thing, just out of his mind, just like, no, you can't do this. Fuck off. Yes, I can. Using whoever he had to get that job done. You know, Quincy Jones. They would talk about him. He was going to stop at nothing. Came from like the worst place in the world, and was like, I'm going to get to the top of the mountain, no matter what. You know, I think those people are all. I think that mindset is a mindset. You know, it's a mindset, and I think some people have the strongest minds.
Why is he puffing?
And I
and
think
puffing
people like
about
that have minds that are so fucking
annoyed.
strong.
Why is he annoyed by this?
They're just so strong. They can
different
just,
level
they
of
don't
stress.
need sleep the
Why
way
is
we
he
do.
like
They don't
this?
need
Why is he
food.
like-
They can shut shit off. Their ability to concentrate, to focus until the job
the
is
task,
done.
yeah.
It's really focus.
Yeah.
They say that. They say like focus is I talked to our boy Joey and I said, what do you think is your success? You know,
Joey
and he
who?
goes, Joey Janum, my
Okay.
buddy. He goes, I think it's just like, I don't think I'm smarter than anybody. I just can focus for long periods of time.
Yeah. and do
Like he
whatever
can
it
just
takes.
focus, man. That might be the
interesting.
issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, that weird inhuman focus for ferociously long periods of time. I think that's Rogan's secret. Rogan will play a video game if he's competitive for 15 hours and then pass out because he forgot to eat.
Wow.
That's why he stopped playing
Yeah,
Quake.
laser focus.
Yeah. That's why he doesn't want to play golf.
Just
'cause
a
he knows
work
he'll get
ethic,
obsessed.
like
Yeah.
relentless, whatever you're doing.
Yep.
He wants to end
Pretty
the
soon you're
show.
better
He wants to
than
end the show. He
Yeah,
wants to
it's
end the show.
interesting.
He wants to end the show. He's
Yeah.
so mad.
I'm thinking about Erewhon right now.
I bet they don't have power.
Nope. I went up.
Anyway, it's done. The show's done. Okay, I'm gonna end the random show there because I want to do a quick Taz. Actually, I'm gonna do a quick Taz after this. I'm gonna do a quick Taz, but I'm gonna end it there, my friends, my lovely guests, my lovely viewers. Thank you so much. Yeah, man, that was an interesting one. I actually need to pull some clips from this. I need to upload clips on the fucking channel. But thank you for tuning in. It's been a pleasure. Never a freaking chore. Never a freaking chore. We're actually going to end it with one thing. I want to end it with one thing. I want to see a video courtesy of Fearbuck where Bradley Martin speaks about doing Ozempic to like curb his fucking addictions. Is it Fear? Who posted the video? Was it Fearbuck? Yes, Fearbuck. Let's see this. There's a video where Bradley Martin admits to taking Ozempic to curb his addictions, which I think is a lie. He probably also did take it for weight loss, even though he's big and ripped. He probably wants to look more ripped. You know, losing a bit of weight is obviously advantageous to do so. But Bradley Martin, one of Brendan's friends, admits he took Ozempic and the fucking thing helped. Let's see, where is it? What the fuck are they doing here? Iggy and Amarath on the stream, yeah? Fair play. God almighty. God almighty.
Image, like word the most, what symbol? Is it working? Is it working? Let's see. So what is like the best image, like word the most, what symbol?
For these, you want to get the chickens.
Okay.
You have to get all of the chickens.
We need a bonus buy. It's getting too. Oh, wait.
It worked!
Wait. It just needs to.
Oof, my head gets covered. It kind of worked. I got $360.
How much do you need? Is it working?
Fair play. What we doing here? Where is it? Where's the video? Where's Bradley Martin speaking? One second. Where is it? Where's the Bradley Martin video? Where is it? There you go. Here we go. Bradley Martin revealed he tried Ozempic to experience its mental effects, which stopped his nicotine addiction, and clarifies that he wasn't using it for weight loss. He looks a lot skinnier, doesn't he? He does look a lot trimmer. He looks a lot more lean, doesn't he? He looks a lot more lean, actually. Let's hear Bradley Martin talk about Ozempic. So at least he's admitting it, by the way. But I wonder if Brendan will ever admit that he took Ozempic. he lies and says that he just was running, but let's see. Bradley at least has admitted he took it.
That shit kills your appetite. It's insane.
Ozempic?
I tried it not because I was like trying to lose a bunch of weight. I wanted to see what it felt like mentally.
Yeah.
Like in a
I've
small
heard
amount.
that it also kills other addictions, which is cool.
Yeah, that's the thing that got me interested in it because I tried it for a little bit, like not really to quit nicotine because I still love nicotine, but just to see if I wanted it. I didn't want it at all.
Really?
Yes, it really works.
But you were microdosing it.
Microdosing. I wasn't taking like a full amount. Like I'm not trying to lose a bunch of weight at all.
Bradley Martin all of a sudden's like 180.
Skinny as No, I really tried it because I wanted to test that idea of it.
Yeah.
And it totally, I'm talking about the day that I took it in a small, like a little microdose, I was like, I didn't have urges for like random.
This is like when girls say like they got their boob job done because their back was hurting or something, innit? Or they got their nose done because they couldn't breathe. It's such a fucking weird lie. It's okay to say you did it for weight loss too, and obviously the addiction thing helped. Such a weird lie, unnecessary lie to say. Oh yeah, I wasn't doing it to lose weight. No, not obviously not. I was just doing it to curb my addictions, and I was microdosing it. Okay, bro. Okay.
I didn't have urge to pick up any nicotine. I didn't have urge to do anything like that.
Damn, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's
What
definitely
about
just
gambling.
didn't have urge to gamble either. Didn't have urge to
Really?
log on a Roulette. I was like, nah, I'm good.
No, I'm good off this.
Oh, maybe that was a real reason. Maybe he just gambles too much. 'Cause all those guys gamble, innit? All those guys are like steak sponsored, right? They're like steak sponsored and shit. They stream on Kick and shit. So yeah, maybe the real reason he did it was to stop gambling. Too many zins and too much gambling.
Straight up. No, I really mean that. Like that there is some weird you know,
Psychological thing.
Yeah,
Probably
that-
with the neurons and
yeah, neurons and synapses and stuff.
Yes, yes.
They're like, maybe they're
Yes.
saying no instead of yes.
yeah,
I need
exactly.
that.
They're
I
like,
need-
get away.
Yeah, it's like doing it for you.
Mhm.
It's weird, man.
Interesting. I obviously don't believe him. I think he's fucking chatting shit. He definitely used it to lose weight because, you know,
shit kills your appetite. It's
Losing weight is universal. So you're always going to benefit from it, no matter how big or small you are. Yeah. What a weird thing to lie about, man. What a weird thing to lie about. Very, very, very strange. Oh, really? Yeah, big up Uche. It works on addictions. Okay, sick. Big up Uche. I wrote a paper on this. Yeah, but yeah, the music is fucking annoying. But anyway, that's it for me. Congrats to Bradley Martin. Congrats to Iggy and fucking Amarath and stuff, shaking their bums everywhere. I'm gonna leave for now. Thank you for tuning in. It's been a pleasure, never a chore. It's been a pleasure, never a chore. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure you smash the like button down below. Make sure you subscribe down below also. Please subscribe down below. Like the stream, please, if you can. I'm going to add timestamps later to this. And I'm going to be uploading this also on the podcast app as well. No, Spotify for the podcast if you want to listen to that. It'll be available soon. So keep an eye on that. I'll post it on the community notes. You'll see. I also need to pull clips as well to get the fucking subs up. Because if I pull clips and start uploading clips and John, it'll definitely it'll help with the subs and shit. So I'll start uploading that as well. So be prepared to see some clips be uploaded on here. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate all of you. It's been a pleasure, never a chore, as per usual. If you're not part of the Discord, you know, community, gang, family, join the Discord. A good community of us on there, always chatting shit. You can always recommend stuff for me to watch on there as well. We talk stuff, we hang out and shit. Join the Discord, be a part of the flipping community, hang out with us over there. And yeah, man, appreciate you all. And I'll see you guys again tomorrow. You know how it is. Take care, people. Be well, be safe, look after each other, and I'll see you guys again very soon. Peace.